uninhibited in exposing the hardcore facts about the Watchtower Society. And now, in Disney.
Well, here we go again. We got on the program here on the 6 screens tonight. We get the program Awakening After the Watchtower. We have former Jehovah's Witness Eric. He's out of Tennessee, and he's the host of the program tonight. So we'll bring Eric on and see what he has on tonight's program. Hello, Eric.
Hey, Rick, and hi, audience. How you doing, you lovely people? Good to be here.
Wow, we got a lot still listening in the phone line. We got plenty of people coming in through YouTube and the Facebook platforms we're on. So you managed to speak a little early about that misogynistic or that woman degrading Watchtower article. It's all over the net this week, Eric.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about that a little bit. In fact, I'm actually talking about they had 2 different articles. One was focused on the sisters and one was focused on the brothers. And the one I'm going to talk, just a couple paragraphs I'm going to touch on, but it's the one on the brothers. And go figure, they even put their bigotry and their misogyny, I should say, in like even you'll see when I read it, but even with the brothers council, it's still being misogynistic to the sisters, and it's disgusting. And when I read that Watchtower, I think I had a similar reaction that you did too, Rick.
Yeah. Well, looking forward to it. So I'm here if you need me.
Yeah.
So
all right, buddy.
I'm here. Come in if there's any problems. Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that tonight, and our theme tonight is what woke you up, and what do you think will wake people up? And hello, everyone. And as Rick says, we're going to try to have a rockin' show Saturday night tonight. I hope you all are doing well before I get into it too much, and I hope everybody is having a good night. And the thing is that we woke up, and we don't have to live under Watchtower's rules anymore. But anyways, I'm going to jump right into it. And it was study article 53. And the title of it is Young Brothers Become Mature Christian Men. Now, this is going to fall in just with what Rick was talking about with this Watchtower. In paragraph 6, it says, thinking ability will help you show respect for women. It is normal and proper for a young brother to be interested in developing a relationship with a Christian sister. However, a young man with ability would not say, write, or do anything that, However, a young man with thinking ability would not say, write, or do anything that would signal romantic interest unless he is sincerely considering the sister as a potential marriage mate. If he is dating a sister, he would protect her good reputation by never being alone with her unless properly chaperoned. So that's paragraph 6, and that's what I wanted to bring up. I know thanks guys for getting through with it with me, because it's boring to read this stuff, but it's good to know what they're pushing down. So Rick was talking about earlier about dating and how hard it is, but think about it. It says that that the man should not say, write, or do anything that would signal romantic interest unless he is sincerely interested. Well, how is he going to know that he's sincerely interested if he friggin' doesn't? Like he doesn't know the person. That's part of dating. It's like these guys are setting these rules and they've never dated in their life. I mean, this is not how you pick a marriage mate. This is retarded. And then on top of it, I think this is where the misogyny comes in. It says, let's see, if he is dating a sister, he would protect her good reputation by never being alone with her unless properly chaperoned. What are they getting at with this? It's almost like slut. Don't shame her. Don't make the sister a slut. I mean, this is retarded. What about the man? It doesn't say anything about the man, his bad reputation for it. It's a one-way street. I don't understand what they're doing here. It's gaslighting beyond belief. I mean, how they make it sound like it's so important to end up with someone good, and like Rick showed, the sisters are staring, or at least that one sister is staring at that brother with the broom. I guess he's holding that broom a certain way. But how ridiculous, I mean, how are people, just because a brother is so-called spiritual or a sister is so-called spiritual doesn't mean that they're a good mate at all. In fact, they could have really, really bad problems, and that you won't know about because you're not allowed to be alone. Let's face it. Most people, when they are around other people, kind of act a little fake. Not everybody, but like my mother, she's fake as hell, and she doesn't know how to be real, really. And let's face it, when we're around a crowd, we do act a little more social norm. We won't be ourselves as much, so you don't get to really, if you never are alone with the person, you never really get to know them. And I thought I would add that a little bit. One thing, a personal story of mine, and this is how twisted the Jehovah's Witnesses are. And sorry, I'm just looking for something. All right. Let's see. I got in a car accident, to make a long story short, and it almost took my life. I had 2 blood clots in my brain. Go figure, I'm a bleeder, and I had 2 blood clots. But I lived through it, and I got a small settlement for it. And my mom asked if she could take some of the money and go on vacation, and I said yes. And really, it should have went to my education, which I didn't have one. But anyways, long story short, when she goes on this cruise with my dad, she has the audacity of me having a babysitter, and I'm 18, right? That's kind of messed up. I mean, I'm old enough to hold the fort down, but she didn't trust me. So then the person that babysits me, which is embarrassing because I'm an adult, and myself and my little brother, he's 5 years younger than me, she is dating an older brother because she just got divorced and he's a widow. And I'm chaperoning these guys. That was part of the deal. Like, if she brings a boyfriend over, you got to chaperone him. How stupid! I'm an 18-year-old punk chaperoning a 48-year-old man at the time, Amy, and a 30-something-year-old sister. I mean, this organization has lost its rocker. I mean, they're off their rocker. They've lost their minds. They can't give proper advice to save their life. And I just thought how twisted that was, that here I am, an 18-year-old, telling, or watching over, and I'm not watching them, but I did when I came downstairs, I caught them making out. So I nicknamed him LB, short for Lover Boy. And I called him that for the rest of our days. And he was the weird guy. He used to call me LB. I'm like, no, that's your nickname. But anyways, yeah, I just think that what the Watchtower is doing is just so unhuman. It's like, guys, like you're taking our humanity away, and it feels really wrong. And that's what I got out of that paragraph. But before I move on, does anybody want to tell a story or anything, or expand upon that before I go on? I'm trying to just find the link here to the show so I can see the comment sections. But anyways, I'll move on here.
Hello, Eric.
Oh yeah, who's this?
Your friend from Australia,
Hey, what's up, Brad? Did you say Brad or Calvin? I couldn't hear.
That's Calvin.
Oh, hey, Calvin. How you doing, man?
I'm not as good looking as Brad.
I knew it was one of you. I couldn't tell who.
Yep. I was going to talk about that picture. Those sisters looking at their brother mopping sweeping the floor. Like, every time I mop the floor or sweep the floor or vacuum the floor, I had no sisters looking at me.
Right.
That's totally unrealistic, that picture. It's like, when sisters talk to each other at the Kingdom Hall, of course they're gonna have better things to talk about, aren't they?
Yeah, I agree, Calvin. Good point, my man.
Yeah. It happened to me. Happened to me.
Oh, go ahead.
Happened to me.
Go ahead.
I was talking to this visiting sister, for about 30 minutes, and then 20 minutes, and then all of a sudden I get these people circling me like magpies,
Yep.
Circling me and say, I try to cut in the conversation and stuff like that. And anyway, I was a winner. I was a winner here because, you know, the sister kept on talking to me. So I said, oh my God, I'll stuff you guys. See, now what she wants to talk to me. So what they do, you can't even talk to a sister at the Kingdom Hall by yourself.
Right, without them thinking that there's intention or something, right? And then the gossip comes.
Big fun.
Oh, I said you're right, and I lost my I lost my point now. Sorry.
That's okay.
What was I? I was just agreeing with you, and now that you're on target. Like they watch your every movement. If the two of you show a little interest together or talking to each other, they'll they'll assume. It's happened to me in the organization. There's always rumors going around. I always was being slandered or I heard a rumor about me that wasn't true or something like that. I don't know if you experienced that.
You talk to somebody for about 10 minutes and then you get like gossip going around saying, no, you like this sister, you like her, you know. I've got that too. Yeah.
But it's unnatural, isn't it, Calvin? The way they dating is supposed to be so pure and so innocent, and they made it so stupid.
Yeah, dating is supposed to be two people getting to know each other. So how are you supposed to know each other if you've got somebody breathing down your back?
Exactly.
Yeah. So I think this Defo business it's out of date. You know, it's back to the 1920s, mate. You didn't have chaperones back in those days. So
yeah,
you know, I think it's old-fashioned, but it's anyway. It's good to hear you both. I look forward to hearing more from everybody else. And hello to everybody. Hello, Rick, and all those, or the other mob.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll see you, mate.
Yeah, man, it's good hearing from you too. I'm glad you called.
Okay, bye.
Did you have anything you wanted to add before you left, or?
No, that's okay. I might talk a bit later on.
All right, my man. Hey, thanks. Don't be a stranger. Thanks for calling in, buddy.
Bye.
Yeah, there you have it, guys. I mean, a lot of people see it too. It's just, I think this is a result of what happens when the elders and let's face it, the governing body, but the elders are the enforcers. But when the governing body puts so many rules, it's just caused madness, because this is what happens when you micromanage. Has anybody been micromanaged at work when you're really good at doing your job, and maybe you get a new boss comes in and they want you to do it their way, especially if it's a trade and you have to do it a certain way and you know how to do it the right way, but someone's telling you to do it the wrong way. It's what Watchtower is basically. They give the worst advice. I swear they've never dated ever. I don't even know how they have wives. I guess they probably picked a governing body member. Is someone on the phone? Did someone want to add to what we're talking about?
Yeah, this is Stephen. Can you hear me okay, Eric?
Yeah, hey, Stephen. Good to hear you.
Hey, how are you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I really enjoyed this topic because I tell you, who you marry in life, if you decide to get married, it's probably one of the most important decisions you'll ever make. Watchtower says it's the second most important. I say it's the first. But in any event, and I mentioned this on Rick's show, the advice that you get is so terrible. The examples that you see are so terrible. I mean, sit down and ask yourself, when you were a witness and you were at the Kingdom Hall, were there any couples that you could look at and say, I hope that I find a wife and I hope that my marriage is like this brother and this sister? I couldn't think of one. I mean, they're just examples that you have around you. And when you ask people things, they don't even know what to tell you, especially if they were born in or if they came in early in life. They don't even need to tell you. And I was just thinking about what a disservice we do to ourselves listening to that terrible advice, because like I said, everybody that was my age that got married listening to the advice from Watchtower, they're all divorced. Some of them were on their second marriages by the time they were in their 30s, if they ever got remarried again. And that was just kind of how it was across the board. And when you step back and say, why was that the case? It's because none of us knew what the heck we were doing. We didn't know ourselves. The women didn't know themselves. We certainly didn't know what to look for. We didn't know what our needs were, what our wants were. And so you're doomed for failure in this organization with the way things are arranged. And I could go on and on and on. I remember there's a lot of the males who you and I would not consider male. They don't know how to do anything. Just because you know how to put on a monkey suit, stand before an audience, and read the Bible doesn't make you a man. You don't have any life skills. You don't know how to do anything. You don't know how to think. You don't know how to carry yourself, less known how to take care of a woman. But these are the individuals a lot of witness women will run to and marry because they can give a good talk, because, they're a ministerial servant, they're an elder. And then they get with these guys and they find out that they are horrible human beings. They're basically like children stuffed in a man's body. They don't know how to do anything. They don't know who they are, less know what they need in a woman. Many of them are asexual or closeted homosexual, and the woman doesn't understand why her physical needs aren't being taken care of, and that could be the other way around as well. So this is a terrible situation. This topic of marriage and the Jehovah's Witnesses, it's terrible.
Absolutely, man. And you made a lot of good points, Stephan, because you really can't get to know somebody. You don't. And then another thing of being married so young, because like you said, you don't know what you want, or things change. People change.
Sure.
And it's the dating. My wife and I both talked about it, and yeah, dating is horrible. Her parents weren't so bad. My mother was a banshee bitch from hell over it. It was so stupid. My mother is obsessed with appearances, and just like completely obsessed with it. So she fits right in with being a Jehovah's Witness. I'm gonna change the conversation just for 1 second, because there's a powerful comment in the comment section, and more than just being a powerful comment, it's sad, and it's Steve Benoit wanted me to give a shout out, so I'm going to look for the comment so I get it right. Someone passed away on us. Here we go. Hey, Eric, can you give a mention that our XJW community has lost a beautiful apostate named Anna Price, February 27th to leukemia. She was my first cousin, and she suffered shunning and abuse. I'm so sorry, buddy. Steve, my heart and prayers are with you and her family and your family, and for you. I'm really sorry, buddy. That sucks. There's no other way to say it. Leukemia, I believe, is cancer in the blood. That's very hard to treat. I had a friend of mine that had it. I'm sorry to you, and I hope that she finds God, or what if there's an afterlife or whatever our hope is. I hope that you guys reunite.
Yeah, I agree. Concur.
But yeah, I always I'm really sorry, Steve, for your loss. I like to include the audience, and if they have something to say, you can always put it. It might take me a minute to cover it, but again, Steve, we're really sorry for that poor girl and her family. Anyways, yeah, no problem, buddy. Yeah, but sorry, that was some sad news that messed me up a little bit. But you know what, guys? We're a great community because we all love each other. And yeah, we argue and we won't always get along, but we deep down inside, we have something that Watchtower would be, or the people in Watchtower should be jealous of if they're not. Because we have a closer knit community, and we're closer than they ever will be. They think that they can just share the same ideas and show up the same time at church 2 to 3 days a week, and that's a strong bond, because it's not. My family, my mother and father, they go through friends like they go through, like a guy with diarrhea going through underwear. they just they can never make a friendship last. They're very shallow people. They have what it takes to be better, but Watchtower keeps a lot of people down. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's not friends, it's acquaintances.
Exactly.
And the majority of us, if we listen to the advice from Watchtower, we really never had real friends. We always had conditional friends where an announcement would sever a friendship, and that's it. That's not a real friend. Even the Bible talks about a real friend as one that comes forth when you have problems. Watchtower does the exact opposite. When you have problems, everybody abandons you and leaves you. Eric, can I make one statement? I just want to say, Joe and Fran, I know your birthdays. Somebody's birthday is today. Somebody's birthday was on the 1st, and then I'm tomorrow, because we all laughed when we found out our birthdays are all one day apart. So I just saw them in the text, and I just wanted to say hi and wish them both a happy birthday. Thanks. Sorry, Eric.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, happy birthday. I think I wish them that on his show when Joe and Fran have a show on Wednesdays with Vern, Fixing My Faith. Yep. But yeah, no doubt, man. The message went through. Someone had a question. Did you used to be a wrestler? That was from Brad in Australia. Or was that to Steve? I don't know who that was to. Never mind. The comment section's getting me messed up. You guys say funny things a lot. Well, anyways, is there anyone else on the phone that wants to talk about what we're talking about, or I'll go on to another point? And thank you, Stefan. And you stay around if you can chime in at any time, buddy.
Hey, I just wanted to say one thing, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, buddy.
A minute ago, when you talked about sitting next to a witness, and you totally took me back to when I was a kid, to a sister. I wasn't formally dating her; I was just getting to know her. And you're absolutely right. She invited me to her meeting, and when I got there, she kind of flagged me down. The meeting had already started because I got there late because I got lost. So I just went, and I wound up sitting next to her, and it was like the whole congregation went into this weird mode. And as soon as the whole meeting was over, they all just come running up to me, basically wanting to know who I was and when are we getting married and when is the wedding. And apparently my facial expression was such that it caused such a big commotion that apparently they talked about that for about a month, about this mean brother who looked like he was getting ready to curse everybody out. But that was just such a bizarre thing to be accosted like that just because you sat next to somebody at a meeting. I mean, that if that doesn't scream cult, I don't know what does. Thanks, Eric.
Thank you, Stefan. Absolutely. It's screaming cult. And our theme and topic was what woke you up and what will wake people up. I think this can wake people up. There's so many holes in Watchtower's faith that it can be anything that can wake somebody up. So there were two from that Watchtower article, study article number 53. There was that number 6 that I read you about the dating part of it with the brother, and then number 7 is about dress and grooming. I'm just going to read that real quick and open it back up to the audience. But another way a young man shows that he has developed sound thinking ability is by making good choices in dress and grooming. Often fashion trends are designed and promoted by people who have no regard for Jehovah or lead immoral lives. Their immoral thinking is reflected in clothing styles that are tight-fitting or tend to make men look like women. Man, they are obsessed with tight clothes. When choosing what to wear, a young man who is growing to Christian maturity will be guided by Bible principles and by good examples in the congregation. He can ask himself, do my choices show that I am sound in mind and considerate of others? Does the way I dress make it easy for others to believe that I am devoted to serving God? A young man with thinking ability will gain the respect of not only his brothers and sisters, but also his heavenly Father. Sorry, guys. Thanks y'all for putting up with that, because it's a marathon just to read a paragraph to put up with this crap. But like, what I got out of it is, this is all about superficial. They can't give good advice at all. What in the world makes so somebody like me with a beard that's untrimmed? Let's get it all crazy, go out like a dwarf from Lord of the Rings. So someone with an unkept beard and a regular shirt, jeans. I'm not a Christian. What do they say? Does the way I dress make it easy for others to believe that I am devoted to serving God? What does that have to do with it? I mean, and that is so shallow, and it's so superficial. It is so superficial to pick a marriage mate because they look good or they look the right way that you're supposed to look. Very bizarre behavior to me. Let's see there. Oh, and in that paragraph again, some of Anthony Morris's. It seems like some of his good old quotes or his thinking is coming out in these paragraphs, because it says fashion trends are designed and promoted by people who have no regard for Jehovah, live immoral lives. Where is it? Tight-fitting clothing. I mean, what is they? You know what? There was a good-looking woman at the store today, and she was in spandex or whatever the heck. You know, I'm a balanced man, and I just looked over and whatever. It's none of my business. She probably yeah, there's a beautiful woman. I can keep my thing in my pants. You know, what is wrong with these guys? It's almost like you can't wear tight-fitting clothing because I'm getting a boner and I shouldn't. I mean, we all know how they feel about masturbation, you know, and from the video that was leaked years ago. And I'm sorry to get gross if I'm being gross with my talk, y'all, but I'm just calling out the ridiculousness of this organization. Watchtower, you know, those 2 paragraphs that I read, what does this really have to do with God? You think God gives a flying shit, a flying fuck about, and I'm sorry if there's kids listening, does God give a crap about a sister or a brother having tight-fitting pants? I mean, come on. And the problem is they're saying that you don't want to stumble other people. Well, these people shouldn't be stumbled so easy. Isn't that the truth? Right? Let's see here. I'm just looking in the section. A new tube claims that Romans had a law against pants. What? I don't know. Jesus hated loose pants. I mean, I tell you, they could say anything. The funny thing about that is, at one point, see, they're flip-flopping, because when I was born in the 80s, raised in the 90s. So when I went to school in the 90s as a teenager, my mother dressed me like a friggin' dork, and I had wicked tight-fitting pants, and she wouldn't let me have baggy pants because that was the style, and she didn't, you know, that was worldly. Now that the styles have changed, now tight, and I had tight pants. I mean, I like 80s tight pants. Like I was a nerd in school because I got picked on, and when I turned 16 and started working for myself, I bought Genko jeans. I don't know if you guys remember those. They were skateboarder jeans, and it was some of the baggiest jeans that you could get, but you could skateboard with them. That's kind of the point. But I went the opposite direction, and it's like all because of imbalance, you know, because I couldn't just have regular loose fitting jeans like everyone else. I wasn't looking to sag my pants down, hanging off my ass. But why are we talking about this subject? Why are we talking about something that's so stupid we shouldn't be talking about? Because the organization put restrictions on things that should have never been restricted, you know? And this is the result that we get. We've got all these problems in this organization. Well, that's what I got out of the Watchtower, to add to Rick's to add to what Rick got out of it. That all around that April Watchtower was just a mess. It was a train wreck. You know, I could go on and on. I didn't, but I'm not going to bore you guys just reading stuff. But isn't it sad how, like, hey, brother Timmy, you can have a beard now, but, you know, don't be alone with that sister. It's just, can't the people see how brainwashed they are? Can't the people see that you're being told what to do like a little child? Didn't you have parents that already got you to adulthood? You don't need to listen to these ass clowns anymore. Sorry, I'm swearing tonight. I'll pipe it down. Go ahead. Someone in the audience.
It's Pixie. Hi, Eric.
Hey, Pixie. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I read a really good book one time at a Baptist bookstore for college-age, 20-something young people that were going to get married and how to date and everything. And it was the most realistic, frank, and honest book. If we just went back and looked at some of the things people did in the 50s, like, it's not sexist for the young man to hold the door. It shows you that he's thinking about you and not just his car. Things like this. But years ago at the Kingdom Hall, back in the Dark Ages, we had these sisters with the hats, and they were very wise. And I was too young to really understand anything about dating or sex, but she turned to my mother and said something very profound that I never forgot. She said, divorce starts either in the bedroom or the bank.
Wow.
Now think about that. So a happy marriage is going to be supported by the bedroom and the bank, or divorce is going to start in the bedroom or the bank. So factor that in with everybody needs to have job skills. Everybody needs to have, in a couple, they need to have chemistry for each other. They need to be able to confide in each other. They need to be able to have a budget. All these things that are practical and common sense should be part of being a happy couple.
And isn't this sad, Pixie? You know, you saying this out loud, what you're talking about, it should be so, like, God's one and true religion should have some of the best marriages on earth, but that's not the case, is it?
No, and some of these religious groups have like 9-week courses and things, and since the Catholics don't believe in divorce, they have a 9-week course for engaged couples that goes into all of this common sense stuff. So they should have a courtship where they're determining whether this person is the right one or not. The courtship should not start with planning the wedding planner. It should start with, well, do you have these things in common, and is this something you want to go forward with or not?
Yeah, good point.
Pixie. Hey, Pixie, this is Gilbert. And, you know, you talked about that book because, you know, I'm going to throw another one at you.
Hey, Gilbert, get a little closer to the microphone because we want to hear you.
Yes. Yeah. So Dr. Laura, she sold 1 million books.
Where did it all go?
What happened?
I don't know. Come back, Gilbert.
He might have a bad connection because he wasn't coming in very good. Well, he was onto something.
He was. I got to get that book now. I'll end up reading every book Dr. Laura wrote just looking for that one.
You read a lot of books, Pixie. You must remember, like, what was it? Dr. Spock, right? He wrote all those books for, I guess, marriage or family life. And remember how the witnesses used to talk about how he, like, retracted about punishment and certain things, and just how to. He when he wrote his second book, he retracted some of the things that he did, and the witnesses picked on that. But, like, don't they retract on things that they do too? But they don't say, "I'm sorry."
They're not. I'm waiting for my sorry.
Well, really, don't hold your breath.
Are from Mars and men are from Venus. Men are from Mars and women are from
Venus.
Those books really are good because, like, the thing I got out of that one was men need to be in their man cave to figure stuff out, and it should be that two people can solve a conflict, but sometimes people just need to go and figure it out, and they'll come back. Stuff like that.
Yep. And I think you talked about money too being important, which it is. Or you know what it was? It was, I think it was King of Dots in the comment section. He talked about a lot of fights and arguments in marriages are about money, which is true. And it is like it does add a further burden of the Jehovah's Witnesses having, like, kind of a ban on higher education, and a result of you being a window cleaner, or, you know, or a lower paying job of some sorts.
Well, people shouldn't really get married until they're in their 20s. Getting married at 18 is too young, and there's a lot of good paying, you know, firemen or nurses. The community college, the witnesses were good about this trade idea. Plumbers, electricians, those, you know, there are jobs that pay well without the debt. That's not bad advice. But mostly they are not giving good advice from the podium, and they're not giving some of these outside books to read that would help young people or people of any age. They tried to chaperone me when I'm scripturally divorced, and you got two people, one in their 50s and one in their 60s, and they wanted a chaperone. Now that's ridiculous.
It
Hey,
is.
see, I'm back online. Hey,
good.
Let me, for example, the thing about chaperoning is good if that's what you want as a woman. See, this is the thing. Watchtower, this was going back, has gone against what Jesus says when he says you invalidate the word of God because of your traditions. You see, all of these great counsel that, like for example, chaperoning or whatever, they're great counsels that people have jotted down for history for thousands of years. But along comes a group called the Jehovah's Witnesses, and now they start making laws out of these suggestions. They're invalidating all of the good things that we've learned, like opening up the door, like you talked about, because they're trying to make this now a law. Their tradition, they're trying to make it law. But the point I was trying to get at is, I think Watchtower thinks that your parents are too stupid, and that you're too stupid, that you can't figure this out on your own, that you can't go to an accredited psychologist who has thousands of cases of study of couples and has written great works that have withstood the test of time. And they think that your parents are too dumb to give you advice on marriage. And I think that's where the problem is. Watchtower thinks you're too stupid to figure this out. And you're not. And I really believe this thing about marriage and advice and stuff, it should only come from your parents and people that are very close to you, personally. And from people who have the documents to show, like, hey, look, I'm a doctor, I'm a psychiatrist. This is my field of study. This is what we've learned through history. These are good practices to live by, and they show good, promising results. But I think at the core, Watchtower thinks you're too stupid, and they need to be your mama and your daddy when it comes to giving you marriage advice.
It's the worst marriage advice that could ever be given.
No, Gilbert, I saw a copy of the booklet that the Catholics have for couples that are going to get married, and it was very practical. And I feel like every religion should copy the booklet they have. And then at the end of this 6 weeks or whatever, if you didn't want to marry the person, you could say, well, no, we're not going to do this. Or yes, we've gone over, how many children we're going to have, what kind of business goals we have. We've gone over this booklet. And yes, we are going to do this thing.
Yeah. And I know a lot of people don't like Dr. Laura, but she wrote a book, and it's withstood the test of time, sold millions of copies, and it's called 10 Stupid Things Women Do to Mess Up Their Lives. And she's right on the money. And premarital sex, women have more to lose than men. And she just lays it out that, hey, if you get knocked up by this guy, he can walk away. You can't. And what I'm trying to say is that a lot of these doctors that write these books are talking to you in a very practical way, not a dogmatic religious way. Yeah. And I think that's where Watchtower goes wrong. This is not a religious issue. This is a practical issue, and we should only be seeking the advice of parents, fellow, people that are close to you. And the last thing you want to do is give advice to a couple, and then she gets knocked up by a guy that she doesn't like. Yeah, you're the one.
There you go.
I'm not great at the Bible, but Pixie and Gilbert is having a chaperone even biblical? Like, they make it like it's biblical, but is it? Is there anything?
Marriages in Bible times, but not if the people are over a certain age and want to be together and they're
like teenagers, 16 years old. Yeah, they should be chaperoned, right? Like, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, to an extent, though, you also can't lock down a teenager because they have to make their own decisions. They have to go their own way. You can't control them like Watchtower. Then they go the other direction. You got to lead by example. Like, I'm not a parent, so I can't give the advice.
Yeah, but see,
Eric,
Eric's looking at it the wrong way. The thing about chaperone, it's not a law. Like Jesus says, you invalidate the scriptures because of your tradition. You turn chaperoning into a law. No, chaperone is good advice that a mother gives her daughter and says, honey, don't be alone with a guy. Trust me. Trust me. Right. Or a dad would tell his son, before you go to the prom, I want you to go to the restroom and I want you to masturbate as many times as you possibly can. Because I don't want you going to the prom fully loaded.
With a loaded gun.
Yes, I want you to be, of sound mind. You see, that's called practicality. It's just being practical and common sense. And that's what Watchtower, what you're describing, is lacking. The common sense factor. Because they turn everything, every tradition, they're turning it into a law. And that's what Jesus says. You just bastardized all of these traditions and great counsel by turning them into law.
But see, that's the problem, Gilbert, is that Watchtower is not doing this to teenagers. They're doing this to friggin' grown-ass adults.
Yeah.
Like we're adults. Like what I talked about earlier. I was 18 years old chaperoning a 30 and 40, almost 50-year-old something. Like I had no business chaperoning them. They're grown-ass adults. You guys, you listen. This is whatever happens between you both, and I don't even care. But that's between you and God, and I don't even think it matters if you have premarital sex. It's not having a kid out of wedlock is not always the best thing, because if you're not if you're not committed to the person, or one person ain't fully committed, that could cause problems. It can cause problems in teenage mothers, of course. But like as far as the chaperone for grown-ass adults, Gilbert, it's so overkill. It's so micromanaging a person's life to me.
No, you're no. You're missing the point. It's a personal decision, and everyone makes their personal decisions, and that's the point. If a woman, and come on, we're living in an age, a different age. If you meet a guy online, damn right you should go a chaperone. You don't know who you're running into.
Oh hell yeah, that's different. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yep.
What I'm saying is good advice.
That's the problem. We don't have a civilization anymore. Once upon a time, you lived in the same neighborhood. You went to the corner store, and they had a dance down at the rec center, and you knew the boy, and you knew his family, and it was very chaperoned because it was a public dance, and you knew at the end of the dance whether you hated him or liked him.
Yeah, and you knew the dad had a shotgun, so you were very
yes.
Dad had a shotgun, huh? Yeah, that'll put a lot of fear in you, the fear of God in you.
Can I add something here?
Yeah, go ahead. Bye.
I'm not sure who I'm speaking to. I didn't catch your name. I was kind of late to the live stream.
Hey, buddy. Is this King of Dots? This is Eric.
You're Eric, right? You're Eric?
Yes, sir. Yep, the guy with the beard.
I have a 52-year-old stepdaughter on her third marriage, and she was a regular pioneer. I got her when she was 7 years old. And the elders, it was terrible. I'm just going to try to restrain myself, but my study teacher, who was like 5 years older than me, he says to me one time, watch and see what's going on at the hall. I said, what are you talking about? Every time your daughter gets up, all the elders are craning their necks to look at her.
Oh my God.
I was absolutely fucking appalled.
Yeah.
I want to cuss. Anyway, later we switched to another congregation. She dated another raised and true boy, pretty nice looking guy. And an elder calls me up. He just recently died from ALS, by the way, motherfucker. And he calls me up and says, your daughter has been meeting in separate cars with so-and-so at Applebee's. And he said, and I said, what's the problem? It was only like 2 miles from my house. He said, well, that's used to sex. And I told him,
scandal, Applebee's leads to sex.
I said, you know what? If people want to have sex, they're going to have sex. It doesn't matter where they're at. Anyway, he had a daughter, Jamie, cute little girl. started regular pioneering. The congregation overseer's wife, Big Hippo, just died recently from pancreatic cancer, probably from all the donuts she ate. Was bringing in dozens of donuts, fattening her little ass up, and now she's still unmarried. But the bottom line is this. You can't keep people from having sex if they want to have sex. You
Exactly.
can bring, I mean, that's just a fact, okay? Then my daughter...
You can't control sin, King of Dots. They're trying to control sin. You can't. You know? They're like moderators of it.
Control people.
Yeah.
You cannot control people. We have a great relationship. But a few years ago, she told me, now this is the creme de la creme here. Me and another brother studied with the family. The guy had backed over his kid and crushed him with his pickup truck, okay?
Oh, geez.
Actually, turns out he was my same graduating class, 1973, from the same high school, even though I didn't notice him there because I was switching high schools. And he started on a spree, you know, having sex with all the girls in the congregation. In fact, my daughter, too, she told me. 10 girls in that congregation this asshole had sex with. And they just fellowshipped his wife instead. We ran accident like 2 years ago at a church locally. And she said, the elders have been trying to contact me. Now, this is 30 years ago. Saying we made mistakes. We've made mistakes. And I didn't have the heart to tell her, but she didn't know that her husband, he had sex with my study teacher's wife. He had sex with my daughter, her best friend, several other girls. It might have been as many as 10 girls. And yet they disfellowship the damn wife. That's what the elders do. And that's really all I got to say about that. That's the story around my stepdaughter, okay?
Wow.
It's just terrible what she's been through. And that's what Watchtower is doing on a massive scale. They're DFing the wrong damn people because they're stupid as shit. Okay, I'm done. Thank you, buddy. Love you.
Hey, love you, man. Great rant. Thank you, King of Dots.
Eric, you missed the big point. What King of Dots just said. You know what it was? In the Jehovah's Witness world, he just proved it. And this is where you have to elevate the human being. If you're a Jehovah's Witness and you're watching, everyone's going to know who you had sex with. That's the point. So this is the whole thing. If you're a Jehovah's Witness, King of Dots just proved that in every congregation of Jehovah's Witnesses, everybody knows who's banging who. And 50 years later, when you go to a reunion, everybody will still remember that you're banging so-and-so. So these are the lessons that you learn, and this is when an adult in the room comes in and says, honey, if you have sex in the Jehovah's Witness religion, everyone is always going to be reminding you that you were sleeping with Joe. That should scare you straight. that should scare you straight.
I'm still back at Applebee's, Gilbert.
Yeah. No one's ever going to forget.
No one's ever going at Applebee's.
Yeah, no one's ever going to forget that Gary's daughter was an Applebee's. Why? Because this is what the Jehovah's Witness religion brings. And this is where education comes in.
Well,
do you want to be known as Mrs. Applebee's? Yeah.
There you go. I'm going to tell something that is how crazy the elders are. When my sweetie was alive, he was an attorney. And one day I said to him, you've been on this planet a long time. Couldn't you be a judge? He says, well, I've presented cases to the circuit court, he says, but it takes more than being an attorney to be a judge. He says, even with my years as an attorney, I'm not qualified to judge anyone. So factor that in from the real world of law to window washers pretending to be lawyers and see that they are not qualified to judge you.
Mm-hmm. In fact, only Jesus is. No man is supposed to judge us other than the court of law, because that you know.
That's what I'm saying. They're not a court,
yeah.
And an attorney is not a judge.
Sure.
Hi,
Eric.
Yeah. Hi, sister.
Hi, this is Nadine, and is Gilbert still on the line?
Yeah, I think so. Gilbert, you there? Hey, Nadine.
Hi, Gilbert. I was going to just say that what's in the Watchtower about the chaperones and protecting the sister's honor and on and on. And what really goes on in the congregation is two different stories. Especially, I mean, I live in California, and I know all kinds of things that have happened, and plus I've heard all kinds of other things that have happened, and it is so, they're like apples and oranges. What goes on in the Watchtower is like a fantasy land of what they want the young people to be like. And what really is going on is a totally different story. So that's what I wanted to add.
Yeah, thank you, Nadine. Great point. I don't know if Gilbert's still on or not, but I didn't hear him.
I'll answer that, Nadine. It's because of a father figure. You see, a real father, he would give his advice to the kid, and the kid will follow it because he has a great father figure. And we've seen this throughout history. This only goes back to the point I was trying to say originally. Watchtowers way in over their league, and they're also overstepping their boundaries. It is not their job. It is not their job. Listen, Eric, if your dad were, if in an ideal situation, your dad sits you down and says, son, we're going to have a heart-to-heart. And he talks to you like a man, but a responsible man about sex. You're going to take it to heart. And so what Nadine is describing is a group of people who have no fathers. They have no fathers. Watchtower becomes their father. And that's why they have the problems that they have. But when you have an actual dad who sits down with you and he explains to you these things, well, then you're gonna have a chaperone. You're gonna do this. You're gonna do that. Why? Because you value the wisdom of your dad and your mom. So it's just it's I hate to say it. I guess they have daddy issues. They have mommy issues. They've replaced mommy and daddy with Watchtower.
Yep. Well, I'll tell you what, Gilbert, you're onto something, because my father, he didn't teach me shit, and I'm not being an ungrateful son. I'm being honest. He didn't teach me anything, and I'll tell you why. He was an elder at one point. He stepped down, but he was all right. So he had to work 6 days a week in his line of work. And I do appreciate my father for providing for my brother and I, because we both are hemophiliacs. So he had to work a job to try to really make sure that he had health insurance that could not just health insurance, but health insurance that could cover 2 kids that out of pocket would be $1 million a year for our medical supplies, or medicine, excuse me, because it was built in a lab. It was like very complex. It uses blood fractions, which was, thank God my brother and I weren't born in the 70s, because we would be disabled. But anyways, getting back to the point, it's just that they have micromanaged us so much between medicine and between dating. And my father, they micromanaged him. He had to go out and service. So he's working 6 days a week. He's an introvert. And then my mom wants to socialize all the time on top of that. This man had no patience and no time to teach me a goddamn thing. He just didn't. He was so, like, I asked him one time, I saw him working on the lawnmower. Hey, Dad, can you teach me how to do small engine repair? Because I know he was trained how to do it. And he did it like for a job. So like he could work. He was more than qualified to work on his own mower. And he said, there's nothing to teach. And he didn't teach me a damn thing. So I didn't have that father figure. He was there. He provided for me, but he was never there in any other kind of way, shape, or form. He never wanted to even get close. I had to learn sex from school, you know, like he wanted nothing to do with talking about anything deep. And you know what? I'm glad I didn't have children, because if I ever do have children, which is probably too late, but I now know how to raise a child way better than my father ever did with me, because Watchtower kept him. Watchtower took his masculinity from him. They took his headship from him. That's what Watchtower does.
Hey, Eric.
Go ahead.
In the dots again. Am I allowed to talk some more?
Of course you are. What do you think this is? Friggin' Hail Hitler? This is a democracy.
You know, almost all the stuff I've talked about tonight, I told Gilbert several years ago before we had a falling out. But I just want
You
to
guys
say,
had a falling out? Come on.
my
Can't we all
dad,
get along?
the young, yeah, but I love Gilbert. I'll never stop loving him. He's like my little brother, you know. And I've got 5 younger brothers. My dad was the youngest of 10 kids, and I'm the oldest of 7 kids, 6 boys. And we never saw eye to eye. But guess what? Just like you, he never taught me a damn thing. It was always, you're in my light, you're in my light. You know, that kind of crap. And we never had a conversation. My parents never said anything to us about sex. I was completely independent. He worked evening shift almost the whole time I grew up. So I never really saw him, you know. And on the weekends, it was like he'd pick up a hammer and start chasing us around the house. That's a fact. And I'm not even go to the rest of it. But the bottom line is I became a very independent, well-rounded person who made decisions and thought for myself. And that's what I carried in the Watchtower. And I don't think people like that I had this type of mentality where I can think for my damn self. And I taught my kids that too. And none of them have been in jail. I raised 2 African-American children, and they ain't been in jail. They've done very well for themselves. You know why? Because they don't have this anchor of, well, what do my parents think? What do the elders think? This kind of bull crap. Well, that's the point I was trying to add, Eric, and I'm sorry if I butted in on you, but I totally get where you're coming from, dude.
Yeah, thanks, man. No, you're fine. You didn't butt in. This is a live open show for everybody, and I like that about. I wouldn't do my own YouTube channel because
with me my whole life growing up.
I like having this. That's why I don't do my. I like having a show twice a month with Rick, and be able to talk to you guys and let you guys talk to me. You know, I hate talking on and on and on. But you know, I like to make my points. But you know, I love hearing you people.
You know, he had a more familial thing in his family. I never had that, and guess what? I don't need it. That's the thing. I was able to adjust without it. And some people, they get addicted to having that crap, man. And that's what happens in Watchtower. And that's why some of these kids go completely off the frickin' rails. Okay, I'm out here, buddy. Thank you, Eric.
No problem. You can come in at any time, my friend. Gilbert, did you have anything else to say if you're still there? I don't know if you got cut off or not.
Hello, Eric.
Oh yeah. Hey, JP.
Hey, Jerry, JP. Yeah, what's up?
Hey, what's up, man?
Was that you earlier, or was it Gilbert who was saying, asking the question if having a chaperone was biblical?
I asked that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it is, because it would beg the question if it was, and it makes you wonder how many chaperones did King Solomon have, you know?
Oh man, you killed it. That's a great comment. No doubt, dude. How many wives did he have? Like hundreds?
He was chaperoned by all his other wives.
Say again, Brad.
Not kidding.
Hi, I was going to say that, well, at least in California, I don't know anyone who did have a chaperone. Nobody had chaperones. And even the young people now, I have a friend, and she's like 40, and then she has a daughter that's in her 20s, and none of them have chaperones. None of them. Maybe
Really?
it's a California thing. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, California is a little cooler, like, right?
Yeah.
Aren't the witnesses are a little bit more chill than, like, say, the Northeast?
I don't know. I only know that in California, I never knew one person who had a chaperone ever.
Really?
So
that's interesting. I wonder if that's the same where Gilbert's from in Arizona, because that's close. That's just a state over, right? A state or two over.
I don't know.
That's really interesting. That's really interesting that it's different because it was so focused on in the Northeast.
Seen it really too enforced too much out here. Like, I know they would recommend it, but a lot of times, you know, people would date and stuff, and if they couldn't find a chaperone, they would just go on a date. They wouldn't. I don't never see people.
Yeah, isn't that funny?
Much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the Watchtower is like when, you know, it has been, this has been going on for years and years and years. Every so often they, you know, regurgitate the article, you know, about the chaperone. But in California, they don't listen to that stuff.
Well, I still use a chaperone, Nadine, because I can't be alone with it. For my protection.
I know you would. So I know. For
Yeah,
sure.
for my protection. Yeah, I'm. You know.
Hey, Nadine, I'm a chaperone.
Again, it goes back to we. This is what happens. They make a law out of great advice. A loving mom, grandma is going to give good advice to their children, but Watchtower comes in and say, no, this is the law. No, it's not. And I think that's
exactly.
why they get upset. So you have all of these XJWs. They're all upset. There's nothing to be upset at. You didn't see what they were doing. They converted advice. It's like me getting the book, a Dr. Laura book or a Dr. Ruth book, and saying, starting a religion, and we're going to build a religion based off of this book. No. This is just great advice. That's all it is. And I think that's what we get upset at, because you know they were trying to shove down our throat, no pun intended, great advice and they tried to make it law, and it served no purpose, absolutely no purpose. And actually, it's like telling a kid, like you tell a kid, you need to have a chaperone. What are you going to do? Not have a chaperone? It's like you're setting them up for failure.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
It sounds so corny. It really does. And you can't get to know anybody with a chaperone. I never had a chaperone.
I did all the time. My wife, it drove my wife and I crazy, but her parents were cool. They didn't really enforce it on us, so we got a break because my wife was from Florida and I was from Rhode Island.
Yeah. Like I said, it's some sort of fantasy that the Watchtower just makes, you know, they say chaperone, but I don't really know. Maybe in some states they reinforce that. I don't know. But out here in California, like I said, I've never known one person that's had a chaperone. Not one person.
Have you ever
that's awesome.
visualized?
Have
you guys ever visualized what a chaperone would look like? I mean, you know, you're driving down the road and there's
hey,
a mom
Dan.
in the seat.
Oh, hi, Dan.
Hi, buddy. Welcome to the chat.
No, California is a lot different. I used to travel to California. I worked there 7 years, and it's different than back east. Back east, it was hammer. It was the hammer.
And Angela was from California too.
Yeah.
So Angela knows what I'm talking about. I mean, like, yeah, that would be so weird. It's a lot freer.
And it probably, you know, a lot of it has to, I think if you need a chaperone, you probably shouldn't be getting married. I mean, you imagine riding around, you know, you're 22 years old, you got a 6-year-old woman in the back seat, and these people see you going in the restaurant, and you two sit across from each other, and you got a, you know, 6-year-old woman behind you. You know what I mean? It just sounds nutty, don't it? It's like, you know.
It's crazy stuff. It's one of those crazy things.
Yes, it's absolutely nuts. You're right. California was different. Huntington Beach, I worked in Huntington Beach. The congregations were laid back. I mean, they were cool. I mean, it was totally different world. Back east, boy, you know, are you having your study? You know, it was real rigid and real. It was different. Yeah. Totally. I was really surprised.
Oh yeah, California is pretty loose, I would say.
You know what a brother told me that in the Northeast, he's from Rhode Island and he went to Bethel, and then when he got out of Bethel, he went to California, and he left California because the Kingdom Hall that he was at got completely deplatformed, like it was gone. Like I guess there was a lot of so-called sin, and they shut the whole thing. Everyone got this fellowship basically, and some of the people spread out to other congregations. And he said that was enough for him. And then he came back here. And then because I have so many connections to Florida and even like Rhode Island and Florida with the witnesses have a lot of connections. Everybody knows everyone for some reason because there's a lot of snowbirds, I think they're called. And we found out that like I'm sorry, I'm losing my thought. The snowbirds. We found out from Florida, like it was so much easier going. Like when like my wife's from Florida, there was this kid who kept sinning. He was like having sex with with a ton of women, like and like living what they would call a unworldly life or a worldly lifestyle. And they wouldn't disfellowship him. They kept saying, "We're going to give you another chance." I mean, he must have been in the room like 6 or 10 times. I don't know until they finally did it. And it's not like that at all in the Northeast. And we were all like as kids, like teenagers, like 17, 18, 19, some 20-year-olds, we were all talking amongst ourselves and wondering why it's more lax in some states like California and Florida. And what we came up with is that a lot of what the brothers were saying was that the closer you get to Bethel, the stricter it gets because that's the way it's meant to be. And that is so sick.
Wow.
But there's some truth to it too, and that's what's scary. Is because the closer you get to these guys, the worse off it is. My father had he sold and smoked marijuana and was not sorry, and they gave him at least 3 chances. I think me first shot, I was gone.
Hey, I got something to say.
Yeah, go ahead. Who's this?
In 1958, my mom got date raped by a witness. So I'm all for chaperones.
Well, that's a different story, my brother. You know,
I think there should always be someone there with you.
I don't think always. I think it depends on the person. You know, like you know what? If it's a blind date, maybe you should bring a chaperone for sure. But what I'm talking about, somebody that you've known in the Kingdom Hall, and that you both know each other's families, and it's like this is a, you know. Yeah, that's a sad story, though. I understand that there could be some value to chaperoning. You know, I'm not throwing it all out the window.
And you know, and some of this stuff you guys are talking about back in the 50s and 60s, there's lots of orphans and men coming out of families with no fathers because of World War II.
Mm.
And the witnesses, they got a lot of these kids, you know, and that's how they got them to go to prison in the 60s over Vietnam, you know.
Excuse me, if you don't mind me asking, you said that your mom was date raped by a JW man?
Mm-hmm.
How was that? Whatever came about was that dealt with in the congregation, or did they ever end up calling the police or anything?
He confessed it years later, and it's passed over. You know, when you're a witness, if you lie about it long enough, they don't do anything to you. If you confess to them right away, then you get in all kinds of trouble.
That is true. I admit that. That is very true. Because like if you let like 5 or 10 years go by, absolutely. I even had elders tell me that. You know.
They promote lying.
Yes.
Sounds about right.
About long enough, you'll get away with it.
You're right. I've never thought about that. They do promote lying. It's a really good point, my man.
Yeah, if you feel bad about something you did, you smoked a cigarette, or you got drunk, or did something, touched the girl's boob, you know, then you get in all kinds of trouble these days. But back a long time ago, you didn't say anything. you go feel bad about it, and you go tell them years later. They don't do anything to you. My wife cheated on me. She was a pioneer. She used to go out and find guys in the territory and screw them. Yeah.
So you know what the moral?
She got me in a study with some guy that she was screwing, and she goes, well, it's a long story, but you lie about it long enough, they don't do anything to you.
I feel you, brother. Everything is unfair in this organization because men are doing what Christ is supposed to do.
Well, that's the moral of the story is, right? That whole system is screwed up. You should never tell them anything. They have no authority over you.
Exactly.
Everything you do is between you and God.
Yep. Amen.
So, Eric, you know what the moral of the story is of this conversation that we're having? The moral of the story is that rules and regulations, they lower the human being. So when you make a rule about masturbation or chaperones and all of these different rules, how many years you have to date before you make a decision whether to get married, all of these rules.
Don't touch a pillow.
No, you're right. Those rules lower you as a human being. It's intent to lower you. But when you talk about these things and you elevate the human being says, you know what? I can make my own decisions. Like you said, it's between me and God. I'm going to make smart decisions. So when it comes to chaperoning and everything else with sex, you're smart enough to make your own decisions. And Watchtower thinks you're stupid. They have to make a rule. So do you understand the difference between the GG for GB and Watchtower? Is that Watchtower thinks you're stupid, we're going to make a rule. I'm saying if you elevate the conversation like an adult father and adult mother would with their children, you empower them to make smart decisions.
Good point.
Yeah, good point. For sure.
That's why I'm GG for GB, and I'll let you guys.
I'm still not voting you for governing body. I don't want one. Sorry, man. We got to abolish it.
Like Gigi said, if they just talk about some of this stuff, talk about adolescence, talk about things happening, waking up in individuals as they grow older, it wouldn't be a big deal. Dixie said too. John Gray. Men are from Mars, women are from Venus. Explain these things, the differences. The guy was in a monastery. He came out. He says, what are these women? I can't relate to them. And so he went and interviewed hundreds and hundreds of women. And when he did, he started to learn about the anatomy of women and what they were about. And then he wrote another book, which was an excellent book. It's called Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus in the Bedroom. And it's the same thing. It explains the anatomy of a woman and the anatomy of a man. And it was really brilliantly done, And I was like, wow, and I learned a lot. And like she said, in some of these churches, they actually have literature like this. That's going to be a lot more helpful than telling somebody if he rubs his pants against his leg and has an orgasm, he should pull his eyes out. If your eyes making it stumble, rip it out,
Yeah, you're right.
It was an old public talk. I don't know if they do it anymore, where they give all the rules for sex. And I was living in Utah at the time, and this old farmer comes up on stage at the podium there and goes, we're going to talk about sex in the kingdom hall. Oh, and there was this old talk. It was a public talk they used to give all the time. I don't know if they do it anymore, but they just laid out all the rules. The way I learned about sex was going to the meeting. They did they need to separate the children from the public talks in the Watchtower. No, I didn't think it was the right thing to do when I was a little kid, but they need to go put those little kids in another room back in the library and read them about Noah and Jonah, and Adam and Eve and all that stuff. But they just put them right there.
You're right. They put them right there with Manasseh, with child sacrifice and all of the rape, like all of the dark stories kids have to. And that yellow my book of Bible storybook. What an atrocity. I mean, I can't believe that we had to read that as kids, and all the violence in it, and like the descriptive, the pictures were the worst.
I remember going home from the meeting one time and asking my parents, "What's anal sex?" or what's homosexuality? What's homo? I was like 5, 6 years old. What's homosexuality? They had to explain to me what homosexuality is. And I couldn't understand how men could do that to each other or what. So in one way, it was kind of good because I learned what perverts were and how to stay away from them. But, I think some of that stuff they teach kids too young
I agree. You're right. I went to another church when I left the organization just to experiment and see. I realize I'm not pushing an agenda or anything. Church is not for me. This is my church. When we talk about scripture or we talk about God or people get together, that's church for me. But as far as formal church, I can't go back to that anymore. But when I did go to this other church, they had a really cool band and they played better music. And there still is the judgmental thing that goes on and stuff. There's a lot of similarities, but the moral of the story is just that they have a little bit more love than the Witnesses, and it was good experience just to see how other organizations and this was non-denominational church service. And I have to say, if Jerry is still listening, he turned me on to his pastor and had a video where the pastor of the church actually had a sermon and he put it on YouTube, and he talked about Jerry indirectly, and he talked about Jehovah's Witnesses in particular just for a few minutes. But it was really interesting, and I like this. I like pastors like that. I could dig people he was warning the audience of the dangers of cults, and I think I got that right, Jerry. But it was pretty cool to see a minister that was really looking out for people, and he was really paying service to God, or at least trying to, compared to what the Witnesses do. He gives hope, and I think it's really important to, if you're a really innocent pastor or try to be in a good religion, to try to expose cults that are fooling people from Christ and from the Lord. And not that I'm a very religious person. I'm not a religious person at all. I believe in the Lord, and I'm a more spiritual man than I am religious. But regardless, yeah, go ahead.
First started out with Russell and back in 100 years ago, it might have been pretty good. You go to somebody's house, you guys read the Bible and talk about it and all that. But then they turned into a publishing company.
Yeah. Rutherford.
Crack Society. Yeah, and then
Rutherford changed it to a business, and then Nathan Knorr picked on the people with disfellowshipping. He put that in 1951 or two, somewhere around there.
They
1952.
No, they screwed up with it. They're always trying to put dates on everything and time everything.
Sure.
And they got a lucky strike on 1914.
You know, how many dates before that did they have? And how many dates afterwards? But, you know, they got a lucky strike there in 1914, and they just hung on to that for 100 years, man, till all those people died.
Yep, and then we had the new overlapping generation prophecy.
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it?
Oh, for sure.
Hi guys.
Hi, how are you doing?
This is good. Thanks. Enjoying the conversation. Very interesting.
Cool.
My name's Sue, and I'm calling from
Hi, Sue.
Australia.
Oh, cool. Another Australian. Nice.
I love
in Canada.
I got a lot of friends in Australia. Go ahead, Sue. What do you got to say?
Well, just going back to the point about getting advice about sex, you know, from the JWs, and then there was another girl that called in and said, you know, that's not reality. Like, there's the real world, right? Like,
Yeah.
so I grew up with that stupid book, Your Youth is Getting the Best Out of It, which was so look at that book.
I went to school. I went to school and placed a whole bunch of it with my schoolmates.
Oh my God, you were full. Drank the Kool-Aid, poor guy.
Yeah.
But thank goodness you woke up. But I just wanted to say that I have so much respect and love for my mother. So my mother wasn't raised a witness. She was actually one of the few people I've ever known who was contacted at the door-to-door work, and came in. And now she had me when she was 18, so young mom, right? And so when I was in my teens, and I was going out being a little double lifer and having some fun and, you know, and partying and stuff, and I still hadn't had sex, but I had always had some little boyfriends and stuff. But my mom had this conversation with me. She said, Susan, of course I want you to do the right thing. I would prefer, you know, I would want you to wait until you get married and until you have sex, kind of thing. But she said, if ever you think that you want to have sex, she said, go to a doctor, get on the birth control pill. She actually gave me that advice.
Oh, well, good advice, though.
Like, and it's sort of like, you know, as long as she didn't know, right? And so anyway, I went and got on the pill. And I didn't tell her that I did, but I was taking the pill, and then I started having sex at about 17 years old. And I'm just so grateful because, yeah, she just didn't want me to end up being a teenage mom too. You know, so I really respect her that, because that was realistic instead of just like, no, you don't have sex before marriage. Like, no, this was really, you know, honest, real advice. It's
the forbidden fruit. It's the same reason why alcohol should be 18 years old, not 21, because you can kill another man, go to war at 18, but you can't drink a beer. And it's the same thing with sex. You don't want to like put restriction on it so much that the person now wants that forbidden fruit, that desire, because you have an unhealthy balance of it. I thought that was pretty cool of your mom to have that kind of. Yeah, that's a good mom. My mom would have not have handled it that way. If she would have been the opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, before we let someone else come on, let's just see if Sue's, because I've never talked to Sue before. Did you have anything else to say before I cut you loose, or did you want to say anything else? Not cut you loose. You know what I mean. Just there's other people that want to talk, but go ahead.
That's okay. No. Well, I want to talk about the child sexual abuse that happens in JWs and how despicable it is.
Australia is really cool about everything, man. I wish I would have went to Australia when I was about 20 years old. I wanted to go to Australia.
You still can go. Still go check it. But just how they had that royal commission, and you know, and that helped to wake up so many people, didn't it? And just how, you know, and how they kept dragging their feet and kind of stalling things. Like, so even the the judgments that came out of that Royal Commission, and they had all these recommendations for JWs. Okay, now you have to put these rules in place, and you have to contribute to the restitution for the victims, which is counseling and a little bit of money and a formal apology. And they're still dragging their heels, those assholes. Like these are people that were abused as kids, the worst thing in the world, and they are living with that trauma. And and that's mucked up.
Are you talking about some kind of, I don't know if it's the Australian Royal Commission or it's some kind of something going on where they asked Watchtower to make an apology and they've been dragging their feet. Is that what you're talking about?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. So
I don't know all the details to it, but I heard that and I'm like, how disgusting. When these guys said nor do as an apology needed, they meant it.
Yeah. So after that Royal Commission, and it was not just Jehovah's Witnesses that were put under, grilled.
Sure, yeah, other religions as well.
But yeah, so then after all of that, and how thorough it was, and then afterwards, this government body that ran the thing, they put out, this is what all these organizations need to do now, and JWs, they still have been dragging their heels on that. But just one last point. I went to a funeral a couple weeks ago at it was held at a Catholic church. And I have to say, this Babylon the Great is doing better than the one true religion. Like, so at the, once you got into the main floor and sort of in the foyer, they had this sign posted, children are not permitted to go to the bathrooms by themselves. They must be accompanied at all times by their adult guardian. And I thought, good for you, Catholic Church. Like, that's reality. Like, protect the children.
Right. Hypocrites.
I always thought it.
Hey, Sue. Hold on one second, buddy. Hey, Sue. Just so my buddies in Australia know, do you mind saying what part of Australia you're from?
I am near Melbourne. And,
Melbourne.
Yeah. And some of my buddies that were listening, they would remember me because I have a Canadian accent. And also,
I was gonna call you out and say you don't have an Australian accent.
I heard that in there at one point.
You're Canadian. I was trying to figure out what your accent was, and that's what. Yep, you're right. but I wasn't thinking. I was thinking, all right, maybe it's not British, but is that Bob Roberts? What's up, Brad?
Sound Australian, but I know how to say
that Brad?
Properly. It's not Melbourne.
Yes,
if you say
yes,
Melbourne,
you do. It was that made me think that you were definitely an Australian. I'm from the Gold Coast.
Oh, nice. I haven't been up to the Gold Coast yet, but I want to get up there.
Don't at the moment. It's hot as hell or just raining constantly.
Yeah, that humidity grows, hey? Yeah, and I also participated in the big protest that we had at the
wow.
Convention in Melbourne, and that was so nice. Oh, what an experience.
Oh, that's great. How many people? Did you have a good group show up?
Oh, geez, we probably had about, I would say around 50 to 60 at one point.
I was there.
Oh, what's your name?
Calvin.
Oh, hey, Calvin. You were there too?
I was there, and I was fully in, and I walked past you guys.
No shit.
Oh, you were Peony. Oh my gosh. And so did some of our signs make you think?
They did, actually.
That's good. Oh, I'm so happy.
I went to Bethel. I was working with Paul Grundy in the kitchen at Bethel.
Oh, I love Paul Grundy. JW Fast.
Yeah, I know him.
Yes. Oh, yeah, that's great. Yeah, I got to meet him there. That was awesome. Meet him. And so, like, personality was there too. Jonas. From Norway. He was awesome.
What's her name? Renee Kadeshi. She did a little. She showed a little video on YouTube, and there was like. They all
they're all lined up in front of the protesters.
Yeah.
I never saw that.
Renee didn't. Oh, well, I think it's still up on YouTube. You can check it out.
Yeah. But I never saw that.
Renee's name.
They kept us away from that.
Oh yeah, that was so culty. I actually went in front of them and I said, "This is this." Like, it was pretty crazy.
I always felt like Australia was in the forefront of apostates. Those guys didn't fuck around. You know, they didn't like the people coming around taking their women and their children away. You know, I'll go down to
right.
and help you guys.
Australian people are straight shooters, mate.
Yes, I was going to say that, man. That's what I like about you guys, because I'm a straight shooter myself. From Meyer-Briggs personality type, supposedly I'm the same personality type as Donald Trump. Love it or hate it, or love it or hate him. But I am a straight shooter, and I'm very quick to just say what's on my mind. It's who I am, and I like that about Australians. And you know who else is like that? Is it North Africans? There was this white guy from North Africa that came into the pizza shop that I was working at when I was a bartender, and I did like the day shift, and it paid really well. And I did 3 different jobs: bartending, cut the pizza, and take the orders. And like I made good in tips. And there was this guy from Africa, and he said something, I didn't understand him, and he's like, "What? Just because I have an accent doesn't mean I'm not speaking English." And I'm like, "Oh." I think he even cussed too. And I'm like, "Geez, dude." And he's like, "I'm not mad at you." And I don't know, it was just bizarre. But he was a nice guy, and he just said what came to his mind very bluntly. But I kind of like that about Australians. I watch the news a lot from Australia because they have a more honest view about America than America does.
Any protests you're going to go to, Sue, I'll be in it.
Yeah, that sounds cool. Yeah, you guys should exchange some information or something, and that would be pretty cool. Calvin's on the other side now, Sue.
Yeah. If you go onto do you use Facebook?
Yep.
Because we have a group. It's called JW Protest, I think.
Okay.
And if you join, and there's also a group. There's ex Jehovah's Witnesses Australia and New Zealand.
Okay.
So if you haven't joined those groups, go ahead and find those, because they're very supportive, first of all. But anytime there's any get-togethers or we're doing any protests, you will find the information there.
Oh, definitely. You're doing a good job, Sue. Thanks for doing it. I think you might
Eric, you there?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Remember when they used to have the yearly textbook? I don't think they do that anymore. But Australia was always rubbing them. They were always giving them a hassle. I liked it.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say good night to Debbie Moore. She's going to bed, and she said, "Good show, Eric." Thank you, honey. Love you, Mama. Have a good night, Debbie.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to go, guys. Nice chatting.
Hey, thank you so much, Sue. It was don't be a stranger. Have you called on Six Screens before? I haven't heard from you.
Probably about a year ago.
Oh, I'm new too. I've only been here a year.
Rick. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's cool. Well, hey, call in at any time, and it'd be cool if you and Calvin exchange information, and because we have I think there's a few or a couple Australians in our chat that we have on WhatsApp. But yeah, thank you so much for calling in, and you gave a lot of good comments, and we appreciate you. Don't be a stranger.
Thank you, brother. I feel like I'm getting good feedback from the Watchtower conductor. No, just kidding.
Good vibes, honey. There's good vibes all around.
I know. And we can express ourselves.
Exactly. And we can disagree, and that's okay.
Exactly. Okay, guys, take care.
All right, take care, Sue. Well, that was awesome. It's always good to hear from different people. We get more and more people from Australia, and that's good. People are waking up, and I didn't really go with the point tonight too much about waking up and what will wake people up. But isn't it great to see all the people waking up? Does anybody else have anything else to say to add to tonight before I talk too much? All right. Well, it got quiet anyways. But yeah.
You could wind me up if you want to.
Oh, what's that?
You could wind me up if you want to. Keep going.
Wind you up?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I don't know. Keep going about something.
Oh. Anyways, well, we were talking about tonight about what will wake us up, and we talked about that Watchtower, and it's been a good topic tonight. I got far away from what will wake us up because it went along with Rick's points that he made earlier, and it just, we really were trapped in a prison and trapped in a bubble with Watchtower. They control every little thing that we do, and they don't allow us to have our own free mind. And who else doesn't want us to have our free mind? The shadow government, the globalists, they don't want us to have our own mind. They want us to think in unison as well. And that's the definition of a cult. What's up, buddy?
What happened to the Awake magazine? Do they still make that?
Yeah, there's if anybody can correct me in the comment section, I think it's one a year. That's what they reduced it down to. It's pretty bad. I don't think they're much of a publishing company anymore like they were in the 80s, 70s, 90s, 60s, well, for the past several decades. I think they've turned into more of a media company now, say televangelism.
Okay. Because when I was a kid, I used to like the Awake magazine. It was last week, Rick was talking about you don't have to go to college and because you could read the magazines. I heard
that too.
That was the closest thing to the encyclopedia I was at. When I was a little kid, having to go door to door, I would always say something in the Awake magazine, not the Watchtower. They're getting rid of that, huh?
Do you remember, I don't know if you had the same experience, but I think a lot of people did the same thing. When we go out in service, the Watchtower usually had the more negative message, like doom and gloom, like Armageddon and shit. But like the Awake had more friendly topics, like maybe creation or like something like just cooler, way cooler than the You'd always bury the Watchtower behind the Awake. And then if the Awake was talking about something kind of controversial and the Watchtower wasn't, you'd reverse it. or take one from another month and mix them up. I mean, we were never, because I think deep down inside we knew we were never preaching the right message.
Yeah, Eric. Comfortable doing that.
What's that?
So, Eric, my parents were pretty good though. They didn't take us in our neighborhood. We always went a little ways out of my school district. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, the Awake wasn't completely evil at one point. Probably in Barbara Anderson's time, was when it was the best. I don't know if she had anything to do with that. I don't know what part of the writing she had. I'm not educated on that, but around that time period, the Awake, it wasn't horrible. Even Bob Roberts, my buddy Brad, he says that he even enjoyed some of the what was it? I don't remember what specifically. Something about the way the world turns, but But to get a college education from awake articles is ridiculous.
Watching the world in the back of the Awake magazine.
Thanks, brother. I don't even remember that one.
It'd just be like tiny little facts about, 20 different things in the back pages of the Awake.
Okay, so it's like something you can lock on and learn something from. Yeah, that's cool.
I just wanted to know everything, and every Watchtower is the same. Just tells you the same info over and over and over again. But sometimes the Awake would be like, oh, this is how the human eye works, or this is how a bee works, or finds honey, or whatever. And then inevitably it would be
about animals and
yeah,
that was cool.
No doubt, man.
But then they did away with that. So
yeah, of course they did. They don't.
Well, they dumbed it down, didn't they, Brad? You ever look at Awake, Brad, now compared to back then? Yeah.
What's your name? Ian, Brad? I used to talk to you a long time ago.
Yeah, you did. You can still talk to me. You can still talk to me.
Well, if I tell you who I am, they'll hang up on me.
No, they won't. We all know who you are.
You're Wyatt Earp. We already know you're Wyatt Earp, dude.
We know you're Wyatt Earp, bro. It's just not.
Dude, we're nice people. We don't hold a grudge. It's okay that you're being nice. You're being nice tonight, so it's everything's cool, man. We're all brothers and sisters here.
Yeah, man. You're the last one to the saloon tonight.
He's Anthony Morris.
Nope.
Somebody up here today, so I'm real nice.
If you don't go out in service for 3 weeks, you're gonna lose your life. It's a fact. I can't believe he said that's a fucking death. No, sorry, that's a death threat. That's a fact.
You just look at your hands.
There was some times there towards the end of my preaching life when I go up to I was trying to flip through the Bible, show people scriptures and stuff. I had bloody fingers and Band-Aids and stuff from work and fucked up thumbnails and everything. People didn't understand what the fuck I was doing. Trying to talk to them about Jonah or some of those crazy stories. One of the last public talks I had to give was about Jonah. And man, I could not hardly do it with a straight face. In fact, I don't think I did it with a straight face. I couldn't even. When I quit going out in service, I could just not even believe what I was trying to tell people. They got him.
Yeah, you know what? It's more than Jonah too. It's more of the doomsday cult, really. Wyatt, is that we were pushing down a doomsday cult message that I don't know. I guess 8 million out of 8 to 12 or 14 billion people on the earth, they'll all be exterminated. So that's about 1% of the population that will live. The globalists that push an agenda, they supposedly want to reduce the population down to 1 to 10%, But thanks for the compliment, Keith Silver. But anyways, is someone trying to say something?
Yeah, Jerry.
Hey, Jerry. Go ahead, Jerry. What you got to say, my man? I love you, brother.
Oh, I was gonna say, were you still gonna go over the topic tonight about what woke people up and what they think what will wake people up, or are you gonna cover that a little later?
No, for sure, man. Go ahead.
Oh well, I was just asking. I might chime in a little bit if you're gonna cover that. I'm just gonna gather a few thoughts and stuff. But maybe
I'll tell you what. I can tie it into. I can talk a little bit, but I'll tie it into what we're.
I'll tell you what woke me up.
And what do you think will wake people up too? Why? What?
Well. Hold on one second, brother. Right, because I want to hear what Jerry has to say, and just let me talk for a minute. When we were talking about anyways, when we were talking about I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. When we were talking about the micromanagement of dating and everything, and what Watchtower is doing, is that going to wake people up? The more that they keep focusing on that, is it going to wake people up on that video that you sent me, Jerry? You know, I was going to play that tonight, actually, but like I wanted to carry over this subject a little bit, and basically, hold on, buddy, okay? Basically, you made a good point, Jerry, because what is going to wake people up? And that video that that you showed me, it was about a local Kingdom Hall, where they, like, I guess, did a dramatization of going out in service. Is that fair to say, Jerry? And they, like, were. It was really. You guys would have to see it to know. But if anything, even Calvin in our chat group, he said, "Oh, that would wake me up." There's a lot of nonsense going on in the organization right now, and there's a lot of between the Watchtowers, the daily texts, their own videos. It's just this should be enough to wake people up. We've had them say that babies are enemies of God. We've had them say that if you don't go out in service for 3 weeks, your hands are going to be bloody and you're blood guilty and you're gonna die. You're gonna lose your life. Blowing people out like matches. You know, it's been ridiculous what's happened. What is going to wake people up? What do you think, Jerry? Are you still there? What do you think it would take? What's your thought on it?
What's going to wake people up in the near future? Well, I think it's just
what woke you up, or whatever you want to comment on.
Oh, with that, well, with me, it's nothing that has to do with what's going on now. It was just like I'd been out of the organization for a while. I would just I was physically in but mentally out, and this was prior to like 2020, to COVID and stuff. So I wasn't really familiar with the broadcasting. So once I started watching it, it was hard to watch. So what woke me up was I started looking at a lot of the old publications and stuff, and then I went on YouTube and I was searching old talks from like Nathan Knorr and Fred Brandt and that, and then I eventually went back to Rutherford and then Rowe, and then. But at the same time, I was reading the old publications like the Proclaimer's book and stuff, and I was looking at the old history, and I saw some of the stuff like about the pyramids and Bethlehem, and then once I looked at their talk, there were some other videos that popped up, and then I started looking at it.
It's all about archaeology and anthropology and science. You know,
all that stuff I was already interested in. That's exactly what turned me on to those videos. Was
no kidding.
Witnesses, the society, they're all into dates and how old things are. There's 607 and that 607 thing. People have been around for hundreds of thousands of years, and they think that everyone's bam, just created 6,000 years ago, and it went from there. And that's not the way the world works, man. There's been people around for hundreds of thousands of years. I don't necessarily believe in evolution, but there's people been around for. They find all these old bones and all this stuff, and that, you know, when you're taking tests about things, you can almost eliminate half of the things, because you know those aren't the right answers. And that's where the Jehovah's Witnesses are. Half those answers, they're all wrong. And get into science and archaeology and physics and math and all that kind of stuff. That'll get you out of it. Man didn't just pop into existence 6,000 years ago when Jehovah created Adam, and everything started from there. I just don't believe those stories. Those stories in the Bible are just old Babylonian stories that were created way before Moses.
Well, thanks, buddy.
Get into ancient archaeology, all these old stone structures, pyramids and stuff. That's what Russell was into.
Oh, hey, I was going to interrupt you, my man. Hey, Anne-Marie, just got here. Can anyone tell me the theme? Yeah, we were talking about what woke you up and what will wake you up, Anne-Marie. But before we talked, we just started talking about that now. Hold on, buddy. Anne-Marie, we were talking about what Rick was talking about at the end of his show. We actually picked up off of the Watchtower article about how there is so much focus of treating women like a second-class citizen, and the dating part of it is what I brought out in the study article number 53. They talk about how they need a chaperone, and that's what we were like really focusing and talking about tonight. I kind of got off the topic of what I was going to talk about. But there you go, Anne-Marie. That's what we were talking about, you know.
All right, talk about it. You'll be all by yourself, man.
Okay, buddy. Oh, and I just wanted to say hello to Vern and Shauna from Fixing My Faith. Thanks for coming on, guys. Great to see you. It's we're having a good show tonight, and or trying to at least. I'm not going to dance, Vern. I don't have the lungs for it either. I'll end up I'll end up being out of breath. You guys wouldn't want me to see me dance, anyways. But I love your channel, guys. I'll give you a little plug. But they have a great channel, Fixing My Faith, and what's their names? I'm sorry, Joe and Fran are on with them, and we have it's a good it's a good group of people, and it's a good time to hang out with you guys. But oh, you're cool, Eric. Thanks for the show. Yeah, thank you, Anne-Marie. I haven't seen you on here before. Cool. Yeah, everyone's great in the audience, comment section and everything. Love you guys.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, Keith Silver. Some of your comments, they're too far gone, but you made a lot of good points tonight. I just wanted to let you know that you're always welcome. Thanks for some of your insight. Let's see here. I'll read some of the comment sections if there's anything. The bridge between Adam and Eve and man being on this earth for hundreds of thousands of years is day 5 people before Adam was created. This is discussed in Genesis 6 conspiracy. I don't know. I don't get too involved with biblical stuff. It's not my thing, especially on Saturday night.
The Bible's from the devil. The devil.
Well, you know, the thing is the Bible can be used as a weapon. You know, it says in Scripture not to take away or add to verse. And you know, I thought Jason Zelda. I don't know if it was with Anne-Marie or it might have been on Sunday, I think. And he talked about how they put a hold on, buddy. Hold on one second. They put a dash where the what?
There are so many other books in the world that are thousands and thousands of years older than the Bible. The Bible is a bunch of bullshit. It's just, why are people messing with the Bible? It's it means nothing. They're just repeating old stories in a new light.
Well, listen, buddy. This is my show, and I don't want to go down that route. Okay.
Why not?
Because I don't agree with you. I don't believe the Bible is 100% accurate. But hold on. Other people are going to disagree with you too, and that's why I don't want to get. And that's why I don't want to get into it, because you're sounding like Mikey and Kim, like those people, and I don't go that way. That's not my thing, and this is my show, and I'm not going that direction. I don't know how my audience would feel about it, and I don't want to go there because I don't like it, and it's something I don't. If you're going so far off topic, that why even go there? Is the whiskey catching up, buddy? Because
Oh man, that's a cheap shot. You guys always keep saying that to me, and I don't drink.
Okay, well, we all keep saying it for a reason. There's something going on,
That's a cheap shot. You guys keep pulling on me.
Well, the thing is you don't have a balance. You take over people's shows, and it's not right. It's not right. This isn't your show. I get it. The phone line's open, so you can do whatever you want. But this isn't right, man. Just keep a balance. I was talking. You just interrupt people, as you see. So that's why we think you're drunk. That's why we think you're drunk, because you have no filter. You just say whatever you want and interrupt anybody at any time.
Well, it's different being on the phone than being face to face with somebody.
Come again?
It's different being face to face with somebody and just being on the phone. I'm not a technological person.
Well, it is different, because face to face, you would feel my energy, and I would tell you to give other people another chance to talk too.
You wouldn't be car crashing any of my girls.
I wouldn't be. I didn't understand what you said. Say it again.
You're a car crasher. I don't like that.
I'm a what?
A car crash. It's a cheap shot to go.
A cart crasher.
Going crashing on sisters with your big bald head and your big beard.
Yep. Sisters and brothers. Yep, I sure am. All right, dude. Here's what's up. You're being exactly who you always be. Hey, Rick, if you're there, can you please get involved and dump this guy off this program? He's taken over, and I don't want to talk to him anymore. I really don't want to talk to you, dude. Can you just let it go? Can you please take off? Because what you're not bringing positivity to this show. You're bringing negativity, and nobody likes this. Nobody wants this, dude. This is why we don't have late night shows, because of you. You're the reason why we don't do it anymore. You keep calling me names because of my beard. I am really sick of you. What kind of man are you? Do that to my face. I don't mean to be a jerk, but do it to my face. Come and do this to me. I live in Gallatin, Tennessee. Come say this to my face. Come. I'll give you my address. Off air. You can come down and you can say it to my face. Okay? Because I'm calling you out. You're a weak man. You're a weak man to do this. You're disturbing people's program. They want to hear good stuff, not you. They don't want to hear your negativity. And I feel like I'm adding negativity because you're getting the negativity out of me. So congratulations for that. Can you please just move on and hang up? We don't want to hear you anymore.
Hey, Eric.
Yeah.
Hey, this is Stephen. Just trying to get to.
Hey, Stephen. I want to apologize to my audience because sometimes people get to me. Go ahead, Stephen. I'm sorry, buddy.
It's not you. You guys have I always take my hat up to you guys. You guys have a lot more patience than me. But I'll tell you for me, because I never really got a chance to ever really tell my story. I was encouraged to, reach out for a ministerial servant and then ultimately to elder. So I was pretty much already doing everything that you're supposed to be doing. I just needed more hours, because back in those days, that's how they rated your spirituality. How many hours you spent. Now, of course, it's meaningless. So, what a joke that whole thing was. And this was right around the time they had this last combine, when they started combining low attendance, low population congregations into one. So I think they took 3 congregations and basically split them up into 2 sort of full congregations. So right before that happened, that's when I started reaching out. And one of the elders came up to me. He said, "Yeah, I don't know why we're not using you. Can we put you on the schedule for the microphone?" Sure. Now I'm running up and down, a grown man running up and down, doing this mic stuff. Then that went to the stage. And that went to the sound. And then they had this big merge. Well, once they had the merge, all of a sudden we had 2 additional elders. No, 3 additional elders and 2 additional ministerial servants. I went from starting a meeting, setting up the sound, the stage, the host, the band, getting the meeting, started, and then the other ministerial servants would just kind of waltz in after everything was started. I'm still doing stage or the sound or whatever, jump up, give a talk, go back to doing it. Just running ragged. And one of the elders pulled me to the side one day, and he said, "You're one of our best speakers." He goes, No. You know what? In fact, you're our best speaker. And I looked at him and I was like, where in the world is this coming from?
Right.
And, so I did the typical, spirit or whatever it is that we say. And the reality is I was working my behind up. And right after that, Eric, I just happened to go up to the board that has the schedule, so I know what I'm supposed to be doing the next several meetings. And my name was taken off of every single thing there was. Nothing.
What? Wow. Why?
Not a talk, it was really weird. So I'm sitting there looking at this, and I'm like, what is this about? Well, right before that happened, that's when we got all these extra people. So overnight, because I wasn't doing the stage and sound and up on the platform every 5 seconds, people started soft shutting me. So including and these were witnesses that, of course, I didn't know because they had just transferred in, and at first they were all nice, and now they, it's like I'm invisible. And then it started with the existing witnesses that were there before the combine. So between not, just being taken off of everything for no apparent reason, and now I got people who are soft shunning me as if I'm not even there, in physical form. That really ticked me off, as you can imagine. And so I just took some time, because what started happening is I would go to meetings and I was angry. And I was like, you can't be in what I thought was Jehovah's house and you're there to worship and you're angry because you're not being used, or because whatever is going on that nobody even bothered to explain. And so if I didn't feel like going to the meeting, I didn't go. I did other stuff because I was like, I got to get past this anger and get back to just being myself and this and that. So in the middle of that, I decided, what I'm going to do? The heck with reaching out. I was never really interested. It was other people. I wasn't interested because I've seen so many people turn into complete jerks when they become ministerial servants and subsequently elders. And so that's why I never wanted it in the first place. But then all of a sudden you're told, you'd be really good at this. And then you reach out and then, this craziness happens. So I said, okay, the hell with it. I don't want it anymore. And I said, I'm just going to focus on my spirituality. And what I decided to do was I said, well, what made the truth to me in the first place? And of course, I was spoon-fed this garbage from 3 years of age, so that's really the answer. But in my mind, it was Bible prophecy. That's what really appealed to me, especially Daniel dealing with Babylon, destroying the nation of Israel. So I just decided, what? Surely by now, with all the archaeological digs and all the historians, there's probably new details surrounding that whole thing that's really going to boost my faith. So I'm just going to start with that for now to increase my faith. And I'm sitting at work one day having lunch, and I said, okay, I'm going to start researching this. So I figured I'd just type in, when was Israel destroyed by Babylon? And there'd be all kinds of books that would come up, and I'd order something and I'd start reading. And when I typed that in, the search results basically changed my life, because there were only 2 answers of 607 BCE. One was, of course, JW.org, and then the second one was of Quora, from a witness. So basically the witnesses. And all the rest of the subsequent pages all had them at 587, 586, and a handful of 590s. Now, I'm an IT professional. I'm online all the time. And you know enough to know when you research something and 97% of the response is A, and 3% is B, it's very unlikely that B is going to be correct and 97% is going to be incorrect. So I knew right off that something major was wrong. And so from there, I saw this title, which was The Gentile Times Revisited, Carl Olaf Johnson. So I purchased that, and I read that vociferously. And I think at the end of that, and I actually read it about 3 times, just back to back to back. At the end of it, I knew that what Watchtower was teaching was wrong. So the big question was, do they know, and are they deliberately teaching things that are wrong? Or do they just not know? Or is there some room of doubt?
That's a good point.
Somehow to avoid that.
Because I've wondered that myself. Do they believe what they're selling us? You know.
Yeah, and I went. And then of course from there I learned I somehow stumbled into Lloyd Evans. From Lloyd Evans I stumbled into JT and Lady C, and that's what really blew the lid off, because here was a guy.
You know, that's actually about the order I went to. Also, Mark Martin. He was somebody I started to dive into all kinds of channels, and then I didn't find Rick till a year ago. This Thanksgiving. Desiree, my wife, found the show, and it was around Thanksgiving, and then it was Christmas time that sunk us in. It was like wow, around there. That was where we really like took off on that, and then here I am hosting a show.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's amazing. My head goes up to you for that.
Yeah, and I wanted to thank you too, Stefan, not to interrupt you, but thank you for bringing the energy back to a good place, you know. And I want to apologize even to Wyatt Earp. Listen, sometimes people can say things that trigger me, and I don't like my anger coming out, and I apologize to the audience and to Wyatt Earp. You know, you outwarmed your welcome, but you're always welcome to be here when you're positive. When you get really negative, we can't have it. But thank you, Stefan, for bringing a really good story in and just kind of neutralizing everything, keeping the flow good.
If you don't mind, I was just going to say that when I stumbled upon JT and Lady C, JT really filled in gaps about things like you and I talked about, whether or not Watchtower really believes what they said. But the one gap that he really filled in, I was told a long time ago when I was a kid that district conventions were just money-making machines for Watchtower. I was told,
because he was an account. He was the accountant, right? He did the accounts.
I don't know if he was an accountant, but what he was saying.
He did the accounts for not just the Kingdom Halls, but for the conventions. So he had inside information, JT, of like what they did with the money. That's why he explained. Remember, he explained why they're always in the red in the beginning.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And he had all that inside knowledge, and the final amount of money was only known to him, no one else, except Watchtower. Nobody was allowed to know that money, you know, of how much money they made. It was all secrecy. Yeah. They've been playing us all along, and I think what pisses me off the most is that he admitted, I think, that they burned us alive in the conventions without the air conditioning to save some money, and then they did the same thing to save money by not having a cleaning charge and having us do it, clean for the facility and save money. We were slaves for Watchtower. Yeah. We really were.
Yep, we really were. And when he mentioned that, because the last several conventions that I was going to, these are facilities that we built and paid for. In other words, we weren't renting them. They had been paid for multiple times over. And I was always asking myself, why is it that on day 2 that this guy goes up here and says we have a deficit? And it just, on the inside of me, I was just like, something is not right with that, but I just didn't allow myself to think it through. But when I heard JT comment on that, it's like all the scales fell And then last but not least, I kept hearing about crises of conscience. So after I read Gentile Times Revisited, I read Crises of Conscience. Now, obviously, you're talking about insider information. And so between those things, that was it for me. And right around the exact same time, Eric, is when they had that Watchtower, where they said in the Watchtower that they were not inspired of God. And my brain just wouldn't let it go. My brain just kept saying, why are you following these people if they're telling you they're not inspired of God? And every time I think about going to a meeting or anything, my brain would say, they're not inspired of God. Why are you, viewing them like they are? What are you doing? This is stupid. It's like having a guide and he doesn't know how to get to destination that you're trying to get to, and you just keep trying to use the same guide, expecting him to get you where he goes, and he's telling you all along, I have no idea where this place is, and I don't know how to get there. It's stupid. And I just felt stupid. And I just couldn't do it anymore, and that was it. And I said all that to say, I hear people, back to your second question, which is what's going to wake up other people. Everybody's different, right? Some people wake up because they don't see any love. Jesus keeps saying, you'll know my disciples by the love. And they look at the congregation where they're mistreated 7 ways to Sunday, and they don't see any love, and then they leave. Others leave because they've had other kinds of bad experiences. Me, I left because I was able to distance myself from that hamster wheel of constant meetings and service and this and that. Take some time just to think and let those voices that are inside of you finally get into your brain and think about these things that you probably have already known don't add up, but you just keep pushing them outside of your mind and you just keep on the hamster wheel. So for some people, it's going to be that separation like COVID. So when COVID happened, people didn't have to go to meetings, and maybe that's where it was. So for everybody, it's going to be different hearing about the CSA. I knew nothing about CSA. I was already out of the thing before I heard about the CSA. Now that certainly would have woken me up, but I didn't hear about it. So
on Stefan on Reddit, somebody said that I think it was a 70-something-year-old woman. She had a problem with the vaccines because she always has, right? And she had a Facebook page where she posted something and said the side effects of the vaccine, and she had also warned some of the people in the congregation about it, and she was disfellowshipped for it. And it took this is a Reddit post, and it said that 10 people left because of this. There were 10 other people that were already on board with the vaccine, and this is not an anti-vaccine. You guys can do whatever you want. I have my own opinions of it. To me, I know what it is, and I'm not associating with it. But what's wrong is to but to highly recommend it to people. The Watchtower are not doctors. They should butt the F out. They have no business getting involved with it. You know what I mean? But I thought that was an interesting post from Reddit, and I'm glad. And if that's what it takes to, all these little things could be, see the closer that the Watchtower acts like our shadow government or the globalists, their masters, the more that we can wake up. That's going to be what wakes people up, hopefully. I'm just going to read a comment real quick from Gilbert. He says, Gilbert Gonzalez says, actually, many of us elders knew about the accounting. We all lost it, or we at least of us in Spanish. And then he says, what happens is we knew a lot, but we did not connect the dots. You know what? That's true. The reason why, Gilbert, is because you guys are, if I can say this word correctly, decompartmentalized, like the military. Elders have certain knowledge, but you're not going to have the same knowledge as the circuit overseer, Gigi. The circuit overseer is not going to have the same knowledge as, say, a Bethelite governing body helper member or service committee or the legal department. There are levels of knowledge. It's like the pyramid. It's the same thing. It's the same thing as the pyramid almost as the government, because they decompartmentalize too. The president is allowed to know a certain amount of things, but he's not allowed to know he's limited as well. There's always a master. There's always somebody above. But anyways, I've rambled a little bit. Is there anyone else in the phone lines that wants to give a comment?
Yeah, if I could just finish my last statement.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Stefan. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I got a little carried away with the comment section, and then
No, I'll be done in 2 seconds. I was just wanted to
No,
say.
you're fine. You're fine, brother. No problem.
An older. Okay. I was just gonna say I don't think we should ever think that an older person that's been in this cult for 30 and 40 and 50 years could ever leave. My grandmother.
Yeah, sorry, Stefan. I didn't mean
My grandmother. Oh yeah, no problem. My grandmother. Let me say it this way: the same time that I was waking up, unbeknownst to me, my grandmother was waking up. And she had been in this thing since, God, I can't even remember, probably the 70s. And one day I went over because I'm like, I have to tell her. So I go over to her. She was in assisted living. And I go over there to tell her. And while we're talking, she's telling me she hadn't been to a meeting in 100 years. And she didn't know how to tell me. And I was like, what? And she was like, yeah. And I said, okay, well, tell me why you felt. Now, she didn't wake up from a doctrinal standpoint. For her, it was the witnesses, the people. She was like, there's no way that these people are under any kind of Holy Spirit. These elders, they are just regular people. They lie, they steal, they backbite. She goes, there's no way that this is God's organization. And then she asked me, and I told her the same rambling story that I just told you. So the point that I'm making is we shouldn't think that older people can't wake up. Now, I don't suggest necessarily going out of our way to do it, but I'm just saying older people can wake up.
Oh, absolutely. There's even an Irish woman. She's an older Irish woman in her 70s or 80s, I think 70s, and she got this fellowship for, I think, the Australian Royal Commission for talking about it. It's sad. Good people. You know what? It's sad, but it's a positive thing. The good people are being kicked out of Satan's organization, like Rick says. The good people are being kicked out, and that's a good thing. Maybe Christ is doing the separating work. Who knows? maybe he's kicking. It says, "Get out of her, my people." And I'm sorry, but Watchtower is a false religion. We all know this. Eric, I'd like to hear more of the latter logic within the organization. Do you think the governing body is awake? Then they are manipulating on purpose, or are they asleep? That's a really good point, fixing my faith, and I don't know if that's Vern or Shauna, or both. But I think what to answer that question, I think that the governing body are indoctrinated, and they fell in love with the promise of being in heaven and having this privilege where they get to slay their enemies. Hey, Vern. And yeah, I think they buy into what they're selling, but they know they're lying. So that's the confusion. I guess they call it theocratic warfare. So that could be what it is. Yes, sir. Someone trying to talk up.
Hi, Eric and Stefan. Great show, Eric.
Yeah.
Just wanted to wish Stefan a happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Stefan.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, Joe.
The same to you guys.
Happy birthday, Stefan. I didn't realize.
Yeah, we waited up till 12 o'clock.
Oh, okay. It's 10.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to Stefan. Woo!
All right, thanks.
Where's the confetti? Fire up the confetti.
Yeah, it's March.
Where's the cake? Let's get some cake going. I could use some cake right now.
I'm the first.
Exactly.
Friend, the second. You're the third.
And Sean
Sean is
correct. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Awesome. Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, I was going to call you guys, and then I saw you in the chat, and so that's why I had to hijack your program for a couple seconds. Say hi to you guys.
Everyone's saying happy birthday, or Artsy Kim says happy birthday to Stefan in the comment section.
All right. Thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah, I guess. Let's see. The 9th is Desiree and I's wedding anniversary.
Oh, wow. Happy.
All right. How many years?
Time.
22, I believe. Yep.
Wow.
I hope my math is right. 2002.
Yeah. That's why you never give the years. You just kind of approximate.
Yeah, I know, right? It starts at, I don't know. It gets the numbers add up over the years. It doesn't take long.
Yeah.
Joe and Fran are a little bit ahead of me, or us. Oh, thank you, Artsy Chem, for the happy, and John Marciano and Bob Roberts. My boy Brad. You're my boy, Blue. Well, love you all. Thank you so much. Was someone trying to comment? Did I interrupt anybody? Or did I interrupt you, Stefan?
Good show, buddy.
Oh, thank you.
No, sir. I was just chiming in to talk about what woke me up and what may help others to wake up. That was it.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, man.
I have something to say.
Have you ever?
Yeah, go ahead.
Your experience, Eric? 'Cause if so, I don't remember it.
Oh, thank you.
Eric?
Yeah.
Hey, Eric.
Yes.
Saying, have you ever given your experience on how you woke up? Because I don't remember it if you did.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
My wife and I just had I'm not going to get into it too deep, but we had a weird experience happen to us, and we started. There was something that made us feel like this wasn't the truth, and we both thought that we were in a safe place when we were talking about what we were talking about with the elders and our family members and everything about the disfellowshipping arrangement and everything. We realized that it wasn't. I guess basically, to not go on and not repeat myself. What really woke us up is the abuse in the organization. I'm not quite sure what's going on. Is there someone in the background that has something playing? It's causing some feedback and distortion.
I guess basically, to not go on and not repeat myself. What really woke us up is the abuse of the organization.
Listen, I can't even listen. Whatever's going on, I can't hear you because there's something going on in the background. I can't hear a word you're saying.
I think somebody has their YouTube on while they're on.
Somebody has their YouTube on. Whoever's in did someone fall asleep and they didn't star 6 themselves? I don't know. There we go. I think it's a little quiet now. Hello? Well, anyways.
Yeah, we can hear you
Sorry.
now. Yeah.
That was me. That was me.
Or 6 themselves, I don't know.
That was me. I'm sorry.
There we go. I think it's
okay. No worries.
Yeah, that was me. I'm sorry.
No problem. No problem, brother. I can't really hear anybody. I mean, like, I could hear the guy that was saying. I could hear the guy clearly that was saying it was me, but the other guy that's talking, I can't hear a word that you're saying. I don't know if you're on I don't know if you're on speakerphone or what, but whatever it's coming in on, it's not coming in clear.
I got something to say, but I
can't really hear anybody. I mean, like, I could hear the guy that.
Brother, we can't hear you. Hey, there was another brother that was coming in, and I could hear you clearly. Go ahead, buddy.
Something
He's the one with the echo going on.
Somebody sounds like they're underwater.
Exactly.
I feel like I'm talking to Charlie Brown's teacher over here. Oh. Can I get an amen for Charlie Brown's teacher? Oh. Who's that guy, the shock jock from the 80s? He wasn't that good.
Okay.
Hickory dickory dock. No, I won't do that joke. Oh, thank you, Steve Benoit. Appreciate you, brother. GG for GB says it's the devil. The devil does not want this program to get out. That's true, man, for sure. Because Watchtower is the devil, and they don't want this program. They don't want GG for GB. They don't want a real Christian man to challenge them for governing body, Gilbert.
Yeah, we're here. We're here. We are here.
Yeah. I just want to say hello.
Everybody's talking at once.
I just want to say hello. Your name is Eric, is that right?
Yeah. What's up, buddy? What's your name?
Yeah, hi, Eric. My name is Mark. Mark Taft. I'm out of Chicago, Illinois.
Hi, Mark.
I usually call as much as I can. I know Rick very, very well. I know his wife very well, and know a lot of the XJWs very well. I try to call in as much as possible every week, say hello, and and just chat about whatever's very important, or just overall to give some good feedback to your show. I see you did a really great job tonight. Your show was really good, and a lot of things you talked about were very good and very encouraging and helpful. And, I really appreciate it. And thank you so very much, sir, for doing such a totally excellent and totally awesome job.
Well, thanks a lot, Mark. I appreciate that, man.
In Chicago,
You're very welcome.
From Chicago, you rock, man. I appreciate that.
Hey, Mark.
Thank you, sir. Are you originally an
Mark.
XW?
Where?
Hold on one second. Am I originally what?
Hey, Mark.
Yeah, I'm in Chicago, right.
You asked me if I'm originally what?
I'm sorry?
Oh, you asked me a question. Am I originally what?
Are you an XJW by good chance?
Oh, yes, I'm an XJW. Yep. I'm an apostate.
Good for you. So am I, and hope you left a long time ago.
Yeah, I was marked in Riverside, Rhode Island.
Okay, is that
I moved to Gallatin, Tennessee, just outside of Nashville.
Oh, okay, very good, very good.
I couldn't live there anymore because I was disfellowshipped twice for smoking weed, but once you're marked as an apostate, it's a different game. It's done. You have to move. You got to get the hell out of there. You don't want to go to the grocery store and people like put their hand up to shield themselves from turning to stone by looking at Medusa. I mean, it's ridiculous what the witnesses do. Thank you, Debbie Moore, for a happy anniversary. I appreciate that. But yeah, brother.
Yeah, that's a good job that you're doing there.
I really appreciate you, man. Thank you. I try to, this tries to be a spot for everybody to heal and give some to talk about their experiences or whatever they need to get off their chest, so to speak.
Well, I support you, sir. I support you in every way, 100%. God bless you.
Oh, thanks a lot, man. Yeah, I appreciate it. Just subscribe or like to Rick's channel, and that's cool. That's cool enough for me.
Okay,
but you know what? If you're a PME or if you're a PMO, I mean, it's hard to subscribe to a channel. I wouldn't. You don't want your spouse or a kid of yours or whoever coming across seeing Lloyd Evans.
Hey, Mark, this is Stefan. I was trying to find out what part of Chicago are you in, because I'm in Illinois as well.
Your name is what again?
Stefan. He's Stefan.
Stefan? Okay, I'm sorry, sir. It's kind of hard to hear sometimes, but yeah. Well, I'm not exactly in the city. I'm in the west suburbs in DuPage County. You know where that is?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah,
I'm all the way out near the northwest Indiana border.
Oh, okay. You're kind of way out there. Okay. No, I'm more about 32 miles west of Chicago, the city, in the suburbs in DuPage County. That's where I'm at. So yeah.
That's my location. Just to let you know.
Maybe one of these days we'll meet up and have a beer or something.
Very good. Well, that sounds like a plan, sir. However, you'd have to plan that out. And keep in mind, I don't drink
we'll
beer.
plan it out.
Yeah, very good. I don't drink beer.
Oh, well, okay. Well, we'll figure that out too.
Okay, no problem. But yeah, there aren't many apostates in the state of Illinois. There aren't that many apostates in the state of Illinois, really at all. And I'm pretty shocked. But there are not a lot of apostates in Illinois. I'm not sure why.
I don't know why either, and I don't know if it's just that they're there, but maybe they don't know about these resources and meetup groups and things.
I don't know.
I'm not really sure what the issue
I don't know.
there is.
I'm not finding hardly any apostates in Illinois. Hardly any at all. Just hardly. I don't know if they're just they're hiding out or what. But there'll be a lot here. Yeah, they're all hiding. I don't know, but you think they would be here, but surprisingly, there aren't that many. There really aren't that many, which I found very, very surprised. I thought there'd be a crap load, but no, not really. I just don't understand it.
Well, I can tell you, I know plenty of witnesses over the years that have left and are no longer there now. They might not consider themselves apostates. Like I said, they may just not know about this, but there's definitely more witnesses that have left than are there.
Right.
I think it's just I don't know how they would find out about these resources. I didn't discover Six Screens at all. It just popped up on my phone one day on YouTube, and I saw Rick Farron, and I forgot what the caption was, and I'm like, "What is this?" And I turned it on, and I started listening.
Well, that's good.
They probably
found it.
Yeah.
Rick Farron, I don't, no offense to him, but his algorithm isn't that great. Maybe it's because he's not monetized, but I had a hard time, why didn't I find him? Why was it Lloyd Evans first? And why was it then Mark Martin and actually Dan and Angela? For real. I've been listening to Dan and Angela a long time. A lot of other people, but I had a hard time finding Rick. It's not a jab or anything or an offense to him. It's just his algorithm isn't fair. I don't, in my opinion.
Well, maybe it's because he's not monetized like he just said.
It might be because he's not monetized. That might have a lot to do with it. Because it does definitely bump you up, But Desiree, my wife, found him, and we walked. I'm repeating myself, but we watched him on Thanksgiving, and it was like, wow, this is a really cool show. You can call, and then I called in. I think the second time I listened, I thought it was a really awesome program.
Yeah, and I was amazed when he said that he had been on the air for 18 years. I was just like you.
Yeah, right.
I mean, this has been out here for 18 years. I was blown away.
Yep.
Blown away.
Yeah, that was
impressive. Because sometimes
everybody,
you're the only one.
The party started, or is it ending?
I'm sorry?
I think he said, is the party starting or is it ending? I guess the meeting's now, so we can start the party.
That's funny. I know, right? Let's see. Keith Silver. Oh, go ahead.
Everybody's good. Hey, Mark. So that's why when I heard you comment once before, and you said you were from Chicago, and I was trying to catch up with you, but it was Rick's program, and I didn't want to just jump in there and say, "Hey, that Mark guy,"
Yeah.
So when I heard you call today, you don't happen to work downtown, do you?
Downtown Chicago? No way. Not a chance. I never work in the city. Never work in the city. No chance on that. Never. No.
Really? Why is that, Mark?
Well, the city of Chicago is loaded with very high crime now, and has been for the last about 6 or 7 years. It's not a safe place to go.
Yeah, I know that. I'm just kind of trolling you because I want to hear it. I heard how bad it's been, and Chicago's a shithole. No offense.
Not a place to go.
From the stories that I've heard, Chicago is in deep doo-doo.
Yes, real serious trouble, and they have a major.
And it's sad that city got worn down to that, And New York is going to turn into Chicago. You watch. I
Oh yeah.
I'm telling you, because Giuliani, he friggin' saved that city, and then this new guy, whatever his name is, he is doing. Oh my God, they had these plastic robot police things that look like R2D2. Yeah. I'm telling you, this was on the news, like regular mainstream news. Yeah, they shut them down. They weren't working. Who would be afraid of a R2D2 looking thing that could barely move around? Yeah, I guess you could call the police on it if something was happening to you. It was lame. Waste of money.
They're trying to do RoboCop.
Yeah, basically, right? But this was like a really bad RoboCop, not a badass RoboCop. Like, this was really pathetic. But they got rid of them. They're just sitting around now, and all that money was wasted. We can't defund the police. I know that's a political statement right now, but you can't, because we have to have order. Are the police crooked? Yeah, a lot of them are. Absolutely, of course they are. Not all of them, but I've had my fair of running with cops. But you know what? I have never gotten in trouble with them, even though I've had screaming matches with cops, but I've never been arrested because I have a clean record, and they have nothing on me. They can't look up. They can't get me and search my car for alcohol because I don't have a DUI, and like I don't have a drug possession. I have nothing. Anytime they run my, but I do get picked on with the beard. A little bit, people assume that I'm a pothead, which I am, but they shouldn't assume.
There are a lot of ways jerks.
What's that?
It's in a lot of ways, cops are just real jerks, and I got to tell you the truth.
They're bullies. A lot of them. They're bullies. They abuse their authority, and the ones that don't abuse their authority, they are a blessing to our society.
Right. Most of them are bullies. Most are bullies or abusers or all that, and they want to just be these heroes all the time. They want to be these heroes. They make false arrests they don't care. They make a false arrest. What do they care? They make false arrests.
And for that reason, that's why we need to fund the police, not defund them. We need to give them a higher education. We need to get fire the dummies and get more intelligent people who aren't bullies. We need them to slow down and not pull their guns so quickly, and try to do things more peacefully. Yeah.
Total bullies, and like I said, I have two first.
But if we get more of those men and women who have the morality, and more of like, not so. Some of these cops like have their hand in their gun for a simple speeding violation. Like, come on, slow down.
Right.
But then I have had some good encounters with police, so I can't. And in fact, the good encounters that I've had with police when I used to live in the ghetto in Providence, Rhode Island, it was South Providence. Yeah, it was the ghetto, and I had an invasion. Somebody stole my 2 laptops, and the cops were really good to me, and because they're used to the real crime and they have real problems to deal with, and I had a little bit of grass, a little bit of bull weed that I forgot about when they came in. None of them cared. They didn't make a big deal of it. They said, "This is your home. We don't care." And they knew, and it wasn't a hard drug. And the cops know that. They're fighting crack cocaine, and they're fighting heroin and all these other things, and junkies.
It's legal now, so why would that matter?
Oh, it's legal now. Back in the day, it wasn't legal. But Rhode Island is not only is it legal, but it's recreational. It's recreational now in Rhode Island. They're a Democratic-run state, so they're usually on top of that as far as that goes. I'm not really into their politics, but you can pick something from both parties that are good, and I like that they are on board for medical marijuana. I was prescribed it with my doctor, and when I was trying to get reinstated, I told them that I had a card and that I was taking edibles instead of smoking it, and they were like cool with it. Their problem was my apostasy of not believing that the governing body were inspired by Jehovah.
Yeah. Yeah, this whole thing with the crime, I tell you, it's a very complicated issue. And I don't know what the answer is. I mean, it's just, I don't know what you would do. I mean, honestly, and I don't want to go in any kind of political direction, but it's almost like the criminals are not afraid to commit these crimes, even if they get locked up, they get out in however many years, and they just get right back to it. It's almost like you have to start executing people as a deterrent to stop it. I mean, I don't know what else you can do. I mean, if people are no longer afraid of jail or prison, what else can you do? If the worst thing you come up with, they're no longer afraid of, then there's no deterrent.
What are remind me of Chicago's gun laws? Are they strict?
I haven't been listening for a little while, but what do you think about these folks? They're so afraid. They have the guns, and yet they're pulling them on you all the time. You know, they have the guns.
They're afraid. They're afraid. I'll tell you, you can go on. You can go online.
Job, man.
Well, I think some of the problem is that Chicago, they have strict gun laws, right? Is that right, Stefan? They have strict gun laws in Chicago?
I live in Arizona, and I carry a gun everywhere I go. And everything's cool. Everybody knows where everybody stands. You don't.
What do you have? You have Wyatt Earp. This would what? No, I have to know this. Do you have a permit for open carry?
In Arizona, it's open carry.
Oh, all right. So you are Wyatt Earp.
Yeah,
He wears a gun everywhere he goes.
It's going west out here, man.
Quick draw McGraw. Nah, it's cool, man. I carry a gun too sometimes because my state allows me to conceal.
Conceal carry.
I'm allowed to conceal in Tennessee, so I have a concealed little 38.
Hey man, if somebody in my head, you know.
I feel you, Wyatt.
Yeah, the concealed carry is definitely a deterrent, because when I went for mine, my instructor was current police, retired military, yada yada yada, and he was telling me how in Chinatown, and Mark knows about Chinatown. Chinatown was getting hit with so much crime that the guys that own the restaurants, they decided, hey, we've got to do something. So they hired some security. But what they also did is they sent their entire staff to go qualify for concealed carry. And I was there at the range that day when this bus pulled up and all these Chinese people got off the bus, and they came in and qualified, got back on the bus and drove off. And he was telling us, he's like, now, if these guys want to go in there and commit these crimes, he says, I've trained everybody in every one of those restaurants up and down 22nd, and I forgot what the cross street is. He said, it's not going to be open season in Chinatown anymore. And to his point, I don't hear about a lot of crime in Chinatown anymore.
You know what? Our crime here in Tennessee is pretty decent, and we have everybody. You're allowed to conceal carry without a permit. You don't even have to get a permit for it here. And our crime rate's pretty decent, man. I feel pretty safe here. At nighttime.
Show him your gun.
I'll tell you one thing. I was robbed. Yeah, I was robbed at gunpoint. This was years ago. This was probably 20 plus years ago. I was robbed at gunpoint going to visit my parents.
In Chicago, really? Damn.
Non-witness relative. And the guys would always ask me.
That will fuck you up, having a looking down.
Hey, Wyatt, can you please let Stefan tell his story?
Some PTSD going on, man.
Wyatt, can you please let Stefan tell his story?
Yeah, I've never been the same, not in a negative way, but I'm always aware of my circumstances, you know? And so I just said that to say that if I had a concealed carry, that puts you on an even playing field with somebody else. When you're just completely, you know, just some guy with a bag full of Watchtower magazines, like puts a gun in your head. There's nothing you can do, but at least if you had
I don't like their rules.
You might have a
bit.
Well, Bob Roberts has a good point. What helped wake you up? Open carry guns, apparently.
I was told as a kid that you couldn't possess a gun as a Jehovah's Witness, which is why you couldn't be on the
Right.
force. And then one night, after our Thursday night meeting, I found out that following Sunday that this one elder went home, him and his wife, in the wee hours of the morning. Somebody broke in their house, and this elder had a gun. And whether he had this, they didn't have concealed carry back then. He probably would have had a Floyd card, and he shot the guy dead in his hallway. And he was an elder with a gun. After we were all told you couldn't possess guns, and nothing happened to him. There was no charges brought against it because of this happened in his house, and he wasn't stripped of his eldership or whatever. So I never did understand what the policy was, because we were told you couldn't have one. This elder had one, shot and killed somebody, and nothing happened to him.
My father was an elder at one point, and when I was 16 years old, me and my friend went down in my basement, just screwing around, looking around, seeing if we could find anything cool, and we did. We found a shotgun, and I cocked it back, and there was no bullets in it. And I made sure I even put it upside down just to, and I kept it cocked, and I went upstairs with it because my mother had just told me that I had to do the dishes and get some things done in the kitchen for her. And I told her there's no dishes being done tonight, and I aimed the gun down, but kind of near her. And the thing was cocked back, and there was no bullets in it. But she freaked the hell out because she didn't know it existed. But it was an heirloom passed down from my grandfather to my dad. And my mother was so mad that she took an axe, my dad's hatchet, and started whacking at the stock with it and breaking the gun down. And my dad came home and found out, oh, what a mess. I was a stupid punk kid that didn't know better and have ethic, gun safety ethic. You never even point an unloaded gun at someone. Never mind, a loaded one. Never. Right. You never even point an unloaded gun at somebody. It was wrong of me to do that. I thought I was being funny. I don't know. I was a kid. but he got in trouble. My mother made a problem with that with her father, who was an elder.
Hey, Eric, did your dad hunt?
Yes.
Yeah. So my understanding, going back to the witness policy,
venison. He hunted deer, but he didn't have the stomach to gut it. So my cousin-in-law gutted it for him. They both hunted together, and he used that shotgun for that too.
That was my understanding, is that if you hunted, then you could have a shotgun. You probably wouldn't have a handgun.
He wasn't doing it at the time, but he did hunt with it, and it was a relic passed down. So
What were you guys told was the Watchtower policy about firearms, Mark, and whoever the other gentleman is?
Oh, what's that?
I was asking what I was asking the other guys what their understanding of Watchtower policy was on firearms.
Oh, I think it was the same thing. Well, I don't want to speak for everyone else, and if anybody else is out there, Jerry, I'd be interested to know what Jerry thinks of it if he's listening. But it was mostly for hunting. Yeah, nobody had a firearm for protection. Nobody. Not in Rhode Island. Not in New England.
Okay.
It was, and if they did, it wasn't talked about. Nobody knew it. I didn't know anybody that had a gun except for my cousin-in-law. He had a crossbow, a bow and arrow, a shotgun, a pistol. He had all kinds. It wasn't just a pistol. It was like what do you call that thing? It's like it'd take down a pig, a boar, no problem. It'd take down it's like a 44 huge friggin' Magnum. It's a huge pistol. It's a hunting pistol. It has a sight and everything on it, like a scope. It does. You can take down a bear with it. I don't know what the caliber is. It's pretty big though. But he's very skilled with a compound bow. That's his favorite. And he's a hunter. You know, so, and he's not an elder, he's not a servant. He always said, I'll never be an elder or a servant because I'm just a little Indian. There's plenty of chiefs. Because he's one of those guys, he'll smoke a cigar, he'll cheat, you know, like he's not a real Jehovah's Witness. Like, you don't obey the law, or maybe he is a real Jehovah's Witness. Go ahead.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, but anyways, yeah, that's kind of been the thing about guns, mostly for hunting. You know, in New England where I was raised.
Mm-hmm.
How about anybody else? Is anybody else? You know what's interesting about this subject, though, even though we got off subject, what will keep you up? Firearms? No, but think about it. The government want to get rid of AR-15s. They've made that clear. They made it clear over the years, but they made it clear just recently. I think Joe Biden just recently said that he wants to confiscate all AR-15s. And then, you know, a lot of people are saying, well, you know, maybe we shouldn't have those guns. But it's a rifle, and there's no reason why we shouldn't have it, because the Constitution said we had the right to bear arms, not just for hunting, but for tyranny, to keep tyrannical government in its place if they should want to take control of us. And the thing is about firearms in Jehovah's Witnesses is the fact that they want to ban it. So does the shadow governments, the globalists. They want to ban it. They've already successfully done it in Europe. I think Canada is pretty much there too. It's getting worse and worse in a lot of countries, and they're gonna, you damn well know they're gonna be after America. And the thing is that there are so many ways with the vaccines, the gun control, the sacrifice of giving your life up for not taking blood. That's population control. I can't see how Jehovah's Witnesses and the government are not in bed with each other because they think the same. I mean that poor sister that I just told that story of on Reddit that got disfellowshipped in their 70s for being anti-vax. I was anti-vax most of my life, and I know YouTube don't like that. Before anti-vax was even a thing, I was telling my mom and dad, don't get flu shots. They're bullshit. You know, and that's just my opinion. I'm not a doctor. I was just looking out for my family because of some of the information I had. But now Watchtower is giving medical advice. That's the problem. That's a problem. They're not doctors. So where is this medical advice coming from? Where is this gun control advice coming from? Where is the separation of our families, right? That's what America wants. The shadow governments want for us to have a weak nation. It seems, you know. I mean, I'm not trying to go down a political path, but to have transgendered people in our military is not sending a very fearful message to our enemies.
Hello, Eric.
And we're losing a lot of troops from it. We're seeing the collapse of society, and Watchtower is a part of that. Go ahead. Is there someone, brother, trying to make a point? Or I mean, not
Jerry.
Hey, buddy. Hey, Jerry.
Yeah. You were just mentioning earlier as far as like the firearms go, and in California, since I don't know, the organization kind of goes along with like the states, it seems like. So guns have never been too popular in California, and it was always really looked down upon for any witness to have any kind of gun whatsoever. Even for hunting, it wasn't really like too big of a thing out here. Like a lot of brothers would say, "Oh, well, you know, why would you go hunt if you could just go to the store and get meat?" But we would talk to brothers from like I met brothers from like the Dakotas, like South Dakota, North Dakota. Even like when I would have to go visit my father in West Virginia, I had to go to the meetings out there, and a lot of those brothers, they had hunting rifles, like bolt action rifles and stuff, but that was acceptable, like in those states, but still, like I think Stefan kind of mentioned something like this, like as far as it go, like something like a handgun, like any kind of like self-defense weapon, was like strictly frowned upon, I think. I mean, it could depend.
I can tell you a cool story.
Hey, thank you, Vern. Appreciate you, brother. Have a good night.
A cool story. My the overseer, the main guy in our Kingdom Hall. We all went camping one time. The elders and all the guys, we all went out there. This little guy, he was about 5'4", and he had the biggest gun. It was like a 44 mag revolver, and that was his gun he carried around. Well, we were just out hiking around. He goes,
the big bore, huh?
Yeah, the big bore. You're right. That's what it is.
And you know, and that kind of was his
Long barrel, not a snub nose. It had a long barrel, didn't it?
Hey, JP, Stephen, how you doing, buddy?
We're talking Harry kind of shit, yeah.
Where Keith Silver wants to know, where did guns come in? Good question. I don't know how we got so off topic. But you know what, Keith Silver, to answer Keith Silver's question. Excuse me. To answer Keith Silver's question, the way guns came in was just that Watchtower puts a hold on that as well. You know, they want to micromanage us in every way, and that's another way they do it. And it reflects what the government wants to micromanage us as well, because they want our guns. I think it was back like about 12 years ago, 14 years ago, in Connecticut, or right near Rhode Island. They told every Connecticut citizen to hand in their guns, and only one got. Excuse me.
He's in a bunch of pussies. You know,
hey, dude, why do you got to go there? Why do you got to cause problems? Come on, man.
Well,
I'm talking and you just interrupt me.
Guys, back in the 50s and 60s, these guys, they knew the rules. You can fight. You can defend yourself. You can have a gun. You know.
Anyways, we're gonna get off the gun subject, okay, buddy?
It's turned into.
Hey, Wyatt Earp,
Yeah,
I want you to shut your mouth, all right? Now listen, I got your number. I'm going to report you to your phone company. I want you to get off. I want you to get off of this program. Your numbers, I got it down here. It's going to be reported to your phone company, and I'm going to ask your carrier to drop you. I don't want you on this program.
Quit trying to boss me around.
No, Wyatt Earp, you're the one that's bossing everyone around, and we want a good thing here, man. Can't you just be cool?
Talking to you.
Listen to me, Wyatt Earp. Get off of this program. You're not wanted on here. You're a doggone idiot. Now get off of here.
Amen.
Fuck you.
There you go. Let the true you come out. Go ahead, Wyatt.
This is a man that he's a nobody.
He's a troll. He's a troll. He's trolling us. He's trolling us. He's trolling us. That's what you are. You're a troll. You know what? If you're not drunk, you're an asshole. How about that, Wyatt? Sorry, everybody.
Yeah, I was just saying that we got onto the topic of firearms because we were talking about crime deterrent.
Yeah, we're talking about crime in Chicago, and then I kind of connected it to how, other things, but that's how we got on that subject, Keith.
But Eric, I do have to say, the guy you call Wyatt Earp, he's actually right. I have noticed in Watchtower that there is a certain amount of, what is the word that I want to use? In other words, the males are not presented as, I don't want to say alpha males, but they're just not presented as manly individuals.
I agree with that too. Yeah.
Talk. I guarantee you, those people don't talk like that in real life.
Yeah.
But it seems like in order for you to flourish in this organization and get to any kind of management level, you've got to talk like them, and you've got to dress, wimpy the way they're just wimpy. And I remember I was telling this guy, we were talking about I was a witness, he was a witness at the time, and I was saying to him, I said, why do you guys have to look so wimpy? And he's like, well, what do you mean? I said, because we had a skating event. It was just witnesses meeting up at a skating rink, so it wasn't all witnesses. I said, he said, so he sat right next to me. I said, I can tell you everybody that walks to the skating rink. I said, I can tell you if they're a witness or not. And all the wimpy ones that came, I was like, witness, non-witness. And sure enough, you go in there. I said, why are you guys so wimpy? Why are you so, soft-spoken and wimpy and like afraid of your own shadow? So I don't know what the rationale is with that, but I do have to say I feel like he's right about that. The way these guys talk, even when you look at these JW.org videos, they're always wimpy. As men, and you're like, what? And I saw that even as a kid, because these same elders would get up there and they talk just like that. And then they come over to my dad, so my dad loved to host little gatherings when he was still a witness. But after a bottle of Jack Daniels or whatever, the real individual comes out. Never nothing like that.
Yeah.
But as soon as that next, that would be Saturday. As soon as Sunday comes, they're right back to that wimpy way of acting and that the way they spoke that was so wimpy. And I always wondered why was it? Why can't you just be a strong male and also be a witness? But no, they want you to be feminine like that. I don't know why.
It's because the men have become emasculated. That's what's happened. And it happens sometimes, like in my father's, I'm sorry, Martin Kubler, but in my father's situation, my mother runs the household. She wears the pants in the family. And because of that, my dad lost his masculinity somewhat, he's not really the man of the house. He's not, if he tries to be the man of the house, there are extreme fights. My brother and I took on all the beatings and I took on all the punishment for the most part. My brother didn't get hurt like I did, and I shielded him from the fights that my parents used to have, because like the next day there would be holes everywhere and around in the walls of the house, and my father would put up like pictures and shit to hide it until he would fix them. And it's just I feel like, and I'm not the only person that has an abusive household that they were brought in. A lot of Jehovah's Witnesses do, and the reason why I'm bringing this up is not attention upon myself, but just to show that like Watchtower put so much strain from doing this Jehovah Witness lifestyle that it affected, when all these fights happened the most, Stefan, was family worship. My mother would be breaking my dad's balls when he got home at 7 o'clock, 6:30, 7 o'clock at night, wants to eat dinner. Hey, it's time to do family worship, and he don't want to hear it. He doesn't want to hear it. He's been working his ass off all day. A lot of strain that they put on in our marriages, in our relationships, and normal day of life. If you agree.
Yeah, I totally agree.
I don't completely blame my family for being abusive. I understand, but they should have woken up at some point, because I did, and I didn't. I'm grateful that I didn't raise a family of my own and make the same mistakes. I could raise one now, which is sad. In my 40s, I finally feel like I'm ready to have a family, but it's kind of too late. But whatever. At least I didn't. At least what I feel good about, Stefan, in the audience, is that I didn't continue the cycle. Desiree and I broke it. We didn't raise a child before we were ready, and raise it in a cult. God damn. I would never disfellowship. Even if I was a peenie, I swear to you, I would never, because I didn't shun people when I was a witness. I mean, I'm not going to straight out hang out with you in the open, but if I saw you in the public, especially a man that I worked with, the elders wanted me to shun him, and I didn't. In fact, Desiree made him a meal, and I brought him to my house. He had to go, but we made it to go for him, and we had a close relationship. We worked on each other's cars, and it was he taught me a lot of life lessons, and taught me to be better in my trade. And there was no reason for me to ever shun this man. This disfellowship guy, he saw that I could be better as a painter in auto body, and he said, Eric, do you pray to God every day to bless your hands to work? Now imagine that, because no elder has ever asked me that question. I said, no, I don't. And he said, you should. And he taught me how to be a better painter, and I learned to paint Highline cars. I know I've told the story a lot to the audience, but I'm grateful to broke the rules and laws of Jehovah's Witnesses, because I gained a valuable friendship, and I owe that man, his nickname is Rambo, and I owe him my life in a way. I owe him a life of gratitude. I'm like Chewbacca. I owe you a life debt. I wish the best for that man. His name was Brian. He was a really good guy to me. And Watchtower want me to ignore him. Oh, hell no. What a beautiful man that man was.
I wouldn't completely ignore people either. I just thought that was wrong.
It was. Isn't it weird? It's sometimes it just doesn't jive with you.
Well, it's just inhumane and cruel treatment, and I just refuse to participate in it. And I had an elder approach me about it, and I said, I'm going to do what I'm going to do. I said, I think it's wrong. I said, I don't think if Jesus was here, I said, there's too many times that Jesus was talking to people that he, according to the scriptures, if you believe it, that he knew were doing things that you guys would have said are disfellowshipping offenses. But Jesus still sat and talked with those people. I said, so now if it's wrong, then that means that Jesus was wrong. And then I said, so is that what you're saying? Oh, wow. I said, exactly. And I just turned around and kept walking. I was like, you want to disfellowship me? Go ahead.
Yep.
Certain things about it.
The first time I got disfellowshipped, I was so broken. Oh, what?
Yeah, I know. I was going to ask Stefan. You were asking me something earlier. This is Jerry JP.
Hey, Jerry.
I think I was saying hello and asking how you were doing, and I think that was about it, brother.
Oh, I'm doing well, man. Yeah, I gotta give you a call one of these days. Yeah.
Yeah, anytime you want, man. And if you don't get me, just leave a message and we'll call you back.
For sure, man.
Yeah.
But you said you were saying you got your concealed carry up there in Chicago?
Yeah, I've had mine for a while. I think I've had mine for at least concealed carry for at least 5 years. I think they went at 5 years. Now they just changed the law. So I had a Floyd card I probably had a Floyd card for like 20 years. But I never got concealed carry. So Floyd means you can still carry it, but it's got to be in a container and blah. There's some additional rules. But if you have that and you get into some sort of an altercation, it's still going to go in your favor because you do have a Floyd card and you're legally registered and all that kind of business. But when the concealed carry came out, I figured, well, rather than renew my Floyd card, I'll just go for that. So yeah, I've had concealed carry I probably had my concealed carry at least 5 years. I forget what they just changed the law because you used to have to renew either every 5 years or every 6 years. I don't remember which. But now you don't have to renew anymore, and now they've gotten rid of the Floyd card. It's all over the place now. But there was a gentleman. Oh, it was Mark, who's also from Illinois. He was talking about the big shortage of cops, and I was just going to say to Eric when we were talking about why there's so much crime. That's one of the points that the three gentlemen who taught my concealed carry class this last one I had attended, they are all current policemen, and that's one of the things they keep talking about, how they don't have enough cops. They don't have enough cops. The suburbs don't have nearly the cops that they need. Some suburbs don't have any cops. So the surrounding areas have to go and respond to those calls. And then as far as the city of Chicago goes, they are at the lowest count of police than they've probably been in ever. They even have a campaign going on. If you drive downtown Chicago, you look up, there's billboards out there where they're trying to encourage people to join the police force. And the governor of Illinois, his name is Pritzker, comes from an extremely wealthy family. They are even floating the idea, if it's not already passed into law, of taking the illegals that come into the country and allowing them to become police officers. The rationale being, well, since nobody else wants to do it, we'll let the illegals do it. So you could theoretically have a person who may or may not speak English, or may or may not speak it well, who's not even a citizen of this country, put a gun on you because they have a badge because of this law. So there's some very strange things going on.
Yeah, I agree. I was hearing on the radio the other day, they were saying, and I'm out here in California, but they were saying that there's the biggest shortage in LAPD officers since like the early 90s. And crime is happening more, so than ever. So, I mean, I woke up like 2 years ago, and a year before I woke up from the organization, I was already buying a couple, guns here and there. And I'd bought a gun when I was 18, but it was just like a bolt action hunting rifle. But yeah, now I'm trying to, like you, I want to, it's a lot harder to get your concealed carry out here in California, but that's what I want to try to do, because considering I was just looking at the crime statistics in my area, but I work kind of I work in manufacturing, so I work in an industrial area, and there's a high amount of homeless people and other stuff, but I was looking at the crime statistics, and just in the last year, in like a 3 square mile from where I work, there were 7 murders just in the last year, and they're all from violence and stuff. So it is a pretty bad area and stuff. And so, I mean, I don't, nobody wants to have to live like that, but it's just the times how they are, it seems like that's how it is. But it's nice being, that you can actually protect yourself as a citizen once you come out of a Watchtower, because before that was frowned on, and that it's like, what do you want people to do? Like, we have to protect our families and stuff, and it's always like, leave it in Jehovah's hands. And
I was going to say, trust in Jehovah, Jerry.
That's not even a biblical principle too. It's just, let your family, or you just sit to the side and let somebody, take advantage of you, or if you see even your neighbor, your citizen being hurt or attacked, as Christians and citizens, we have the obligation and the right to stand up for them in our community. That's how I feel.
Right.
Yeah, I agree.
You're absolutely right. See, and this is one of the things that I was also really pissed off about when I woke up, because I can't tell you how many times we used to hear exactly what you said. Pray out to Jehovah. If something happens to you, pray to Jehovah. And they'll start telling you stories. Oh, I remember, the gangs, they were coming, but they saw my Watchtower, so they skipped over, all this craziness. It's like, I wonder how many times I was close to almost getting killed, because I'm sitting up here thinking, oh, God is going to somehow come to my rescue. And then you look now, the events that have happened in the last 2 years. We know so many things that have happened to witnesses that resulted in their death, even all the way up to just this past weekend. I don't know if you heard about those witnesses that were held hostage in Nigeria. There is no Jehovah that comes to your rescue. And if you don't believe it, just look at what's going on. Jehovah didn't come to their rescue. There was people out in Joliet. Mark knows where Joliet is. That's the one where the family was out in service, and the husband was just sitting in the car, and a guy rolled up to him and just shot him and killed him, and kept going. And that was out in service. I can tell you people that have gone to meetings, and on the way back from the meetings, were shot and killed. So there is no this teaching that they have of divine protection and all that. It's BS. It doesn't exist. So if you want to go out there and not have any way to defend yourself, then like Rick says, I mean, because that's probably what's going to happen.
It's more than just owning guns too. It's that they don't want you to get involved politically or in any kind of way. And it's like, we just wait on Jehovah. But do the governing body get involved? Of course they do. They're balls deep involved with the government. And it's like rules for thee and not for me, you know? They get to tell us what to do, but they don't apply it to themselves. And that's exactly what's going on. And don't own guns. Don't get involved politically. Just wait on Jehovah's system of things to come. But meanwhile, if we don't get involved because the world is falling apart, I mean, how bad is it going to get if nobody gets involved? You know, they say that it's a spiritual paradise, and I think it's spiritual hell. The witnesses.
It is. Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah, they don't steal from you. Bullshit. They don't steal from you. I've been stolen from by witnesses.
Right. I was going to say too that I was going to say too that the witnesses have been very vulnerable as far as protecting themselves. Like you can see in the last year, they had a bombing and then the shooting in Germany. But this is a thing that they can see. It's been happening in churches. Even recently, there was the church, the Joel Osteen Church, got shot. There was a shooting there, and they don't protect their the people that go to the church, and they don't even do that even in the, you know, just in general, just giving out to the homeless and stuff, trying to like protect their community and stuff. They only look out for themselves, but they should really step up their game, because even where I go to a non-denominational church, and they even had a post there and when you're leaving the church, and they're looking for people that attend the church that either have a concealed carry permit or a law enforcement officer that can provide security during church services. So that goes to show that they're even trying to protect, you know, the people that go to, you know, their services and stuff. So I don't see why they don't step up that with the congregation and stuff. Because as far as I know, because my mother still goes, and what they do is they lock the doors after 10 minutes after the meeting starts, and then if anybody wants to go in, then the elders, you know, they see them on a surveillance camera, which is good. That's safe. But I mean, as far as just somebody just coming when the meeting starts and doing something, I mean, they're completely helpless, you know. And we're living in a world now where you just, and they have no biblical principle or anything for defending themselves or protecting their families. You know, it's just ridiculous.
May I say something?
I don't know if you
That's
guys...
a great point, JP. I mean, like, crazy, dude. The paranoia in the organization.
What I wanted to say was that I wanted to comment on what you gentlemen are talking about. And,
sure, go ahead, brother.
You know, I was a witness in the 1960s, 1970s.
Can we get your name?
You know, when they told us that the angels was watching over us when we were going out to field service, I really felt safe. And I was thinking about this, and I think the reason why, and I think the reason why are going to protect you. I think the reason why I felt safe is because that protects me is my God. It was a better society back in the 1960s and 1970s. I think that was really the factor of that. Whereas you see now, you didn't hear about anyone getting shot in the 1960s going out.
The conference has been locked.
On a bomb in there. It was a much better society back in the 1960s and 50s. That was the magic. If it's something that's magic, that was the magic. It has nothing to do with the angels watching over us. It was because we had better people in the 1950s and 60s. People didn't behave like that like they do today. You didn't have nobody. Right. You know, nobody was shooting up schools or shooting each other on the freeway. If you get if you got in an argument with somebody on the freeway, something, they didn't take out the gun and start shooting each other. So this is a reflection of the degradation of people. Society of the people.
Degradation of morality.
you know, what we have is we have a bunch of trashy, low life people today. That's the problem.
Yep.
And the thing is that because people didn't behave that way in the '60s, they did not behave that way. So what they were saying back then is that the angels was looking over us had nothing to do with the angels. It was because we were around better people. When you went out field service, without field service, you didn't have nobody going around. I mean, they weren't interested. They say, no, thank you. And you walked away. If you went to field service today, they may have a machine gun in the door. I mean, people are sick today. I mean, and I'm not saying everybody. You got a lot of sick people out here.
Well, what about the witnesses with El Chapo? Remember that?
And the thing is,
the sisters that went to the El Chapo's house and they thought they were informants. They're asking who they are, and they killed them. Because they showed up at a cartel's house.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah, but
El Chapo.
Here's the thing. But here's the thing. Yes, they told us a bunch of lies. They had us living in a fantasy world. They were telling us that Armageddon was going to come, which is never going to happen. Never going to happen. Total lie. There's not going to ever be a paradise there. That's a total lie. All that stuff is a lie.
Right.
But all those things are bad.
Well, here's the thing, brother. Whether it's a lie. Hold on one second. Whether it's a lie or not.
Sure.
Whether it's a lie or not, it's not up to them to give paradise away. See, that's the lie, because it's only up to Jesus and God if there is a paradise coming to it. If there is. But do you know what I mean? It was never theirs to give away, so that's the lie. That's the scheme. That's the gimmick. Hey, clean the Kingdom Hall and clean the conventions and donate your money and you'll make paradise. See, it's no different than the Catholics doing the same thing when they're like, donate to us. Same thing. You'll give a certain amount of money, pay penance, give tithe, and you'll make paradise. You'll make heaven. It's the same gimmick. That's the thing. Whether it's true or not, I don't know, but that's the gimmick that they do, and I think you're onto something.
Yeah, here's the thing. Here's the good thing that I think they did. I'm gonna give them some points on this. There's nothing wrong with looking neat in a suit and tie. Nothing wrong with that at all. Because when you've seen people go to church in the 1960s, people didn't go to church with jeans on and flip flops and shorts and t-shirts. They had a suit and tie on. The ladies had dresses on. We talking about church now. We talking about Catholic Church, Methodist Church, Lutheran Church, not just the Kingdom Hall. Witnesses didn't invent suit and ties. That's how people dressed back then. You can't go by today to what they did back then. And I think that's sometimes some of the younger people get a little confused with that. I'm in my 70s. Let me tell you something. Men wore suit and ties. There's nothing wrong with looking neat. For example, I'm a big Frank Sinatra fan. Frank Sinatra was neat all the time. Suit and tie all the time. Okay? So there's nothing wrong with looking neat. Dean Martin was neat. Okay? That was that era. You can't judge that era to the day. Okay?
Right.
When people don't dress up at all. Right. So it's nothing. So I'm not gonna blame the organization about looking neat. There's nothing wrong with looking neat with a suit and tie. Yes, I'm seeing your picture, sir. I see the picture. There's nothing wrong with looking exactly. Nothing wrong with looking like that.
Old, I look pretty good. It was the 90s, so the suit and tie is cheesy.
Right, exactly. Nothing wrong with looking at that. So the thing is,
and you know what? It was a Bugs Bunny tie, and I got my balls busted over that.
Okay. But the thing is, it's a lot that we can criticize the organization for. But I've always said that that's one of the few things that they did do correctly. The sisters that you look neat, and the sisters look neat. There's nothing wrong with that at all. And I'm gonna tell you something. I don't go to I'm not part of no religion, but I occasionally go to Catholic church with my girlfriend on Sundays mornings sometimes. I always wear a suit and tie. Always. Suit and tie all the time. I think that's the proper way to look in church. And when they say come as you are, Well, let me see. Some of them older gentlemen may have a jacket on, but let me say this: when they say "come as you are," it means if you can't do any better. Yes, come as you are.
Of course.
If you have 9 suits in the closet, don't put one on and come look like a bum. That's not what it means. It means if you can't do any better. In other words, if you can't do any better and you're that poor, you don't have no suits. Yes, come as you are. But why would I not come in a church with a suit and tie and I got 5 in the closet? That doesn't make any sense.
Exactly. Exactly.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, I just want to comment on that because they should not be criticized for looking neat. No one should.
Well, it's pettiness, right, brother? It's petty. It's shallowness, looking on the eyes and not like deeper into the soul of a person.
Well, I agree the soul is important, but what I'm saying is we had a better society when people were neat.
Yeah, no, I agree. You know what, dude? I think one of the best time periods is the 50s. Like when men used to wear hats and suits and they would take their hat off and tip it to the sisters. That was a sign of respect. It's old school.
Exactly. So my point is we need to get back to those days.
Yeah, right? I agree. Hell yeah.
Because, the thing is, what I'm saying is that, see, we're too casual. We're too overly casual today.
Yeah.
I mean, you got guys don't have no suits in their closet, no dress ties, nothing. They look like that all year round.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's sometimes you should be able to go somewhere. You should be able to go somewhere with some dress pants on sometime.
Right.
So my point is, this is, and I'm gonna tell you, when's the last time you seen a guy in a suit and tie acting crazy? Usually, when a man has a suit and tie, he usually doesn't behave that way. Or a woman, they don't behave that way because they care how they look.
Right.
And when you care how you look, you're gonna conduct yourself a certain way. I'm not saying you can't. You can't.
Well,
I'm not saying you can't behave right.
Can I contradict you?
Sure.
Can I contradict you for a second? I had an elder counsel me on something that wasn't appropriate, and I had at it at him, and I was in my suit and tie, and I was like the Incredible Hulk. I wasn't having it with it, and this brother backed down because he knew how wrong he was. I'm not going to give the details; it's personal, but
sure.
That suit doesn't mean anything to me at all. It because it's just clothing. If somebody, I don't wear suits anymore because I have one. It doesn't fit me. I have a few of them. It doesn't fit me anymore. But I have no reason to go back to JW land, and I just don't have a need for a suit. If I became a lawyer like my boy Brad, I would definitely have a suit. I wish, I think I'm getting off subject, but I think it's cool that Brad's going to be a lawyer. I wish I could too. If I was a lawyer, I would put for free my practice because I'm disabled. I would just I would just use my skills to try to figure out how to bring down Watchtower in any sort of way. I know at times Gigi says we shouldn't focus on bringing down Watchtower, but I'm sorry, that is my focus because this is why I do this show. Because there's a multi-purpose reason. It's to talk to my brother right here that I'm talking to, and all my brothers and sisters, Artsy Kim and Gigi and Brad and Calvin and Jerry and everybody else, and even Wyatt Earp. Brother, you're an asshole, but I still love you. I appreciate all people that come into the show. Everyone has an opinion and gets to say what they want. And I'm an asshole too at times. But I think the point is that we all can come to a point to where we just want better for society. We want better for each other, for our family and our friends. And I think that's what matters the most, is that we really focus on love, because that's what's going to keep us going.
I appreciate what you're saying, Eric, but my thing is we need to rise our standards back the way they were.
What's that?
Higher when I was coming up, and we have low standards today.
I'm 100% agree with you. Our standards are so low that it's scary that our civilization could be brought down like the Romans, because what happened with the Romans and their empire was that they had an anything goes society. So when that happens to us, history will repeat itself. And so I'm not arguing with you. I'm 100% agreement.
Yeah. So it's just something that, again, I think those are one of the few things that I give the society credit for, the organization credit for. They do insist upon you looking neat. I think that's important.
Yeah.
And I have no problem looking neat. No problem with that at all. I do have a problem with them with pedophilia, child or sex situations. I have a problem with that. I have a problem with them controlling people's lives. I have a problem with that. I have a problem with them lying. I have a problem with them telling us to have our family shun us. I have a problem with those things. But if they took all those things away, they used to be a regular religion, because if you go to Catholic Church, they don't try to control your lives. And if you're dating someone, I'm sure they know you're having sex. They don't say, "Well, when you guys gonna get married?" They could care less.
No, they could care less.
They
They don't micromanage.
Only witnesses do that.
Yep.
Only witnesses do that. Anybody else going to church, they can live a normal life. They can date somebody. They can have sex with each other.
Do the Mormons do that too?
Okay. I don't think the Mormons do, but
No, they do soft. I think they do soft shunning, right? It's not as bad as like Jehovah's Witness shunning.
The Mormons, yes, they do shunning.
They do shun, right? Yeah, and so do the Amish Mennonites.
Yeah,
Amish Mennonites, they shun.
You just took the word. You just took the words right out of my mouth, Eric. I'm amazed. It's like coming out of a wilderness and seeing that there's this whole big world. That's how I felt when I left the Witnesses, like stumbling upon Six Screens, which is how I got here today. And then it's like you learn about all these witnesses that have written books, like David Reed. None of this stuff, probably since the 70s, none of the stuff that I knew was out there. All the YouTube channels. I mean, it just blew my mind when I saw all this stuff. It's like, I'm not the only one who sees that there's a major problem with this religion. But now I'm also seeing, and I think it started with the Scientology expose, that there's all these groups, these high control groups or cults that's all over the world, and people are leaving those groups and are exposing those groups the same way we expose Watchtower. It's amazing. You can turn on YouTube, and just like you mentioned the Amish, there's people who have left the Amish and they're talking about the pedophilia in the Amish and the spousal abuse and drugs and violence and everything, and all of these groups, including cults all over the world that you might never have even heard of. It's just amazing. It really is.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing how so many different cults can line up to one another, because I think it was a comment section of some video in the XJW community, and a woman said to me, "Oh, you're an ex-Jew?" And I said, "No, I'm an ex-JW." And she goes, "Oh, for some reason I saw like that, like my mind said ex-Jew, but like you're because she was an ex-Hasidic Jew, and she said that pedophilia was rampant in her organization or religion, and not only that, but like also the women were treated the same way in the Jehovah's Witness organization as a second-class citizen. So we just started talking. It was cool that it was innocent. It wasn't like flirting or anything like that. It was just two people talking, and we ended up personally DMing each other just to talk about each other's stories from their experience. And she's a really messed up girl, and I feel bad for her. And it's the power of what a demonic cult can do to you. Because I'm sorry, if the Jehovah's Witnesses leadership admits that they're infallible and not inspired by God, then who's inspiring them? Where's this food at the proper time coming from? Who's giving the food?
The devil's food. So
yeah, of course it's the devil. We know that now. Thank you, RC Kim, in the comments section. You've been giving so many kind comments, and not just kind comments, but really smart and intellectual comments. And I appreciate your point of views. Everyone in the comment section, especially you, Brad, too.
I just wanted to make a point about what you said.
Yes, sir.
Regarding the Catholics,
Yes, sir.
Regarding Jehovah's Witnesses, because they've always criticized the Catholics regarding pedophilia and all the sex crimes and so forth. But at least the Catholics did admit they had a problem.
Yeah.
Jehovah's Witnesses never even admitted the problem. They only admit they
Amen. Yeah. Right.
And that's why I find it so hypocritical. I remember in the 60s, they always had some article about the Catholics. Always talking about the Catholics.
Always.
Always.
But at least they fessed up to their problem. Said, we have a problem. We need to do something about this. You never hear Jehovah's Witnesses say anything about that. The organization, any of the rank and file members, none of them say nothing. They should be.
They said they don't have
what's going on. You know, exactly. They
said they don't have a problem.
Right, but the rank and file should be demanding the organization, the headquarters, do something about these problems. They don't say anything. Nothing.
No.
They sweep it under the rug.
And in fact, the newest governing body member said that nor do is an apology needed. I mean, that's my accent for him, and that's what he said. That's nor do is an apology. And I wonder, because he says nor do is an apology needed. Was he trying to say nor do we need to apologize? Because what's the do doing in there? I watched that. I rewound it a million times, and he says nor do is an apology needed. Nor do we need to apologize is what he was about to say. And that would have been way worse than what he did say.
Hey, Eric?
Yeah, I'm listening.
What you have to understand is when they are given those god awful talks, speeches or discourses, whatever they're called, they're also trying to respond back to us. So the issues that we raise, this is their way of responding. So one of the things that they've heard us say, as this gentleman just mentioned, is how they don't apologize for stuff. That's why that's in there. That is a direct rebuke to us. Oh, you think that we're going to put in the talk, we don't have to apologize. Now, that way, after that talk, if you talk to a witness and say, hey, you guys have all this pedophilia, all these people that were hurt kids who are now hurt grown-ups, you don't even apologize. And then
you know what's worse, brother? It's not just a rebuke. It's not. You got to put it into its light. It's not a rebuke to us. It's a rebuke to God and Jesus. They're rebuking Jesus and God because they're not accepting their ways.
What?
And we're just dust, right? When you think about it in the grand scheme of things, they're rebuking Jesus.
Okay.
Sure.
What I'm saying is the things that we bring up and discuss, they're trying to find responses to.
Yeah.
This is their way of programming the witnesses so that if they encounter somebody who says, yeah, you have this problem, they can say, well, all religions have, just like with the beards. Remember that talk when he gave the talk about the beards? He immediately says, now, what about those who might be thinking, well, we could have had a beard a long time ago, blah, 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 blah. Right after that talk, I ran into a witness that I knew. And that subject about the beards, I brought that up. I said, oh, I understand you all can wear beards now. Now, let me just give you a quick 5-second backstory. I knew this guy, basically.
Hey, Stefan.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just hold on to that thought for 1 second. I'm just going to give an announcement, okay? And then you can go back. Just hold on to your story. Bob Roberts says, hey, Eric, can we not call up anymore? It says the conference is locked. Hey, Rick, you did lock the conference because of Wyatt Earp. If he's gone, and if you feel like you can open it back up if you're listening, and open the conference up to anyone else that wants to call in, it's most likely that Stefan was still in, so he can call in, but other people can't. But go ahead, Stefan. Sorry to interrupt you, brother. Just being the mediator here.
No, I'll
or
be
moderator.
I want to hear what everybody else is saying.
Yeah, but no, go ahead, because it's locked right now, so it's just you and I or whoever else is in.
The conference has been unlocked.
Okay.
There we
He
go.
went to
It's
Canada,
unlocked.
and when he got back from Canada, he was
It's
telling
unlocked, everybody.
about his trip. And anybody else there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, they're here. They're there. And so he
Okay.
could not stop talking about the fact that the elders, not the elders, but the men, the brothers in Canada had beards. I mean, big, Jesus Christ, Santa Claus looking beards. He said he could not get over it. He just kept talking about it. He said, he says, and these were elders. This wasn't like some Bible study or somebody's, non-witness husband. These were elders. These were the ministry of service. They were doing the parts and conducting the whole meeting. He must have told that story a million times. After this change, where witnesses can now wear beards, I bumped into him that very next weekend. And we were talking about it, and I brought it up. And do you know what he said? Oh, well, you can always wear beards. I said, no, you couldn't wear beards. Yeah, he said, no, you could always be. You couldn't be used. I said, well, if you couldn't be used, then you can't wear a beard. I said, do you know?
Yeah, these guys live in La La Land.
He remembered.
Yeah. So
he's playing games.
So the point that I'm making is
playing games.
Yeah, but the point that I'm making is the objections and the points that we raise. Watchtower is trying to find ways to counter those things, and when they found a way that they think they can counter it, they put those in those talks, so that when witnesses hear that, they'll just regurgitate that without even thinking about it. That's what they're doing.
That's right.
I just want to put that
That's
out.
right. No, that you're right, because what it is it's denial. See, and they're playing games. They're playing mental games. They say, "Oh, we didn't say that." And so what they do is they listen to they listen.
They lie to themselves.
Program, or they listen to other XJW programs and what the beef is, and then they go back and what they do is I think what they've been doing is getting some type of counseling service, and they go back and tell the headquarters, you need to probably stop doing this because you're getting a lot of beef because of that. So that's why they dropped a lot of things, and then they go back and say, "Oh, we never said that. You could have done this all along."
We never said that.
Yeah.
We never said the end was coming in.
It's a mind game. It's a mind game. And I'm going to tell you something.
We never.
You know what saved me? What saved me was I was always a weak brother. All the time I was a witness. And it's something inside of me prevented me from going all out. And I'm so thankful whatever was there. Because it saved me through a lot of heartache. And I got this fellowship when I was 29, so I've been in this fellowship much longer than I was a witness. And so that's what saved me. And then, but even if you disfellowship, if you still believe in Armageddon, it's always in the back of your mind. And one day, about 6 years ago, I decided to go online and say, maybe this is not true. And when I went online and I looked up, and the first one I seen was JT, XJW Critical Thinkers, and listened to his story.
Oh, yeah.
That's why. Him and several others. And then I found out that all the stuff about Armageddon is a lie. So it was like a big building lifted off my shoulders, because even though you're out and you disfellowship, mentally in the back of your mind, you still believe that you're going to be destroyed at Armageddon. So once I knew that was a lie, it was a big relief off my mind. And see, that's what they do. They fear you. They scare you to hang in there. Yeah. And even if you disfellowship and not even going to the meetings, you're still thinking about Armageddon in the back of your mind. Not every day, but it's still in your mind somewhere. And that's what they do. Yeah. I know my mom would tell me, you're going to be destroyed. You're going to be destroyed. You're going to be destroyed. And once I woke up, I said, Mom, I'm not going to get destroyed, because it's not going to be the Armageddon. I said, what you taught me was right. I'm not going to get destroyed. I'm not, I said, first of all, that's never going to happen. My mom.
You know what? That's a real man. You have to be alone. If you can't handle being alone, and everybody doesn't want to talk to you or anything, that's a real man. Hang in there. Stand your ground.
Thanks, Wyatt.
My mom.
Who cares? Who the fuck cares if anybody doesn't want to talk to you anymore? So what?
Well, hold on a second. If I could say a little rebuttal to that, I do care. I do care. I lost everyone and everything I ever knew because of some stupid rule policy that 9 men from Mordor, the friggin' Nazgul, right? Because there were 9 Nazgul. There's 9 governing body member. This is Lord of the Rings now, lore. 9 Nazgul, the ring race, that are friggin' telling us what to do with ourselves and taking our families from us. I'm sorry, but the you know what? La Familia. You know what, Wyatt Earp? Just hold on a second. La Familia es todo. It means family is all. And some people really care about the fact that their family left them for good, and they don't want the governing body to win. You know, who cares? Yeah, a lot of us care. That's why we do this, because we care. Because we want our family to wake up. We want our friends to wake up.
If we were going to Lutheran, if we were going to a Lutheran church,
Wyatt Earp, shut the fuck up. Wyatt Earp, shut the fuck up.
If we
let the man talk.
Lutheran church, if we were going to a Lutheran church, and we decided, you know what, I don't want to go to the Lutheran church anymore. You know what the pastor would tell us? The pastor would tell us, listen, we're sorry to let you. I'm sorry you're leaving us. Good luck. You hope you come back, and that's the end of it. They would not go to our family and say, "Don't talk to him no more." Yeah, exactly. Don't talk to him no more. Don't talk to him no more because he left the Lutheran church. They don't do that. Catholics don't do that.
No, they don't do that either.
Nobody does that.
The Catholics haven't done it since like the 1940s. They used to have shunning, but they stopped, and Jehovah's Witnesses called them out on it in a 1947 Awake article.
You're right. That's true. Exactly.
No, it is true. But then isn't it interesting that the Catholics got rid of it? They apologized about the diddling in the congregations, and then Watchtower hasn't apologized, and they brought the shunning policy back from the Catholics.
Exactly.
The Catholics actually progressed way quicker. If you were to use that Jehovah was running an organization, it would almost seem like maybe, but he's not running the Catholics. I'm not saying that, but just based on their claims, they look foolish.
You guys see the latest video of that brother with a beard on a platform, going somewhere. He's going to get somewhere he can trim his beard, some kid or something. Did you guys see that?
Yeah, I was gonna play that video tonight actually, but I didn't end up playing it. I might save it for another day. But I had that video lined up, and yeah, I know exactly what it was. Wasn't it so cringe, brother? You were cringing on it. You were cringing. You're like, what is this?
Right, but here's the part that I want to tell you, gentlemen.
Why don't you describe it to the audience since we're not playing the video? Do you mind?
But excuse me.
Do you mind describing what happened in the video to the audience, since I'm not going to play it? I'm not going to have Rick.
What happened was the brother came on there. He gets up there. He's talking to another brother. He's doing this demonstration. He gets up there. He said, "Listen, I'm 64 years old." He said, "This is the first time I ever grew a beard, and I don't want to look like the Wolf Man." He said, "What can you do?" So the other brother's pretending like he's, I guess he's at some department store. So he says, I got something for you. So he gives him this kit. He said, "Oh, wow, this is great. There's a trimmer in here. I got all these things that I brushed to trim my beard. Thank you so much." But here's the thing that I want to say before I continue. Before he said that, he said he's an ordained minister. That is a lie.
Yeah, it is a lie.
Or ordained. He didn't go no theological school or anything. That is a lie. He said he's an ordained minister. There's no Jehovah's Witness as ordained minister because they never went to college, theological college. So they're not ordained. That's a lie. He's not ordained minister. None of them are. But anyway, basically, the rest of it was the fact that he gave him this. He said he gave him the kit. He said, "It's really going to help me." He said, "You're Jehovah's Witness?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "You guys been coming in here, getting kits for your beard." So they started laughing. So That was pretty much the end of it. But that's the point I wanted to make. That he said he was an ordained minister, which is a lie. They're not ordained.
None of us were.
Yeah.
Yep.
But the whole thing that's really silly to me about that, because some family member mentioned that. They said, "Oh, the women, the brothers put beards now. Isn't that great?" I think it's that it's probably made 50 years old, 60 years old, 70 years old, to be told by some other man that it's not for you to wear a beard. I said, no, it's disgusting. It's totally. I mean, when you step away from that, and you go back and look at how you allow other people to dictate your whole life, and now you're in your 50s, and for the first time ever, now you're allowed to wear a beard. This man looked like he was a grandfather up there. And he didn't even know how to shave his beard because he never grew one in his whole life because some man in Bethel, at the so-called headquarters, told him that God said, you can't have a beard. But now the Bible doesn't say that. The whole, I'm sorry if I sound like I get riled up, but it's so stupid and asinine. It's so stupid.
But you know what the organization should have done back then? This is what they should have done. They should have said, we don't want you wearing a beard because we want you to look. We don't like that look. It's not biblical. I mean, we're not going to tell you it's biblical, but we'd rather you not do it. That would be more, that's what they should have said back then. Right. See, what they did is they tied in the Bible into it. See, they tied in God into it. Exactly. God don't want you to wear a beard. That was the problem. Now, see, if you had a policy to say, if they had a policy to say, look, we don't want any men wearing beards. We want you guys looking like Frank Sinatra and Dean Martin. We don't want you guys looking neat, okay?
Yeah.
We want you guys looking neat like Frank Sinatra and Dean Martin. We want you guys looking like that, okay? I'm just throwing that in, but I mean, we want you looking like John Wayne. We want you looking like these guys, okay? We don't want you looking no beards, okay? No beards, out.
Right.
It's not scriptural. It's not biblical. We're not telling you God's saying this. We're saying this. That would have been more appropriate. That's what would have been more appropriate. That's what they should have said.
Just like you said, their whole practice is God said it and the Bible said it, or we're God's channel and we're telling you He said it, and that's why you need to go out and do it. Right. See, somebody said, well, I was talking to a guy, why is that such a big deal about the beards? I said it's a big deal about the beard. I said because of the way, just like you said, the way they go about saying it. And I said, he said, well, what difference would it make? I said, well, first of all, I said, you're strongly encouraged to achieve leadership. I said they got 3 different levels of leadership. I said they'll even tell women, prospective marriage mates, well, you're probably not a good marriage mate because you're not in one of these leadership roles. So you really are kind of forced to do these things because nobody's going to marry you. Even if the sister really liked you, maybe you guys would have made a great couple, but she would have received so much pressure from the elders, from parents, the congregation, not to be with you because you have a beard, you're not spiritual, you're not doing what Jehovah said, you're this and you're that. But she wouldn't have married you 9 times out of 10 in that situation.
Well,
and that's what I have to explain to people.
Right.
Work. This is not a religion. This is a cult. That's 2 different things.
It is a cult. It's definitely a cult. And the only reason why they're doing it now, the real reason why they're doing this now, in my opinion, is because you see so many men out here in society wearing beards. That's why. If this was the 1950s, they would not be doing this. Trust me. Because you stand like
I think it's another reason.
That's the reason. Because so many men out here wearing a beard. Okay? I mean, if it's 20 guys against the wall, 15 of them, 17 of them got a beard. Okay? That's why.
Right.
Yeah,
and this is what I think is the real reason. This is my opinion. I can be wrong. We'll never know because Watchtower never tell you anything. But what I think it is I think that there's so many lawsuits where people are saying that this organization controls every aspect of your life. And I think that they're quietly trying to reverse that so that they can say, see, we don't tell people what to do, but they control every aspect of their life. They control what school you go to. You couldn't go to Catholic school. School.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right.
You know what my opinion is? I personally think that Jehovah, and this is just my opinion, but I think Jehovah's Witnesses have pissed God off, and I think that he's making them stupid, and they're making really stupid decisions to bring down the religion or cult. I mean, come on, why would they go after beards? This has to be heavenly inspired. Why in the hell, out of all of the problems that they have in the organization, would they bring up the bearded situation? It just seems so stupid. It doesn't. I don't see any logic in it. I really don't. I mean, like, there's so many other things you could fix that would be more worthwhile than bring, and then to admit that it wasn't biblical all to belong with on something so petty that you enforced. Because I was enforced with it. I mean, I shaved in the morning and had a shadow at night. And they're like, you didn't shave for your part. I'm like, I did. I shaved in the morning so I didn't have to, because I came home at 6:30 and the meeting's at 7. You know? I mean,
right.
You can't please the people. You can't please these men.
Part of the other thing that Watchtower has to contend with is they are disconnected from reality. It's just like the president sits in the White House. The president is already wealthy. He's a wealthy person that's going to only pretty much interact, rub shoulders with other people that are on his level. He doesn't get down and know what the struggle is of the average person. They get disconnected from reality. That's one of the big problems in any kind of a situation. The people at the top, they get disconnected from the people at the bottom. I'll give you an example. I think it was last week or the week before. The president went and had dinner with an African family, and he brought them fried chicken in these fried chicken boxes, handed them the chicken. They're all sitting there eating chicken. The African community lost their freaking mind, starting with me. What is more stereotypical? They're trying to feed a black person fried chicken. If I was there, I would have threw the chicken right at it. I'd probably be in jail right now. Get your such and such out of my house and take this damn fried chicken with you. It's like, it's insulting. The point that I'm making is people at the top. I know you understand, because I can hear that you're African. I can hear it in your voice. I know you understand. I'm explaining this to other people. The point that I'm making is people at the top get disconnected from the Watchtower is completely disconnected from reality. They even said it. I don't know if you guys remember, there was a talk probably a year or two ago when they were, I think it was Tony Morris, he was talking about something, and he asked a question. He was like, what's going on with these guys in Bethel? You know, don't they know what's going on here? So they're trying to reconnect, but they can't. They are so disconnected that everything that they are trying to do in the situation, and they're only changing it to try to change public opinion against them. But it's so bizarre because they're so disconnected from reality.
I think it was David Splain. Right, I think it was David Splain, and David Splain said that, like, or whoever it was, he said that people are saying that we don't know that we're not connected in reality, that we don't know what it's like to live in the real life. And it's like, yeah, you don't. Your toilets are clean for you every day. Your meals are made for you every day. You live in a spiritual paradise, the one that you created. You guys fly first class everywhere you go. I mean, they don't get it. You know, they're so bothered by us apostates when we call them out.
When did the Jehovah's Witnesses turn into pacifists? I didn't get that letter. I didn't see that in the Watchtower. Because back in the 60s, we were pacifists.
Yeah, you are.
You know,
all of us were. Yes, we were.
They pussified somewhere around the 70s and 80s. They pussified everybody. All the little kids, they told them they couldn't fight back. Where did that come from?
Good question. Good question.
Well, I'll tell you what. Watchtower has always been politically so-called neutral, right?
Yeah, neutrals. Yeah, okay, yeah, neutral. Okay.
Neutral. Yeah, that's pacifism. And you know what? I'd rather be a fighter personally. I'm a William Wallace. I'm gonna fight for freedom. I'm not gonna be a pushover and a pacifist. You know. Hey, you know what? Does everyone that goes to war, or a metaphorical war, or a war that's not necessarily battled with hands and fists, but with our words, is that a bad thing? King David was a warlord, right? I mean, God used King David. He was a warlord.
That's my favorite guy in the Bible.
Well, he's not. Yeah, I don't have a favorite guy. The Bible doesn't give the best character.
Well, you know, Moses.
I guess my favorite character would be Peter, because of his loyalty.
I was just saying, don't forget Moses. Moses is also responsible for the death of a lot of people.
Oh yeah, and Moses dealt with a lot of bull BS.
I have a question. Do you think Jehovah's Holy Spirit comes upon somebody like Moses or Samson or all the other Bible characters and just, destroys all the enemies?
No,
I believe in a Holy Spirit, but not the way you describe it.
On the other side of it, does he protect anyone?
No, that's what we talked about earlier.
Well, I'll tell you what. Hey, Wyatt Earp. Wyatt. No, I'm not. Hey, hold on. This is a discussion for Sunday.
Jehovah is a joke.
This is Saturday night. Don't bring us down with Bible stuff too much, because this is Saturday night. So next Sunday you can talk about this subject, and you can call in and talk about this. But tonight we're not going to go so deep into the scripture.
Why can't we talk about it right now?
Do you want me to tell you why?
Yeah, tell me.
Okay, I'll tell you why. My audience, that not all of them want to be preached to. They don't want to hear it. We're here to expose Watchtower on Saturdays, and we're here to unite friendship. Well, hold on, and we're here. Hold on. People like my friend Brad, they don't want to get involved with stuff like this. Brad wants to hear about friendship and how we've healed from Watchtower, or how we can have friendship from Watchtower even if we haven't healed. And that's what him and other people in my audience want. And if you want to take over my show and do your show, then why don't you set up your own YouTube channel and do it yourself, you friggin' cowardly bastard. Come on, man. Stop crashing my show. Come on, dude. I'm trying not to be an asshole to you, but you're giving me every opportunity to take the friggin' asshole gun and shoot it right back. I know, because you hate me that I have a beard. You prejudiced dickhead. I'm really sick of you. You bring the ugly at it. Hey, you bring the ugly. Shut the frig up. Shut up. Dude, shut up. Rick.
Out there.
Fuck this. You ruin this for everybody, dude. Do you realize this?
Hey, this is Brad. Can I respond?
Yeah, Brad. Talk over this asshole.
While I don't think that Eric specifically speaks for me, it is Eric's show, and he does. That's just all there is to it. So if he says that a subject is not going to be talked about tonight, that's the subject that's not going to be talked about. If I want to talk about a particular subject that he won't talk about, I will start my own show and start talking about it there. But while it's Eric's show, Eric decides what we talk about and the direction it goes. And that's one of the reasons I like Eric's show, is because he always takes it to a place that everyone seems to like and enjoy talking about.
Thank you. Thank you, Brad. I love you, brother.
Yeah, that's pretty much. Love you too.
I mean, that's just it, man. We're not trying to have a shit. We're not trying to have a shit show. You know, we want everyone to have a voice. And you've had your everyone's had a voice here tonight. Well, not everybody, but I don't want to. Maybe there are some people that haven't got to say anything. But
I don't.
Wyatt Earp, you have certainly had your voice tonight. And you I don't know. You're competing with my voice, and it is my show, like Brad said. And you know what the thing is that I'm here for the people. And that's why I always talk into the comment section and try to get the comments out, because there's a lot of great content in the comment section from Artsy Kim and from Keith Silver. Yep, Keith Silver. Calvin and Jerry is under a Shack Composer, I think, but he calls in on the line. I try to get everybody involved. I don't want anybody to take over, and that's when I can become an asshole, because I don't want anybody to dominate. We should all have a voice in here, and it shouldn't go negative. Let's just keep it positive. Why do we want to start accusing people of things? What does it matter if I have a long beard? Why am I a creepazoid because I have a long beard? What does it matter to you? I could say that you're a weirdo for a lot of reasons, but we won't go there. The point of this show is just unite people, show love, healing.
Mr.
You hear that, people? Not to coin the movie, but that's the sound of freedom.
Walk up to sisters. Oh, geez, what happened?
Well, all right, everyone. Well, the show went to a weird direction, but that's okay. We can bounce back from that. I'm not sure how long we're going to go or how late we'll go, but you know what? Doozy, huh? If it's one thing that Wyatt Earp and other people on this show and the drunken Bethelites and all the people that call up, if it's one thing that proves, we're all hurt. Everybody is hurt. F all this stuff. Screw all this crap that has happened to all of us. We have to shake it off. It's like when you walk into a room and there's bad energy. My wife taught me something. It's like when I come home from work and I'm filled with negativity, it's like you got to physically shake it off. You got to tell yourself it's mentally too, that you got to get rid of the negative spirit in the air. And something the Six Screens show and what we have here, we can keep positivity. And I have a lot of good friends from this show. I didn't know one person before this program. I didn't have one single friend in my phone book, and I have a lot more friends than I've ever had in 8 years since I've been outcast, Desiree and I. And it's great to have this network. It's great to talk to Stefan. It's great to talk to, it even is good to talk to Wyatt Earp. In the beginning, he was really nice, and it always takes a turn for the worse, but it's okay. I guess the Bible says we got to keep putting up with one another, but at the same time, we want to keep a good, positive show for everyone. Eric, it's okay. I could never be as nice as you've been. Don't feel bad for reacting like you did. Yeah, well, I hate when ugliness is brought out on me. I'm Italian, German, Irish, and Canadian French. That's my 4 nationalities of what I am. And I guess 3 of them are the violent ones or angry ones. But anyways, all kidding aside, everyone, we all love each other, and we all have issues that we're dealing with. We really do. One thing that Rick always says is that, expect your families. But when we're talking about what's going to wake you up and wake people up, this is a sad and negative view, and I don't want to depress people with it, because it's only like a small portion of how I feel. But not everybody is going to get their family back. Not me, or not Desiree and I. We're not going to get our families back. They're never going to wake up. It's like they have a point to prove with us, and I feel like it's their destiny. I know that sounds weird, but they're not going to come back. They're not. It's going to take an act of God or something really bizarre to happen to the organization to where it's dead in their face to wake them up. They won't wake up on their own. It's going to take something huge. They're very brainwashed, and I realize that the witnesses, it's sunk cost fallacy, it's indoctrination. There are so many different psychological problems. My mother-in-law, she has no life skills. All she knows is Jehovah's Witness, and that's very scary. It's so culty. It was never about God, and that's the scary part. I guess people that maybe serve God or tried to serve God never really wanted to be in paradise. I never pictured myself there. And it wasn't that I wanted to serve God. I just wanted to be a regular average dude. I don't know, regular life. I didn't want anything spectacular, no paradise or anything, just good family life. But thank you, Artsy Kim, for saying I'm doing a good job. And Debbie Moore's reminding us of time changes next week.
Beat your ass if you
Oh, here we
ran
go,
up
buddy.
on one of my women. I would beat your ass if you ran up on one of my women.
Okay. And why would a mild man like myself run up on one of your women? Dude, what is up with this guy? You know what? I'm just gonna say it. I've been trying to be passive, but you're not welcome on six screens, dude. I'm gonna be Wyatt Earp. I got my hand on my guns metaphorically. It's not a physical thing. And it's like boom, 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 shoot this guy, get him the frig out of here. You're a waste of space. You're a waste of life, dude. Seriously, if you got nothing good to say, then don't say anything at all. Do I have to friggin' talk to you like at 10? This is what nighttime brings, I guess. You know, I need the early gig. I don't mind. It's all good. You know what? There's always going to be hecklers in the audience. I got to learn to be more of like a comedian and just roll with it instead of getting angry. Hey, for every time Wyatt Earp chimes in and says something stupid, we can just say "and your mom." All right. Shoot. Man, yeah, you know what? I'll start learning stand-up comedian maybe, and then just learn how to deal with hecklers. Go ahead, sister.
Hi, Eric. This is Susan.
Hey, Susan, how you doing?
I'm hanging in there. Let's just say that
Yeah.
much.
Is your pain doing a little better?
I'm working on it. Well, Rick
That's
is real
good.
good at helping me get what I need to do. But I wanted to talk about a little bit about Wyatt Earp, and not in a negative way.
Sure.
I think he's really hurting. I think that he didn't fit in the Watchtower, and I highly doubt if he fits in the world we live in today. And I think he's just a one hurting person. And I'm not saying you have to put up with him. I probably wouldn't either. But I'm just saying it just shows you what happens when we have no one. And like you mentioned, you found friends and found something with the six screens, and that's what Rick provides for other people. And if people don't want to accept that, well, that's fine. If Wyatt Earp doesn't want to accept it, that's fine too. But it just shows how much people are hurting today, even if they have never become a witness. There's just a lot of crazy things going out there, and a lot of us want acceptance, but we don't know how to get it. So we say things that are crude or unhelpful just to try and get attention because we need it so desperately. We'd rather get negative attention than no attention at all.
You know, Susan, it's a really beautiful, you have a really beautiful soul because you're right. I got to slow down a little bit, and it's quick to get, I can be quick to get to offense sometimes, or just want to stick up for when bullies are being bullying. But you're right. We all are really hurting, and it affects us in different ways. And I need to remember that too. All of us do. We all hurt differently, and I thank you so much for bringing that up.
Well, I'm not saying that we should come on and be rude and crude and
No, I know what you're saying, but at the same time, you're just saying how like a lot of us are just hurting so much, and it shows how Watchtower has really done a number on all of us.
yeah, it has. And for people, for a group of people to come out and say you are not welcome ever among our people, you are nothing. You're worse than nothing. That's just, you know how that feels. I thought I did too. I was present when I was to fellowship, thinking, "Oh, I'll just go through it." But I tell you what, I started crying right there in my seat. I couldn't do it. I thought I could, but I couldn't. It hurt too much.
Well, so Susan, Eric, this is Rick here at the control panel. But
Yeah,
what you've got here is a person that's totally obnoxious. And, all of us had to try to make friends. We've all been beat up to by the Watchtower. But for this man to come on, he's already ruined one program on here. Apostle Babe just couldn't take him. And, I don't know what his motive is. At times, I even think he might be involved with Watchtower. Now, I hate to always be bringing that up and saying they're operatives of the Watchtower. But why would a person do this? Why would a person come on and be so rude, talk over people, interrupt people, swear like the Dickens? Why would a person do this on the network? And, he's been texting me here tonight, and I even text him back. He kept texting and texting me. I text him back and said, listen, if you can come on and be a gentleman about it and be polite and play by the rules, I'll let you back on. And so I did, and he came back on, did the same thing again. I would think if a person is trying to reach out and heal and try to find some solace and fit in, that they would at least try to do it. This man
Rick.
does not even try. Yes, Eric.
To his defense, I'm not sure if you were around, but he was actually a gentleman in the beginning. But then it turned all sour. But in the beginning, he actually was bringing up some really good points, and he was being sensible, and it threw me for a loop. And I said, I know who this is that's talking, but I can't believe who it is. But then after time went by, I don't know what it was, that something in his mood changed, and he went back to his normal self.
Yeah, it's drinking.
But I want to say, to Wyatt Earp's defense, in the beginning, you were actually a gentleman, and I don't know what the hell went wrong. Drinking, yeah, probably, but I don't want to accuse the guy because he says, everyone says I'm drinking and I'm not. Well, whatever it is, something's happening.
I think I noticed.
Go ahead, Brad.
That was when you went. Hi, Susan. I hope you're feeling awesome. I heard you're not, but I wish you the best, and my prayers are for you to get better. And it's great hearing your voice too, and yours too, Rick. But I noticed when it changed was when he started saying, I don't believe what the Bible has to say, and then you didn't agree with it. And I've noticed a few times that when he has a statement that he makes and then people don't immediately agree with him, he starts to get aggressive and kind of, in Australia we'd call him bitchy, like a child that isn't allowed to do something. He gets really nasty, and at that point is when he starts going downhill a lot. So he was an absolute gentleman at the start, but as soon as Eric disagreed with him and said, "Oh, no, I actually don't agree that the Bible is all lies," that's when he turned. And I've noticed that when he's on other people's shows as well. If you don't agree with him, he gets a bit pissy about it.
That makes sense.
It does, but it's probably alcohol too. I mean, you can start off with one drink and you're very gentlemanly, but add 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 more, and then as you're going, you start to get less and less gentlemanly. So it could be that as well.
Could be a combo of things. Who knows? It could be his anger for whatever being raised in the Watchtower. I mean, there's a lot of mental illness, and I'm not calling him mentally ill. I have mental illness from this organization. I sure do. I got PTSD, anxiety. I don't know. The list goes on from my doctors. But you know, a lot. I'm not just speaking for myself. I know there's a lot of you out there and that are listening, and that are all hurting from this. I mean, we all were fear-mongered that the end was coming. Sorry, Brad. Did you want to say something else?
No, that was all.
Oh, no doubt,
I just
brother.
kind of wanted to cut in and say something just so I could say hi to Susan.
Oh, no doubt. It was so good to hear her.
So I had to quickly make up a comment on the spot so I could talk to Susan. It's really nice to hear your voice.
Well, thank you.
And I'm sorry that you haven't been feeling very well.
It is great to hear your voice.
Well, but talking to you helps me, and of course, Rick is my rock.
Oh, you're so lovely.
Yeah, he is. He's a good man. Anyone who says differently, then I would get angry and mean. But Rick is a good guy, and he's more. Some people, say there's bad motives about what he's doing. There's nothing bad. He's just trying to help people, make it easier for them than it was for him to get out of the Watchtower.
Mm-hmm.
Artsy Kim says that it's nice to hear you, Susan.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You and my wife actually both have like really good voices, like radio voices.
Well, thank you for that too.
Well, I'll tell you, that's one of the things that attracted me. This is Rick here, but that's one of the things that attracted me to Susan was her voice. When I first met her, she called in. I met her right here on the 6 screens. She called in one Saturday night, and I really liked her voice. I thought it was a unique voice. In fact, I used to say she sounded like Snow White.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's what I used to think. Yeah.
We have that in common, Rick, because the same thing with my wife, because we met in America Online. So we talked first on the phone. We didn't even know what each other looked like. It was the 90s, like it was Jehovah's Witness. It was Jehovah's Witness chat group on America Online. And that's how we met.
Yeah. Do you want to say something, Stefan?
Yeah, go ahead, Stefan.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. I feel like I missed this on the program, and I don't know how, because I heard the program from the beginning. But what was the outcome with those witnesses that were held hostage?
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, they were let loose.
Oh, they were.
Yeah, they were let loose.
They were let loose.
Yeah, they were unharmed. I don't know whether they paid the ransom, but the reason why I brought it up on 6 screens last week is, you think Watchtower would step in, but then, of course, they don't want to set a precedent either that, kidnap a witness and Watchtower will give you the money. So they were in an awkward position, too. But they were.
Watchtower would never give the money.
Well, you're absolutely right. But
$15,000? Nope.
Well, it wasn't. It was just a small. I'll tell you, it was just a small amount of money. It wasn't like.
Oh, was it 5,000? It was 5,000, right?
I think it was like 6,000.
Oh my God!
It's chump change to the Watchtower, but
no doubt.
Yeah, but I brought up last week that they should have stepped in, but then later on, thinking about it, well, it would set a precedent that it could happen again. But like I've always said,
that's true. Yeah.
If you're going to be a Jehovah's Witness these days, send me an invitation to your funeral. It's not good. It's all mayhem.
I agree.
Yeah.
Did these men think they were rich? I think because they were well dressed, right? Is that it?
Well, they were on a
and tie.
bus. They were on a bus on the way to the convention.
Oh, okay.
And
Yep, suit and tie.
the hijackers
Dress.
pull the bus over and pull the witnesses out.
Oh, okay.
Kidnap them. Yeah.
Boy, did they get the wrong bus. They got no money. and their leadership could give a damn. It reminds me of this scene in a movie or a TV show called Better Call Saul, and he's a lawyer that he was like a scam artist and becomes a lawyer, and it kind of follows him. And one day he's driving and he's in this piece of crap car. It's got all different colors on it. It's a piece of junk Geo or something, and he's driving it, and the skateboarder hits his windshield, and he's like pretends like the driver hit him, but he didn't. He like purposely planned it, but the guy is trying to figure out what's going on. He's scared. He's like, no, don't call the police. He's like, no, how much do you want? $500. And then he ends up kicking, because the guy says he has a broken leg. He kicks his leg and he goes, what are you doing, man? And his leg's not broken. And he's like, I know you're scamming me. And he's like, great scam. You picked a car. Look at the choice of car you picked. He's like, the only way this car is worth $500 is if there's a $300 hooker sitting in the passenger seat. I'm sorry to tell that story, but it just reminds me of what we were talking about. It's like your foundation is built on sand. Sorry to go there.
I tell you, that's funny.
But their foundation is built on sand on everything they do, and it collapses. And they're targeting people that don't have anything.
Well, I think their only saving grace is anybody that's been in that thing to be able to contextualize and be able to say, you know what, they're flip-flopping. I remember in the 80s when they said this, in the 90s when their only saving grace is getting people who don't know those things and they have no context that they can compare and see that they used to teach this, now they're teaching the opposite. That's about their only saving grace. But I just think that the world is such a place now, especially after COVID, people want to be free. I mean, businesses can't even get employees to come into the office. Even in my office, we only had to go in 2 days a week. I had to go in 3, but most staff, and they just announced that you have to now come in 3 days a week. And people are up in arms that they have to come to the office 3 days a week. So now you take that, and then you just look at people that were in Watchtower, and they were so constricted and so controlled, and they got a little bit of freedom. You're just not going to get that back. So their only saving grace is trying to get younger people, but I just don't think the message just doesn't appeal to anybody on any level. So if you're not a born in or something like that, I just can't see anybody, coming into that. I mean, and I think the numbers reflect that. So the only people they're going to get are going to be people who didn't know about the things that they preached in the past, and that's only if you get them and they're going through a hardship in their life or something like that.
Yep. Bob Roberts says, Brad from Australia, I wonder if they offered the kidnappers spiritual money. I'm hey, if you let them go, you'll be in paradise forever. Oh, these guys.
I mean, you think about just the publication. If you're the Watchtower, you're saying that you're the faithful and discreet slave, and that you're the one group that's been picked to provide spiritual food. And you look at what they used to produce compared to what they produce now. How in the world can you think that this is the group of people that are spiritually feeding anybody? And now they're making even less, and now all they're going to do is produce stupid videos that don't teach anything. Just like that demonstration that you talked about, Eric, with the brother there talking about how he didn't know how to shave his beard and all the rest of that. What was spiritual about that?
I don't understand any of that.
Or religion or the Bible. What did that have to do? It was just entertainment. This is what this is all come down to: emotional, heart-tugging videos and entertainment. And they're trying to stay relevant But now they want to come out and they want to talk about, oh, this is how you get a good marriage made, and they, trying to stay relevant, but they don't offer anybody anything. There's nothing you can walk away from that and say, oh, that really made a big difference in my life. There's not one thing. It's a joke.
I agree, man.
Total joke. And you're telling me that now they only produce one article of Awake for the whole year? Used to be every month.
The audience can correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's one a year, and one public Watchtower a year, and then they have the Watchtowers for the study articles for the people, like for the witnesses.
Right. And that's the only thing. And that's another thing when we're talking about putting things in the context. If you've been around this thing more than, say, maybe 15 years, you'll see it's the same things. It's almost like they have a Rolodex. Oh, now it's time to talk about marriage. Oh, now it's time to talk about this. Oh, now it's time to talk about that. It's just so formulaic. So formulaic.
Yeah.
And they don't teach the Bible. They just teach their message. They don't teach Bible. I read Bible, and there's so many things that they can talk about they don't touch with a 10-foot pole. They probably use 10% of the scriptures that are in the Bible, and I'm being generous with that.
I just gotta make a quick. I just gotta make a quick announcement. Shat Composer, who is Jerry, he asked, "Can you ask Rick to open up the coffee?" What? He gave me a personal message though on my DM on my phone, and he said, "Can you have him to open up the lines because Wyatt Earp, they're closed because of Wyatt Earp." I don't know what Rick wants to do. I'll leave that in his hands. He probably don't want to deal with Wyatt Earp, but I guess Jerry is trying to call in and he can't get in. But anyways, I thought I would just send that message. Go. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Stefan.
The conference has been unlocked.
I'm sorry.
There you go. There you go. It's unlocked now.
Yeah, in fact, if they want to call in, Eric, the conference has been unlocked. So we can go back and forth with it to keep some of these intruders coming off. But, I've been getting text here from Wyatt Earp all night, and he says he's just in here playing around. Well, I have to tell you that, why would you want to play around and really disrupt someone's program? I don't really get his mode operandi. But I've got a number of texts from him. And, he just says, you're just joking around. Is this man for real? What's he trying to play us or what?
Well, there's a lot of trolls out there, Rick. People, you know what? I'm going to quote something from a movie. And it was, I'm not going to get it exactly right, but it was a Batman movie. And it was, what the heck's that guy's name? He was the British actor. She was only 13 years old. The guy that played Bruce Wayne's butler, Alfred. I can't think of the great actor. He's a great British actor. But anyways, he says that sometime Michael Caine. Thank you. Michael Caine says sometimes, Master Bruce, someone just wants the world to burn. They just want the world to. They just want to see the world burn down. And that's just some people. They get pleasure out of watching destruction. Or watching negativity, or watching things burn. I don't know. There's nothing you can do about it. All you can do is pray and hope that people heal from the pain that they're going through that caused that. And maybe there is no cure for it, but Jesus died for our sins, so hey, we can all. Maybe there's hope for every single one of us, right? But I don't know. That's my take on it. But he comes out. He came out good tonight. It is what it is. We're wasting breath on it anyway. We can all just move forward and have a good night. But it's up to you, Rick, how long you want to go. I don't mind. I like. I know I give a show to the guys and gals in Australia that have a different time zone than us, and certain people like the show, and I don't mind going on. But you've been on for a while. I know you get up at 4 a.m, so it's up to you what you want to do, Rick.
Yeah, we'll keep it going. It's disruptive, of course, when Wyatt Earp comes in.
Yeah.
I had to get to the control panel, but maybe in time we can get the control panel turned over to you so that you could, kind of watch this at night, because that's when these intruders come in. They come in, late at night. They think they can get away with things. And that Wyatt Earp character, he's already hurt Apostle Babe. I mean, Apostle Babe's not on here any longer because him and another woman named Grace were constantly harassing the poor woman. And Apostle Babe it was just too much for her. So, they can pull it late at night. They know that I can only spend so much time. But I think if we could turn the control panel over to you so that you at least can control the callers coming in.
Sure, that would be great. Yeah, absolutely. And you know what it is too, Rick. Like, I don't have to end it because of the callers, but I don't like my it's like Hulk smash, right? Remember the Hulk? He gets too angry and the dark side comes out of him and he starts blowing everything up. I don't like the darkness coming out of me. I don't like somebody that can trigger me. And because I don't know. I'm trying to bring peace and calmness and happiness, love to this channel, not my bad side, because I have one. Of course, I get angry. People start picking on me.
Hey.
It's natural human
I'm
reaction.
glad you're still going.
Oh, thank you.
That's I think that's Pixie. Is that you, Pixie?
Yeah, I'm still up and thinking. I
What
think
you
the
thinking?
beard might be a distraction.
What's a distraction?
I like your beard. You look like a Hittite king, but I think the witness policy on beards might be a distraction.
Yeah, maybe. I think you're onto something. A distraction to the bigger problems.
You know what else it might be?
Hmm.
It might be a trial run for how people are going to react if they start making other changes.
The big ones.
The thing that hangs
Yes.
around their neck like a noose is 1914, the blood issue, to a certain degree, their UN membership, of which, by the way, they're still a part of the UN, just in a different way. So if they wanted to try to change those things, they would have to ponder, how are people going to react? Is this going to cause mass exodus? So what if they do the beard? Let's change the policy on the beard. Let's see how people react. Are people going to be up in arms like you told us all these years? We couldn't have a beard. Now all of a sudden it's not in the Bible, and so therefore it's okay. And see what happens. And if they don't get a tremendous negative reaction to that, then maybe they'll try to change some of those policies, because those things are hanging around there. Even the 1914, the generation, that teaching is still out there. They just kicked the ball back, 20 yards, so to speak. So are they going to try to get rid of it? I think that this is a trial run to see how the witnesses are going to react.
Exactly. Is Brad from Australia still around? I haven't talked to Brad in so long.
Hey, Brad, you there, buddy? I know he's in and out. He's at work, but if he's, I know he's listening, so he might chime in.
Well,
or you might take him a second. He might be in between customers.
I hope he'll send me a Facebook message, because I miss chatting with him. And I also wanted to run something legal past him. I have been talking to everyone I know and trying to find a way that would impact the Watchtower Bible and Tract. The Scientologists got into trouble for impersonating medical advice.
I didn't know that.
And the problem, the Supreme Court in the United States said that there was a case, a real Supreme Court case, a long time ago. The guy was a Greek Orthodox priest. And the Supreme Court said that his belief system could have a kangaroo court and kick him out. So that's in the way of some of the witness teachings. They legally can do that. But I started wondering if the legal fraternity got word that they're practicing pretend lawyer without a license, that might offend some people, and they might say, well, that's not freedom. So I wanted to talk to Brad about some of that. I'm so proud of him that he's continuing with to get his Juris Doctor, and I just wanted to stay in touch with him.
Hey, Pixie. Brad said he just sent you a message.
Okay, thank you. I'll get it tomorrow. I'm going to go to sleep soon. But
Alrighty.
But you know, window washers cannot be lawyers and doctors.
And neither can carpenters, because that's another one in Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah. And you know, it's sad because.
I'm sorry. Please finish your thought. Actually, like later.
Well, what I was going to say, they keep us so uneducated so that we don't realize that what we tell our lawyer or our doctor is real client privilege.
You know what? This is an Pixie. Before you go, RC Kim gave a good comment. She said, "Well, the thing I saw was Klaus Schwab said that he has a bunch of clergy going along with the Watchtower or WS and EF. I don't know what that is. But like, I would imagine that a man like that would be happy with what Watchtower has done. What do you think? Are you familiar with that man?"
I'm hearing you. And I think they're going to have some kind of a new religious path or
One
something.
world.
I heard a podcast today from a pagan gentleman I know that's a great scholar. I knew him when he was young.
What's his name?
A wonderful book on John Dee that talks about the holy name and the beginning of the Episcopals. And this man became a scholar. And he was talking today on his podcast with another man who has a pagan past. And these people, they learn Greek and Latin and all kinds of stuff. And they were saying Christianity was okay too, but it was quite the chat. And they felt like I did, that after this medical crisis, everything is broken. People are emotionally flat now. It's not ever coming back. I applaud the people that are hopeful, that think it's going to be something new and better, but some of us just don't think so.
Brad says to you, Pixie, that I swear me and Pixie think the same. I am working on a class project about the exact question. About that exact question, excuse me.
And my concern, it's March now, there's going to be this treaty that is going to be in concert with the Klaus Schwab Club there and with the World Health people there. And it's a treaty. It's not a law. I've mentioned this before, but I don't think people were understanding what I was saying. A treaty is not a law. We did not vote for it. The people of the world did not. And once you're in a treaty, we're all on the res. We're all on the reservation, and we can't undo a treaty. So that is a concern of mine.
Yeah, and a concern it should be. I agree.
So that's going to be at the end of March.
Oh, sorry. I was just asking, are you reading anything interesting right now?
Right now, I am not. I'm trying to clean my house from the move from hell. I had 4 movers, and
we love your honesty.
What happened? And my house, I had the perfect witness house, you know, the little sister that has the perfect house. It's all clean and cake and everything. And then the movers, and don't get me started.
Okay.
So that's my project for this year, is how to
That's
solve
cool,
that. But yeah, and people that might want to read an interesting book, read Prometheus Rising.
Prometheus. That sounds like
Sounds like a movie.
Yeah.
No, it's a little $12 book, and it tells you about human personality.
It's a sci-fi movie as well.
Rising. And it has a chart in there of human personality types.
Yeah, Keith Silver, Klaus Schwab. Klaus Schwab is what she meant. Sorry, I was reacting to the.
Just reading Pixie, The Age of Reason by Thomas Paine.
Oh, I love Tom Paine. Oh yeah. Yeah. How did that stand in the 21st century? How's Tom doing with his notion?
Well, that book is 100% dead on.
Okay.
I mean, it brought up points that I did not know and things I didn't realize and reiterated things that I did know. And I wouldn't talk about it here only because I know that gets people riled up. But I think it stands up very well.
Pretty good for a 400-year-old or a 300-year-old book. I'll have to get a paperback copy.
Yeah. Well, there's a website I'm sure you know. It's called Online Archive. You can go there and read it for free. So, unless you just like
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, you'd be surprised. They have a lot of older Watchtower publications there as well. And what they do is they take the physical media. They take the physical media and they digitize it. And once you sign in, you can electronically sign it out. And you sign it out for an hour, and then you can just keep re-signing it out unless there's somebody else waiting for it.
Cool.
You can read anything that they have available that way. And they have a lot of old stuff. You find it really interesting.
Mm-hmm. Well, Tom Paine was at the French Revolution. Most people don't know that. I just learned that.
It's funny because he mentions America, and it's something that's really a fresh notion and a fresh concept, and it's really interesting to sit back and think about a country that was, just coming into existence. So
well, he'd been here, and then he went over there, and then he had a three-way with Bonneville and his wife. And
that came out of nowhere.
And this Bonneville had the permission of her husband and the approval, and she and Tom Paine came back and lived in Pennsylvania and had a son.
Huh.
And their son grew up to be a famous poet in American literature. So that's what happened there.
And was that?
I think it was.
Do you remember the name of the son?
I think it was Wordsworth.
Really?
It was an American poet, and it would have been after Tom Paine's death because he would have been an adult by then, the son. But but anyway, he left France with Bonneville's wife, and they were very happy in Pennsylvania.
Okay. Interesting.
So Tom Paine had it going on.
Apparently.
But the party, you asked me what I'd been reading. I read a very difficult book called Fire in the Minds of Men.
Okay.
And I knew the Librarian of Congress that wrote it. It's very hefty and very dry, but what it told me was this part about Tom Paine and the parties they were having in the French Revolution before it kind of got really bad. After the death of Danton, it got really bad. But they had, for a while, they had some wild parties, and everybody was equal, and it was a wild time.
Wow. No, I didn't know that. I didn't really know much about Thomas Paine. I'm a big Christopher Hitchens fan, and Christopher Hitchens refers to him quite a bit, and so I said, well, I got to see who this Thomas Paine guy is, And he mentioned, Christopher Hitchens specifically mentioned The Age of Reason. And so that's how I got into it.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I revere Tom Paine a lot more than Mr. Hitchens, but you're welcome to your opinion.
I'm a big
I suck at reading because my mind goes to another place. So, but you can ask me anything about J.R.R. Tolkien's work. I know Lord of the Rings or The Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe. I know that pretty well too. When I was assigned those books in school, I'm like, I hate reading, but I started reading the book, and I'm like, oh my god, this is awesome. But it's much more shallow than what you guys are talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's wonderful. Tolkien's wonderful. Did you see the Tolkien biography movie recently? It's beautiful.
The recent one? No, I haven't. Is it worth seeing?
It's about Tolkien in Oxford. It is a beautiful movie.
That's cool. Yeah, I would definitely check it out. I love his work. You know why? Because I feel like a lot of his work I could connect to because he was telling his stories through war and things that he saw, and in such an incredible, in-depth way. He created his own languages, races, and different types of characters, and his world was so deep, deeper than George Lucas's world would ever be. Not that George Lucas wasn't deep, but just what a deep man. He saw things, everything in an analogy. I thought it was pretty cool. He's my favorite writer.
You and your wife will love the Tolkien biography.
Yeah, that's cool. She loves the well, not the books, but the movies. I don't think she read the books.
The look of the era he lived in was beautiful too.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, it's
World War One. I think he was in, right?
yeah. The art and everything was so beautiful. We're in a post civilization. We were in postmodern. We're now post civilization. We don't even have a civilization.
Yeah.
I'll go that far.
Right.
2 a.m. I'll go that far. We don't even have a civilization.
Well, our civilization is being chiseled away. You know, we're being told that like all our founding fathers are being torn down. Right? They're all being called slavers and stuff like that. But really, well, I guess I won't go there. But the real problem was the Africans selling their own race out. You know, to America, I mean they were traitors to their own people.
Both of what you've mentioned were true. Both were true.
Mm.
If you guys want something that, oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Susan.
I'm going to say it's not easy to build a country.
Well,
yeah.
This is an interesting book that I'm reading now, and I'm reading it for Rick because Rick doesn't have a lot of time to read extra things, but it's called Blood Money, and it's by Peter Schweitzer, who's a New York Times bestselling author. And the postscript to the title Blood Money is Why the Powerful Turned a Blind Eye While China Kills Americans. And it's all about the plan that the Chinese have had since they were made to go through the Opium Wars by the English, and how they're very angry at the Western civilization and how they want to have what's called disintegration warfare. They're acting with that toward the West, especially the United States. And even just the first few chapters, as far as guns being made, turning into machine guns today while they're shooting kids in school, what China is doing is they're not selling guns. They're selling something that you can put on a gun that can turn it from a regular gun to an automatic. And that's what they're selling by the hundreds of thousands to the United States. And so they're weaponized, and that's one way they're weaponizing the United States against itself. Because today the gun companies don't manufacture these automatic weapons. It's China that sells it's just a small little piece that you can put on the gun that turns it into an automatic weapon. And so they're using that.
I think it's called a pump stop.
Yes,
yeah, you're right.
I couldn't remember that. But they're manufacturing that by the hundreds of thousands and selling them here. So it's a really good book.
I might have to read that.
Something else the Chinese are doing too is that they've infiltrated our country, and they've infiltrated Disney. And if you pay attention to any Disney film on their like app, Disney Plus, at the end of the videos, there's a message in Chinese, and you don't know what it's saying. But people have, what's the word I'm looking for? People have translated it, and it ends up being a shout out to China. And what China is doing is that they're allowing, and this is not against the gay community at all, but they're allowing like to sissy and like feminize our men here, and they're not allowing it in their own country. It's banned. There's certain Disney films that are not allowed in their own country. What China is doing is they're trying to make us, whether it's successful or not, they're trying to make us a weak nation.
I see what you're saying.
By attacking our military and attacking the men and the family structure of our nation. And by doing that, if you can take down the family structure of our nation, we're not as strong as we were in the 40s when we won World War I and World War II with no problem, basically. I mean, we were the strong nation out of that. We were the dominant nation.
Yeah. And you mentioned earlier about being 40. You and your wife could have a baby at 40. It could happen.
No, my wife can't. She has health problems.
I'm sorry, but medically that can happen.
It can happen, yeah. And I have health problems too. It's not going to happen for either of us.
Yeah. I was surprised.
But I understand, yeah. There was a guy in our congregation. He was like in his 50s, and someone who was witness that like had a T-shirt painting company. He like made one, and he showed like Paul Aguiar, like Abraham, modern day Abraham, because he was in his 50s and had a kid.
Sure. I was surprised that Charles Taze Russell's wife's sister, okay, she was 40, and she marries Russell's father at 80.
Yep.
And Russell's father at 80 sires a child with this 40-year-old woman. Now that seems like a miracle to us.
That really happened?
That really happened, and they were very
his own father. She wow.
Okay, because Russell and his wife, they didn't have a sexual marriage. Their marriage was different.
Okay.
But the spinster sister at 40 marries Russell Sr. at 80.
Mm-hmm.
And he had it going on, and they had a beautiful daughter that did things and grew up and all. Now,
Well, the father, if you're a father at 80 years old, you're not going to see your baby grow up.
Well, I think
that's messed up.
He was 16 or 17, so he lived to be like 90.
Okay, he lived a little bit.
But yeah, he was really strong. But I read some things in the MedLit that the testosterone today, the levels are not what they were in Grandpa's day. So I'm looking at that China hypothesis.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, no, they're not. And you know what I thought was interesting? I was just thinking about the lady that just spoke about China and the wars. There's a book that I'm going to be reading that talks about that, but it claims that was all that the opium wars and so forth was done not so much by the United States, was by the Rockefellers, not the Rockefellers. Who is the wealthy family that runs it? Rothschilds.
The Rothschilds. Well, they're all in bed together.
Sorry.
Well, it was a British thing too, and also the Sackler family that was in the legal proceedings recently about some of these illicit drugs and addicting people in West Virginia and whatnot. The Sacklers were in the Sacklers were in that in the 1800s too.
Hey, I had a comment before we got too far off the subject. Do you guys know about Jordan Maxwell? I know you do, Pete.
His real name was Russell Pine, and he was a witness at one time.
Yeah, for about 2 or 3 years in the early 59, 60. Yeah, but man, that guy, he has a understanding of the world that I've never before. He has all of he has a library of, I don't know, I don't want to get too far deep in it, but Jordan Maxwell seems to know everything that's going on in the world for all hundreds of thousands of years. And that guy spent his life in the library. And he just died a couple years ago.
He did. He did. I didn't know what else he might have known about the witnesses because I wasn't subscribed to his website, but he did live in Hollywood, and Hollywood has all the secrets.
Yeah, so does the Vatican.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, the Vatican has all the secrets, that's for sure.
Well, I wasn't trying to.
Sure. It'd be amazing to be able to get in there and see what's really in there, but it'll never happen.
Do you all know what the Vatican, the entrance of the Vatican has? Sorry, I'll repeat my question. Do you all know what the entrance of the Vatican in certain cities around the America and countries that mimic the Vatican? Do you know what the symbol is?
It has a monument.
It's a pine cone.
Oh yes, but it also has.
But the pine cone is symbolic. It's actually not a pine cone. It's the pineal gland, that little third eye in our brain, and it's our connection to our Creator. And it's almost like they're throwing it in our face that they calcify it and that they numb our connection. And I know a lot of people will call me out for this, but marijuana actually opens up your third eye, and it uncalcifies.
I'm on the same page.
Oh, that's cool. So you know what I'm talking. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I do.
I was listening to one of these Hebrew scholars.
Shoot, I spelled something and I got to clean it up.
To a site. They went to a site and they found a temple over in, I guess, in Israel, Jerusalem, someplace. And long story short, they found it was kind of set up like the way the temple is described in the Bible, where you have the holy and then you have the most holy areas, and they went into the most holy where the altar was, and they thought that this substance was old burned incense, and they just decided to take a sample, and they took it to a lab, and lo and behold, it was marijuana. And what they realized is that the Jews, and not just the Jews, many people, they used marijuana as a part of their religious services, along with as pain medicine as well. But right there on the altar, they were actually burning
mushrooms and peyote.
Mm-hmm.
It was burning. It was part of the incense they burned.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Yeah, I never knew that. I don't know if you guys knew that, but I never knew that.
I've heard of that. Yeah.
I'd heard rumor of it. I had heard rumor of it.
I don't know if it's confirmed, but
I'll tell you what else is.
Well, that's what I'm saying. These guys confirmed it. They sent the sample to the lab.
Someone did confirm it. Really?
Yeah. They did.
Wasn't it called a different word? It wasn't cannabis. It was like it still began with a C, but it was something different.
Okay.
Frankincense is very good for pain relief too.
Could I tell you?
Oh yeah, my mother actually gets frankincense from the Middle East. It's very expensive, especially by the time it gets all the way over here. And she discovered it on a trip down. She did something to herself, and then the locals told her about the frankincense, and she went to a market and bought some, and she swears by it.
That's cool.
There was somebody that wanted to say something.
I didn't get to talk.
Proceed, sir.
Now I forgot what I was trying to say.
It must have not been important. Anyways.
That's a good one.
That's what I say when I forget. Oh, whatever I was going to say must not have been important. Well,
I'll
yeah.
I'll say this because I
Go
love
ahead.
his tagline. I learned not too long ago.
Okay, hold on.
Hold on. Wyatt Earp's got his 6-piece out. His 6-shooter. He's got something to say. Go ahead, buddy.
We're talking about drugs
No, we're not.
and marijuana.
Yeah.
We're talking about mushrooms and that kind of stuff. So, are you going to start hassling me? Is this Eric?
What's up, buddy? Who's hassling who?
No, I don't want to.
Go ahead. What were we going to say? You wanted to talk. Say something. Let's go.
Yeah, go ahead. Say it. Say it and move on so other people can talk. Dude, what are you on? I want some. I want to be where you're at right now and just out of my mind. Because life is hard. But I don't really. But maybe for tonight. You're making me want whatever you have. What a night, guys. Yeah.
Well, I was going to say this to Pixie. I wanted to get her take on this. I just learned from a number of different sources. I was just doing some research. I didn't know that the Hebrew scriptures, what we consider to be the Hebrew scriptures, that they weren't canonized. I mean, let me say it this way. Jesus Christ, if he actually existed, would have been born, lived, died, and resurrected, and they still hadn't canonized what we call the Old Testament. Has anybody else heard that?
Say that again about the Old Testament.
The canonization of it, in other words, picking out which books would be in the Old Testament, that wasn't done until after Jesus. That was done post Jesus.
Okay, I haven't heard that, but it makes sense.
One of the things I don't like about the Bible is they seem to make the whole earth, the whole world, revolve around this little story in Israel. And that's there's a whole bunch of the rest of the world, and there's a big earth that's been going on the whole time, and they just try to make it seem like it's all just happened right there, and that's the center of the entire.
Well, Wyatt Earp, are you going to deny that historians back some of it up? I mean, forget biblical scholars. We're talking historians. They're backing some of it up.
When you say backing it up, what do you mean?
They're backing up that Jesus was a man. They're backing up of chronological order, some of the chronological order in the Bible. Not all of it is thrown out. They're not completely backing up the flood. They're not backing up the flood, these men. They're not, but there are some things that they do back up chronologically in order. And
this is the one scripture I really hate.
I hate a lot of the scriptures. You know what scripture I hate? That God is love, because I don't understand that. But we're not really but go ahead. Go ahead, say what you want to say.
The Bible is not, listen, the Bible is not inspired of God and infallible, and it's not just I don't want
All right. So the Bible's not inspired by God. So says a man who can't even give his name. So, why would we trust a guy who can't even give his name, his real name, right? We got to have a roadshow name for you. Why would we listen to somebody who can't even give his name? I'm not a Bible geek. I could care less about the Bible, really. But well, you know what I do care about the Bible? The principles in it: not to murder, to show love, stuff like that. Simple things. All right, cool. That's cool with me. I dig that. I dig treating people the way you want to be treated. I like certain things in the Bible. I don't believe all of it, but I believe a little bit of it, and because like Star Wars, it's like you got to have hope. Hope. The hope. Rebellion is based on hope. And we're rebelling against the government that is putting harsh rules on us. We're rebelling against the Pharisees, the Jehovah's Witnesses, the LDS, the Latter-day Saints, the Scientologists. Dan's wife, Angela, was in the Worldwide Church of God. They're another cult. All these cults we got to reject, and that's what's important, to recognize Christ from cult. There's Antichrist and there's Christ out there.
Do you believe the Jesus story?
Of course I do. I'm a Christian. Of course I believe in Jesus.
Believe in the resurrection?
Yep. I believe everything that's been told in the Bible about Jesus. I also believe everything that's been told about God, and God seems to be a jerk, and I'm going to just say that. I don't like Jehovah God. I don't like the God of the Bible, of the Mosaic Law. He doesn't appeal to me. Jesus is our savior.
Do you believe he was resurrected?
Of course I do. If Lazarus was resurrected, I definitely believe that Jesus could be. He's a lesser man than Jesus. He was imperfect. But anyways, you know what, dude? I don't want to get biblical, because this isn't what we're here for. We're here for camaraderie, friendship. We're here for, to heal from waking up from the Watchtower. We don't want to drown in it.
I have a question. I'll ask you another time. I don't want to do it tonight. But it's basically, why didn't Satan just keep Jesus alive?
Why did the government lie to us about the man landing on the moon? The point I'm making is, dude, I don't have those answers. Nobody does.
Here's another question right along that same line. There's nothing.
Yeah, go ahead, buddy. Bring the show back, because it needs CPR. The show's dying right now. Bring it back to life, brother. Bring it back to life. Hit it.
Yeah, I have another question right along that same side, and this is a point that Thomas Paine brings up in The Age of Reason, which is, why did Jesus have to die the way that he died, and why did he only have to live 30 years or whatever it was, to make up for something that Adam lost, and Adam lived, 900 whatever it was years.
Right.
So why did Jesus have to?
Who can have those? Who can have those answers, though?
I don't know who can have those answers. I'm just saying it's important. I think that's the question, to think about the question.
I feel you.
And then the other thing that's always bothered me, I've never accepted, is I've never felt like Jesus' sacrifice was on par with the sacrifice of Adam.
Why wouldn't, if we all have free will, why wouldn't Satan just keep Jesus alive? Instead
I
of
don't know what the import of keeping Jesus alive.
instead of killing him and making him the ransom sacrifice, keep him alive.
Because it's possible that God killed him.
Right? He would still be here today, right?
It's possible that God killed him.
Nothing that indicates that the devil did in fact kill. It says that the Jews
what's the answer?
or the Romans at the behest of the Jews killed Jesus. Why are you saying the devil killed him? I don't get what you're saying.
Well, that's the beginning of the Bible. Jehovah and Satan.
No, I'm asking. Okay, so I'm asking you who killed Jesus. You're saying it's the devil.
I'll smash your head and you'll bruise my heel, all that sort of shit. And he goes through the whole. He's always trying to screw up the DNA of the human beings with the Nephilim and all that stuff. You know, and Noah.
My question to you is, where in the Bible does the devil kill Jesus? And I'm telling you that the Bible does not say that Jesus was killed by the devil.
Jesus
What's that?
would kill Jesus. Satan killed Jesus. He was trying to kill the seed from the very beginning.
I think you have it wrong. See, you're giving Satan too much power. No, hold on a second. You're giving Satan too much. You're giving Satan too much power. See, God allowed Jesus. See, God has darkness to him too, and God allowed Jesus to die this way, and He wanted him to die this way. So He allowed things to go the way that He wanted them to go. He was in control at the whole time. He was at the helm. Yes, Jesus could make the decisions to change. What?
We don't have free will. We are.
I do believe free will is a little bit of an illusion. Yes, I do. But we do have the right to do what we want to do. We do have that choice. You have the right to disrupt the show. That's your choice. I'm not saying you're doing it. I'm not saying you're doing it right now. But when you do it, that's your free choice that you want to disrupt the show. When I want to do something stupid that I do in my own free time, that's my free choice, and I do something stupid in my own free time. You know, we all do stupid things. Everything is our free choice. We all are responsible for our decisions.
I never got a good answer for. I have a question.
Yes.
I never got a good answer for. Why didn't Satan just protect Jesus and keep him alive?
Ask the Bible scholar. Hey, dude, I'm serious. Ask the Bible scholars on Sunday. I'm not the guy to ask that. I'm not a philosophical person like that. That's a six-screen Sunday question.
It seems like a very
the whole idea.
Yeah, but I'm not a scholar. Like, there's scholars on this program on Sundays. Ask them. Ask them that question. Why would I? I'm like a auto body car guy. Why would I give you the answer for that question? I don't know.
I don't think you'll have the answer.
No, of course I don't.
I didn't think you would have the answer.
Oh, hey, you know what? I want to bring this comment up. 1955, Anne Marie. Thank you, Anne Marie. How does Eric deal with all this chaotic mess? Crazy. You know what, Anne Marie? I'm going to tell you. Marijuana. When my camera goes off, I puff on some weed. I am a sinner. I have to smoke pot when Wyatt Earp comes on because this guy torments my soul.
Hey,
That's how I deal with it, Anne Marie.
Eric? Hey, Eric?
Yes, sir.
If you don't mind, I'll just say this. The whole premise of the scriptures is that a sacrifice would have to be made with how Watchtower terms it, a ransom sacrifice, right? Adam cost us this in order to buy this back. Jesus would have had to come down to die. So there's no getting around this. That's a whole conversation I won't even get into. But this concept of having to sacrifice, something has to die in order for something else to live. But we won't get into that.
It's a comment. It's a comment to answer from Jay Hess, like Christian Artsy Kim says. It's a comment to ask Jay Hess. He's a Bible scholar. Ask him that on Sundays.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
I think I'll attempt to answer that question.
Yeah, Brad, go ahead, buddy.
Okay, so in my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I could be totally wrong about this, but what Wyatt is asking is, why didn't Satan keep Jesus alive? And that way there was no death. That way there was no sacrifice. Right? If he was trying to screw up God's plan, why didn't he keep Jesus alive so that the prophecy about being bruised in the head never came about? And I think that could be the fact that we only know the results of that prophecy afterwards. So if you heard a prophecy, you're going to bruise me in the heel and I'm going to bruise you in the head or something like that, there's no way that Satan could have known that it was about Jesus dying. At a different point in Jesus' life, Satan actually went to Jesus and said, throw yourself off this mountain, and obviously angels will save you. So Satan was under the impression that no matter what Jesus did, God would save him from death. So
because Satan is blind hatred, Brad. And because Satan is blind hatred, just like Anakin Skywalker, who went against Obi-Wan Kenobi, his downfall was his arrogance and his ego. And that's what happened to Satan, is his arrogance and his ego. He lost himself because
that Jesus dying would fulfill that prophecy.
Because he lost himself so much that he couldn't even focus. He couldn't repent in the slightest. He couldn't allow Jesus to live. He had to kill him because evil doesn't have soundness of mind. It doesn't have a focus. Like, it only has its own selfish ambitions. It can't look clearly into the future like Darth Sidious.
I don't know. I don't think it was even as complicated as that. I think if there was a prophecy that was going to happen, he didn't know that Jesus' death was going to fulfill that prophecy. He didn't know, right? We only know about that because we live thousands of years later and have a book that tells us that. But Jehovah didn't write a book for Satan to read and go, oh shit, I better stop the death of Jesus because, he's going to fulfill the prophecy. Satan probably just thought, well, killing Jesus is a great way of pissing God off, or that's God's
son. For sure, yeah, because he's blind. He's blinded. He doesn't have. He doesn't have the. He's blinded. He's blinded by anger.
No,
right. So when someone's angry, they're not acting. They're not acting in they're not acting with sound of reason. They wouldn't step back and think for a second, how can I really get them? I don't know. That's the way I see it, but I could be. That's just my personal opinion. That he was blinded by his arrogance. What do you think, Brad?
Well, no. I just think if you were to tell me a prophecy right now.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Why would you not sabotage it? Why would you not sabotage it, right? Yeah.
I couldn't sabotage it because I can't foresee those things happening, because prophecies always come in riddles, right? Like, oh, you'll bruise him in the heel and he'll bruise you in the head. Like, you don't know what that's about. In fact,
this brings up to debate. This brings up to debate that what if Satan didn't want him dead and that's what God wanted?
God definitely wanted that. I don't think Satan really gave a shit, to be honest.
Right. Either way, he probably didn't give a shit either way where it would turn, All he wanted was to get active obedience from Jesus to him. That's what he was interested in.
Hello?
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Yeah.
This is Zachary.
Hey, Zach. Oh, hey, Zach.
Exactly. Hi.
The conversation's gotten weird tonight, so sorry for that. But go ahead, brother.
I tried not. I tried not to get into the conversation, but
It's okay. It's gotten really weird tonight, so let's just break it open.
I've heard this question, but as a JW, I heard the question, and they gave an answer to it. So I'm going to give the answer that they gave. Not that I am behind the answer, but it was quite acceptable at the time. It's not an answer to why didn't Satan keep him alive, but it's just what was Satan trying to do. That's where it starts. Satan was trying to break his integrity so that he would not be able to provide a sacrifice, so that his death would be meaningless. That's what Satan would want. He didn't want him to be able to die as a faithful man. So those temptations, they were to get him to break God's law. Like when he said, throw yourself down. And then Jesus said, but you must not put your God to the test. Right? So he was constantly trying to break Jesus' integrity, and the attempts got more and more profound, so that, and Jesus kept remaining faithful under the whole thing. And finally, unfortunately for Satan, his attempts to break Jesus' integrity brought about the death of Jesus while Jesus was remaining faithful. That's the Jehovah's Witness explanation. And I can't find anything wrong with it.
What a great point. And Anne-Marie says, what a great point, Zachary, with thumbs up, you know.
Oh, thank you, Anne-Marie.
Yeah, and I agree with her, dude. You really gave a good clarity on this subject. Thank you so much, brother.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
Hey, Zachary, can I ask you a question?
You can. I don't know if I can answer.
Right. I always felt, and I just wanted your take on this. Did you feel, or do you still feel, that the sacrifice Jesus made was on par with the life, or Jesus' life, was it on par, or his sacrifice on par with that of Adam? Because I never felt that. I never felt that a being that supposedly created everything in existence as God's master worker could somehow be on par with this imperfect human being, not even an angel, but just a human being. I just never felt like these two things were on par. I just wanted to know what you thought.
Well, Adam was perfect.
You mean, yeah, you mean, and you're kind of saying Adam was
imperfect,
less than Jesus?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, Jesus was a creator of some sort, not the creator, but a creator. He was the creator with Jehovah, or well, that's what I take of it.
Remember the Watchtower teaching. Remember the Watchtower teaching was that Jesus created everything as God's master worker. Remember that?
Right.
Yes. I do remember that.
But you have to find it quite interesting that in the Bible, Jesus is constantly called Son of Man.
Yeah. Huh. That's true. I never thought of that. Yeah, I mean, it's said all the time, but yeah. When has God ever talked about the Son of Man?
Watchtower always put forth the proposition that it was God, Jesus, who wanted mankind, right, to be created. In other words, God was content with just either being alone or being content with Jesus, and then they made the other angels. And then at some point, they made the entire universe, of which the earth is included. And through Jesus, they made human beings, and on and on and on. Why I say to me, these two sacrifices, there's just no way that they're on par. I've just never understood.
I think when I look at Genesis, it has God saying, let us do this and let us do that. But when you get to Proverbs, the 8th chapter, I think that's where it suggests that Jesus' special interest, things he was fond of, was things having to do with the sons of men. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Right. Exactly.
So that if Jesus was especially fond of things having to do with the sons of men, that doesn't discount the fact that God said, let's do this, let's do that. It doesn't discount the fact that this was God's design.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good point, Zachary.
So are you saying
I agree a lot with you, man.
Sacrifices are on par?
I find it interesting that in the scriptures it does constantly call Jesus, say, a son of man. So that he was born of a woman. He was born like every other man.
Sure, yeah.
The way I was taught is Holy Spirit shielded him from imperfection in Mary's womb. That's what I was taught. I haven't found anything different from that. And
yeah, I mean that's what's implied. That's for sure.
And for me, honestly, I feel bad admitting this, but I don't spend a lot of time right there studying and reviewing that. You know what I mean?
Well,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, to each their own. I mean, you can only get so lost into it, the doctrine and to the accounts in the Bible. I mean, like, can you really truly understand the Bible? Some people will say yes, but I don't think you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think there's certain things you can know, other things you can't know because it's just not
Right.
real.
It hasn't maybe come to pass yet or have been fulfilled.
Yeah.
Like Revelation, come on.
Yeah, like
It seems like John was on an acid trip doing Revelation book. Friggin' horn beasts and
definitely been theorized exactly what was going on with that.
Yeah.
I see it slightly different, but
Sure.
There's a lot of Revelation that's really just kind of a recap of Daniel in the same beast.
Yeah, you're right.
John is regurgitating, but and then of course when you get down to what does all this really mean? There's just no way to know. I mean, we can theorize, but we can't know. But I found it interesting when I did a deep dive after I left the organization and really just read the Bible as I would any other book and describe anything to it. That's the first time that I saw the text in the Bible in Genesis, if I'm not mistaken, about the Asherah. And when it says, let us make man, and then as you continue to read in the Hebrew scriptures in the first 6 books, you really understand that Yahweh, YHWH, was actually a son of El. And then you go and you do a whole deep dive. And it's like, wow, you walk away from that and you're like, I don't even think anything I ever taught was really true. And I'm surprised people don't see El and Elohim, and they don't see those words in there. They don't see Asherah. They don't see that Yahweh is a son of El. And it's very clearly right there in the Bible. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm getting a little tired.
I think something else is always. Something else that's always disturbed me was this concept of the sons paying for the sins of the father. Because I feel like if there is a verse in the Bible that says that the sons don't pay the sins of the father, but then it seems like all throughout the rest of the Hebrew scriptures, at least, that's in fact what happens, is that the sons constantly pay for the sins of the father. And you just say, how in the world is this just? It isn't just. So there's a lot of things in the Bible that's why I kind of understand the gentleman that keeps coming in. I think I forgot what you're calling him. What were you calling him? The gunslinger? Let's call him gunslinger. I kind of understand what he's talking about. At least I think I do from certain points. It's just a question like that. Do the sons pay for the sins of the father? And if they do, is that loving and is that right? And we could go on forever discussing these kinds of theoretical things.
Yeah, I agree, brother. It's hard to know where we're supposed to go. The Bible gets hazy. I mean, but we know there's basic rules in it, and we know what to follow. You know, but we don't, because if you get caught up in a cult, one of the craziest things I didn't realize Jason Zelda taught me was that I didn't know that the silver sword, the Bible, the silver Bible, Watchtower's Bible, the whatever it's called, it has dashes in place of the scriptures, and that's removing the scriptures. The Bible clearly says do not add and subtract. Man, do they have an accounting to God?
Right.
You know.
Do you remember, Eric? Probably when you were a younger person, but do you remember the account about the woman that was caught in the act of adultery? And it's really funny. This racist, misogynistic book does not mention the male that she's having this adulterous relationship at all. It's just the female. There's no reference whatsoever to the male. For all we know, he could have been the one that's married, and she could have been single. But in any event,
sure.
The people supposedly bring her to Jesus, and they get ready to stone her, but they decide, well, before we stone her, let's just go ask Jesus what he thinks, which makes no sense. And so they ask Jesus, and he makes the statement that it's become very famous. I don't know if this whole thing actually happened or not. That's what he says, let him who is without sin cast the first stone. Now, when I was a kid, that was in the Watchtower Bible. That was a very common teaching. And at some point, it just kind of disappeared, and Watchtower does what they always do, which is they just don't talk about stuff. They are not going to say, we know we used to teach this, we're not sure if this is supposed to be in the Bible. And of course, if it wasn't supposed to be in the Bible, how did it get in there? If this is the inerrant Word of God, how was this ever in there in the first place? And if you're supposed to be the only organization that's teaching the truth, shouldn't you have known that account wasn't supposed to be there? So we don't get any answers on that. And then it was just taken out. My question is, anybody else remember that?
I've heard about that account, and it's been some time now, so my memory is kind of bad. But I think that account would have been the account that was in those teeny tiny words. Was it the book of John? And there's an area where you got little teeny tiny words. I think that same thing happens in something slightly different happens in Mark, where they have a short conclusion and a long conclusion. They used to have it at the end, and I think it involved the snake.
Absolutely.
Handling snakes. So I think that, if I remember correctly, certain manuscripts had that account, and other manuscripts did not have that account.
Absolutely.
So it was never in the
for sure.
It was never in the regular sized words. It was in those teenier words, for lack of a better term.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. No, I understand. And going back to Mark, my understanding from this one Hebrew professor that I was listening to is Mark basically just ends with the execution of Jesus, and then whoever it was, whichever Mary or Martha, maybe it was both of them, and they go to the tomb of Jesus, and they're told that Jesus is gone. Tell the disciples that Jesus will meet them in such and such a place. And it literally says, and the women went off and told no one because they were in fear. And that's the end. So anything that you see past that, was what they call spuriously added. And this is my whole, and I don't want to get into this. I don't want to decorate. I don't want to get into this, but this is just where my problem with the Bible comes in is how is stuff there if it's supposed to be there, it's not supposed to be there. Who's making this decision? Who canonized the Bible in the first place? It's just a can of worms.
Agree. I have a book on the Hebrew scriptures that I have still not read yet. But didn't a lot of that stuff happen, like in the 4th century, certain things getting in and certain things not getting in? And was that sort of a 4th century thing?
Testament. For the New Testament, this is the thing that blew me away. This is what I was talking about earlier. The Hebrew.
Is there a sister trying to get through?
This is the current contemporary understanding that Old Testament scholars are putting forth. That the Hebrew scriptures didn't start to be compiled until after the Jews got out of the Babylonian exile. That's when they started to be compiled. And then the canon wasn't put together. Let me say it differently. Jesus came, lived, was executed, and resurrected and ascended to heaven. And after that, it wasn't until after that the canon was even put together for the Hebrew scriptures. They hadn't even begun the writing of the New Testament.
Keith.
Watchtower, in my opinion. I'm sorry?
Sorry, I was responding to someone in the comment section. Someone in the comment section, Keith said, I'll call in Eric, and I said, okay, buddy.
Watchtower always, in my opinion, phrased it in such a way that, these books are really ancient and they were written around the time that they take place in, but it can't be. I mean, even when you look at, like Watchtower, what was the Blue Book, All Scriptures is Inspired? It always said that Moses was the compiler or the writer of the first 5 books of the Bible, the Pentateuch, right? But then clearly when you read it, Moses dies right in the middle of the thing. And even the person who's narrating and says that Moses died also says that Moses died and he was buried, and until this day, we don't know where his tomb is, something to that effect. So that lets you know that whoever's writing this isn't Moses, and that this was actually, put together well after Moses died in order to use the phrase "till this day." And so it's these kinds of things when you just look at it, you're like, oh my God, this is like how this was portrayed to us by Watchtower is clearly not, what really took place. And then Moses didn't write the Pentateuch. They're telling us Paul didn't write all the letters that have been attributed to Paul, and that whoever wrote Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were certainly not people actually called Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. On and on and on. It's just like, whoa. Mind blowing. Mind blowing. But yes, to your point, Zachary, the 400, that's the New Testament only. The New Testament.
I'm just going to read a quick comment real if you guys don't mind. Let's see here. If I can find it. Anne Marie says, if Watchtower was really God's organization, you wouldn't think they disrespect his word so much as they screw within time after time again. I think I got that right. But yeah, good point, Anne Marie. They they twisted the words so much it's crazy. They literally put a dash instead of putting the scripture there, like Jason Zelda in your interview brought out. And on top of that, they add to it. They've done, it's almost like they've done everything that God said not to do. And they're like, yeah, we're going to do that. They are the biggest screw ups, really, when it comes down to it. But good point, Anne Marie. We should let Eric get rest, you guys. Well, I'm not too tired to call myself out, Anne Marie and everyone else. I'm a I'm a joker, I'm a smoker, and I'm a midnight toker. To quote our great musician Steve Miller Band.
Susan has her hand up.
It's not always because I'm tired. I might look tired, but I am a midnight toker.
Raising her hand.
Oh, go ahead.
And hear us.
Susan wants the Watchtower study conductor to call on her.
There's something that I wanted to add about Zachary's exactly right. In the 400s, they started trying to canonize the Bible, but who was it? Then we have to use our own thinking. When Jesus was on the earth, there were certain books that he read because the scribes and Pharisees complimented him at 11 years of age. He knew what was being said. So my viewpoint is that, and others, I got it from others, but if Jesus felt that these books were worth reading, and then I would want to read them too. And that doesn't mean that all the right books or the wrong books were canonized. It means we have to use our own thinking on the matter. So in my thinking, if Jesus thought they were fine, then they're fine with me too. That's like the book of Enoch. It should have probably been put in the Bible, but because of some of the things it said about the demons, and even though the book of James quotes from the book of Enoch, they just decided to use it.
The book of Enoch. I'm all about that. There's a whole bunch more books than the Bible.
Well, that's right. It's wrong if we read them. It means that the modern scholars just have not taken a shine to it. But from my reading of it, I think it's fine. And if Jesus read it, then I'll read it too.
There's a whole bunch.
It's funny that we read these
when we were.
Let's not talk over one another. Someone one at a time.
I'm not talking over anybody.
I didn't accuse you. I'm saying it to everyone.
All right, speak. What do you have to say?
Nothing. I'm saying whoever has something to say, go ahead. I just don't want too many people talking at once. That's all. Go ahead. What did you have to say?
I don't think there was too many people speaking.
Oh my God. Hey, Eric.
I'm just trying to moderate and just like keep one person at a time, or you know what I mean, so we're not all speaking over each other. I'm not accusing you or anybody. We all do it. But go ahead. You have the floor, my man. You have the floor, sir. The floor is yours.
Everything works a lot better when you just be quiet.
You like when I be quiet? Then we wouldn't have a show.
Don't have any answers.
We wouldn't have a show if I didn't say anything.
What a coincidence. Be quiet.
Hey, Eric.
You don't have any answers to anything. Let
the
people.
Isn't that well? Let me ask you this: isn't it wise to not have the answers of everything when you can't know? I'm not a know-it-all. Are you a know-it-all?
Everybody else talks.
All right, listen, Wyatt Earp. Take another Percocet and go chill out, okay?
Wyatt, he wasn't talking to you.
No, then who is? Who's talking shit to me?
This is Keith. I wanted to talk to Eric.
Oh, well, it wasn't you. It was Wyatt Earp, but go ahead, Keith.
I mentioned something before. I don't have much to say, but if you have any questions. Now, you remember the Providence Civic Center?
The conference has been locked.
The Providence what?
Providence Civic Center, where we had the district conventions and everything.
Yeah, yes, I used to go to them when I was a kid.
Look, I'm from New Hampshire, so I live.
Oh, okay. Tom from New Hampshire, is that, or what's your name?
Keith.
Keith from New Hampshire. Okay.
Yeah, I lived in a congregation.
Oh, is this Keith? Is this Keith Silver?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you were from New Hampshire, buddy. Sorry, I'm tired.
Yeah. You talk about Providence all the time, and I'm thinking of all the
yeah.
And all.
Oh yeah. So you used to go to there?
Oh yeah, when I was a kid, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I grew up in a congregation that was at least 40% anointed, quote unquote anointed. And Rick knows the congregation I was in Manchester, and there was huge families of quote unquote anointed people that just had, they had like 6 kids and 25 grandchildren. And those are the congregations I went to. And I remember my dad telling me, he goes, you know how strict witnesses were in the 60s and 70s? If they gave you the truth book and you didn't study it, they would throw it back on the table and go, I'm done with you.
Sheesh.
These guys did not play around. They not like today. The Watchtower is not like it was 40, 50 years ago. Not at all. I don't even recognize it. I look at these women posting on Watchtower YouTubes, and they look like strippers. I just can't believe what happened to the Watchtower in the last. I was kicked out of Satan's organization in '94, so it's been 30 years.
Good for you. I mean, good for you for being separated from them for that long. Hey, I got to ask you: Did you when you came to Providence, did you eat in our neighborhood at all, like the Federal Hill?
Yes, and you know what's funny? Obviously my dad was dressed for the suit and tie. Everybody thought he was in the mob because he had.
Yes, because Federal Hill is mafia territory. You got Italian roots. Forget about it.
You know what's funny though? The Crentes that controlled the neighborhood in Providence, actually half of them are witnesses that were in Manchester.
Oh yeah. I actually know I know Jehovah's Witnesses in Providence that were in the mafia. One of them at least. He was not in it like a made man. He was an associate, and he found the organization, the so-called Truth, from his wife. But the funny story is that there was a man named John Brayton, and he was studying with this Portuguese sister who was married to the Italian man. And the guys, he kept saying, this man keeps coming around says he's a Christian and studying the Bible with my wife, and I don't like it. And they were going to break his legs, and he called it off. And the guy, the elder, that he laughed it off. And I worked with the Italian guy. He took me under his wing, and he taught me how to be a hard worker. And he said to me, that guy has no idea how close he was to getting his legs broken. We were like ready to do it. And he's like, he laughs it off, but he's like, no, because that was the culture. That's what I grew up in. My family has roots in the mafia back in Italy, and it's like there's a lot of violence in the Jehovah's Witness organization. They're certainly not immune to it.
There is, but I have to say something. My dad was a biker years ago, and it's for some reason, I don't know what it is. When you become a witness, you get away with like most people who leave a biker organization or a mob, they get threatened. But if you become a witness, it's like they don't feel you're a threat anymore because you're probably going to keep your mouth shut.
Yeah. That's like Watchtower, right? Keep your mouth shut and don't make us look bad.
Don't say nothing, and
Yeah, and if you don't get caught, right, you're not really in true trouble, depending on the elders. That's a good point, Keith, what you brought up. And I'm sorry if I confuse you from Wyatt Earp at all. I've been burned out by him, so I really do apologize if I did.
That's why I told Wyatt, I'm like, he's not talking to you, and all of a sudden he's quiet. No, he's not talking.
Yeah. It's been a hell of a night.
I'm guilty. That was me trying to butt my nose in, and
that's cool.
I was trying to be a gentleman too and be quiet.
Oh, you are. You always are, Keith.
If I can skip in there real quick,
Yeah.
Everybody has something to say, so.
I feel you. No, thank you for coming in for sure, man. Where are you living these days?
I live
Are
in
you still in New
Lebanon
Hampshire?
right now. It's on the Vermont border.
Oh, okay. You still are the same area. Okay. I didn't know if you moved or
I'm
not.
in the north. I'm in the North Country. It
Yeah.
was Moose Run Wild. Yeah.
Let's see. I used to vacation a lot, and you probably don't know the area. It was called West Corinth in Vermont. It was like
Yeah,
a
I know it.
biblical name. You heard of it?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, my father, he had a friend of his that he worked with, and he had a cabin there, a hunting cabin, and he let us go there a lot, and I used to snowboard up there, and it's beautiful out there. I love it. We used to go to this place in New Hampshire called Louie's. It's just like it's a pizza place, and they have like a fire brick oven. But yeah, it's cool part of town. I loved going there. One good thing I could say about the Jehovah's Witness organization is that I was blessed with a great amount of friends and people and connections from all over in New England. And like there was this chick that we stayed at her house, and she worked at Cannon Mountain, and we got to all snowboard for free, and or a great discount, whatever it was. It was like nothing, and it was great. And it was good friendship, and we all had a laugh. I have a blood disorder called hemophilia, and I have to inject medicine into a vein. And so, like, my buddies had me pretend like I was strung out in drugs and doing heroin or something, and she was all freaking out, and we had a good laugh about it. But like the witnesses were so strict, and that I probably would have, if the elders knew, I probably would have gotten in trouble for that. But it was there was some innocence in it. We had fun.
I have to say something. I have to agree with you, Eric. If it wasn't for growing up in the Watchtower, I hate to say this, my brother died young because he left
Did he?
in his teens. I might
sorry.
have been a Satanist, rock and roller, atheist, didn't believe in God. Probably be dead by now if it wasn't for the Watchtower. Give me that faith that I have today still. So I don't hate growing up in the Watchtower. I hate what the lies that they gave me. But
Yeah.
I believe they gave me something. I think God does that for a reason. Gave me a concrete foundation. That's the word I want to use to work on to build my spirituality. Does that make sense, Eric?
No, it makes a lot of sense. It did give us a foundation of some things. I hate to say it, but it did. This is not a good positive thing, but it taught me how to lie. Well, the organization, they taught me how to be a good liar.
Yeah.
No, I mean, you think about it. You lie how much time you put out in service. You lie to the householders when they say you're here to recruit us, and we're like, no, we're not. That's a lie.
Oh yeah. I put one out down 15. Yep. And they never questioned me either.
Yeah, it taught me street skills in a way too. It taught me not the most positive qualities, but it taught me certain things in life, for sure. But it taught me social skills, right? It taught me to be a fluent speaker. I think one of the reasons why I can do a show on 6 screens is because of Watchtower. I can give a number 4 talk. I can do this.
Yeah, I hear you. They taught me a lot, and there's good qualities that we learned, but it's the bad qualities that overrun that.
Yep. Artsy Kim says Watchtower told us some good things, but sadly they don't follow what they teach, and that's so true. They're not following up. They say, well, be a good Christian and forgive your brother, but they won't forgive the people that want to get reinstated. I mean, there's a double standard. Good point, Artsy Kim.
That's what I wanted to tell you. I just met a witness at the Chinese restaurant the other.
Mm-hmm. We're here. You met a witness at a Chinese restaurant. Looks like he got kicked off. Well, anyways, until Keith gets back or whatever happens. We'll keep going. What was this? I was in Southbridge congregation in early '80s Massachusetts. Adam Jewell. Oh, no doubt. Looks like the phone line went out. What time is it in the morning? Yeah, it's 3 in the morning. Did it already go out? Well, I'm kicked off, so nobody's getting through to me. Can anyone hear me? Hit number 1 if you can hear me in the comments section. I'm not sure why I'm getting a busy signal. Oh, there we go.
Well, Eric, what we'll do is we'll cool it for tonight, I guess.
Yeah, we're all getting tired.
Good show.
You've been up a long time too, Rick.
Yeah,
and I'm glad you don't have a Sunday show. So you want to wrap it up?
Yeah, wrap it up now. Yep.
All right. Well, thank you everybody for coming on. And Anne-Marie, it was really great for hearing from you and Artsy Kim and Debbie and everybody else and all my boys from Australia and Jerry and everybody on this Keith Silver and everybody that came in. Thank you so much, everyone. It means a lot to us when you call in and when you come into the comments section because we're all here to heal from the Watchtower and there's a great awakening happened and we're all here for it to happen. And we want to thank Rick and his wife, Susan, for staying in for as long as they did. And thank you, everyone. Appreciate you, Anne-Marie. Good one, Eric. Love you all. Have love and peace among you, and may we all meet again. Have a good night, Rick. Thank you so much, buddy. Thank you, Susan.